All right. Starting 20 minutes early. Yeah. At this point, like the start times are just kind of like more general proximity. It's like, oh, maybe start like some minutes early, some minutes late, whatever. It's kind of in that general area. So waiting for a bit. Uh, yeah. So this was a topic of stream. It's going to be kind of a sort of long overdue because I've been asked about covering it in some way, shape, or form, and as well as the Netflix Skull Island anime, which I haven't gotten around to watching yet, but still figured why not give the people what they want, or at least some of the people what they want, the people curious to hear. So far, uh, so far, so far, not too many people are here. Okay, there's one viewer. Okay, all right, just for playback or for live. Welcome to the 30th edition of Sea Monster Live. I'm your host, the Sea Monster. All right. So, it's kind of prepping everything here. So, wait until some people show up, some peeps. Yeah, it's just kind of sent the invite out to to all out there, whether it's in DMs or um on the Discord. Hey, fresh match. Good to have you here. Oh shit! Hey, oh Minecraft world. Yeah, we are gonna be talking about Monarch Legacy Monsters Season One. Um, I finally watched through the whole thing through one method or another. Uh, so, yeah, so I can actually, because you know, kind of hear. Okay, that's all right, Minecraft. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I kind of figured this would probably be a day where some people would be busy, but I'll try to make it a little, try to make this a little more, engaging, I suppose. Yeah. So watched Monarch Legacy Monsters season one. Well, I mean, granted, it's the only season that's out right now, but considering that they've announced that it's renewed for season two, you know, it's inevitable that this could be referred to as season one. So I may as well just not worry about the retroactive retitling. Kind of avoid that. But yeah, so I mean, like I've been familiar with some discussions about it, some plot points. I mean, I kind of like some plot points like Axis Mundi and what have you. What's going on with that. Okay, I try to join in. All right. Yeah, I'll be sure to kind of send the StreamYard link in the chat as well. Kind of make it open. Keep an eye out. Let me see. Yeah. Cool. Hey, Antonio. Hey, Black Rooney. Yeah, there's like there's basically some things in the show that I was kind of familiar through osmosis, through some bits of discussion, but like I didn't get the whole context of like all the deets and what have you of the show until until finally going through it over the course of a couple days earlier this week. So yeah, now that I've seen the show, I can properly talk about it. You know. All right, let me try to send that here. All right. The StreamYard link is in the chat, live chat. All right. Just kind of getting everything going. I got to figure I'd be starting a little early, but 20 minutes early. Jeez. Hey, ZG. All right. So I guess the first thing I'd start with, I guess it's just kind of like an overall impression here of Monarch Mom, pretty much season 1. Like a lot of the complaints that I've heard about the show are pretty justified. Yeah, I wasn't. I didn't hate the show, but yeah, I definitely was not a fan of it. Like you got like some really good performances. I mean, like Kurt Russell is the man, pretty much. He's great in this. There's definitely some really good moments here and there acting. And as far as like a live action television show that is, that obviously they would have to stretch their budget out like as much as they could, for 10 episodes. It's pretty cool to see how how really good the monsters look in the film, or not in the film, in the show, like Godzilla and some of the other creatures. And so the technical fidelity is pretty strong in this for the most part. There's some compositing shots here and there that could have used some work for sure. But overall, it's not a bad looking show. It's pretty well put together on the technical front. But yeah, unfortunately, the plot is I mean, as we will discuss further, it's a bit of a mess. And and here's the thing: I almost kind of feel it. It almost feels kind of freeing to me that like the fact that there's like so many contradictions to the MonsterVerse film continuity in this show. So many. It's hard. I wouldn't even know where to start. But it's like kind of freeing in a sense, to where it's like I don't even have to worry about considering the show to be canon all that much, because the movies themselves don't really consider all that canon. Not even GXK, which came out after. All right, so we got a couple of guests here.
Hello.
And
Hello.
Am I on?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yep, you're both
am I
on.
on? Okay, yeah, okay.
Okay, thank God. I thought you guys weren't gonna hear me this time. I was worried about it.
Nope, we can hear you. Pretty good.
So, what are we
Okay,
discussing
so-
about this? Can I say something?
Yeah.
Yep,
sure.
go ahead.
So, what are we discussing about this time, amigos?
We're talking about Monarch Legacy of Monsters.
Oh, yeah, Monarch Legacy of Monsters. I
Same
watched that
effect.
last year. So,
Yeah.
Hey, Sea Monster, I gotta ask, have you seen the latest fan art I sent to you?
Yes, I have. Pretty neat stuff.
Do you
Um,
have
it's-
something to say about the redesigns I showed you?
for which ones? The human characters or?
I mean the monster characters, because what do you like to? What you want to know? Those are basically the monsters for the Skull Island anime.
Um, yeah, the redesigns look pretty neat. Is it like the two that are like the
Yeah.
most recent in my DMs?
Yeah,
Yeah, I do.
I sent those in Art Generals. You can see them if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked at them. They're pretty neat. Especially the one that kind of looks like either a squid or basically like the aliens from Arrival in a way. Like it actually looks pretty very
Yeah, if you want to know my thoughts about that, what quote unquote anime, I really, really hate the designs of that show. I really am not the biggest fan of the Kraken nor Dog. I absolutely hate Dog's design in that show.
oh
The Skull Island
wow.
show?
Yes, that one.
Yeah.
I
Those are like the like fan redesigns of the creatures and character designs from the Skull Island anime.
yeah, yeah,
They
Okay.
named the dog Monster Dog.
yeah.
Just gonna.
That's very, very stupid. That's why I try to rename them to
That's
something like
Dinosauria tier naming convention.
yeah. That's why
You all
basically
remember Dinosauria, right?
yeah.
No.
I do.
Yeah.
I watched it when I was a kid. It was pretty neat.
No, the not the move the monster from Atlantic Rim. It's named Dinosauria.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Dinosauria. You know that.
Yeah, sorry. I guess that
Yeah.
just speaks to the quality of Atlantic Rim as a movie. But yeah, if you search it up, it is called Dinosauria.
I mean, if you want to know, I basically renamed them Go, which is a Chinese term for dog. You know,
Mm.
something to have meaning
Well,
to it.
that's at least semi. I wouldn't say creative, but like at least that sounds good, you know.
And
Good.
as for Kraken, I also renamed them to something
There's
unique
like
for
there's like
what?
4 or 5 Krakens at this point, so I get that.
That's why I basically renamed them to something more unique. Like, wait a sec, let's see. Um, hold up, I gotta see the name of it. There, Yakwa.
Oh,
Hypa.
Hyper.
Yes,
Titanus Hyper.
yes. The reason why I chose the name Hypa is because in the Japanese name, it literally translates to something akin
there's a
to fear.
comment from
Yes.
ZG. I think this is for the dog suggestion. His
Oh,
name should
okay.
have been Rufus. What do you guys think about that? Just sorry if I interrupted you, by the way.
Yeah.
Um. hmm,
It's okay, I guess. I mean,
Yeah.
it has a kind of charm to it, but I don't know about an official name. Anyways,
Oh, hey.
Yeah.
continue.
Sea Monster, can I ask you something
Yeah.
about my art style? I wanted to ask, would you like if the Skull Island anime show looks something akin to how I draw the characters? If you want to know.
Yeah. There probably could be a little bit of tweaks here and there, but yeah, I can definitely see it being a pretty neat little thing.
Also, oh yeah, I forgot to ask. Have you seen the poster I sent you about that kid with the white hair?
Yes.
Do you have something
Yeah.
to say about that?
Not right off the top of my head, but looks pretty cool.
I know this might not be kaiju / monsters related, but the reason why I showed you is because I've been following this manga since 2022. Yes, and the reason why I just wanted to show you this is because I was really hyped for it, and because the anime is coming out this year, I wanted to show you if you have something to say about it.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it looks the art style looks pretty good, I would say.
I mean, if you want to know, the name of the manga is Gachi Akuta.
Ah,
That's a good one. Yeah.
yeah.
Wait, you
alright.
know Gachi Akuta?
I think I know about it. I haven't read it, but yeah.
Oh, you should definitely do. I highly
Yeah, the art
recommend
is
it.
really good from what I've seen.
It's really, really cool. It has an almost graffiti aesthetic, which I'm trying to go for something with my art style.
Let me just search up the art. Yeah, it has this. Hmm. Yeah, there's definitely it's a very strong aesthetic. So
Oh, you got.
new comments, guys.
Oh, hold on. We got another person coming up
Yeah.
here. We got Godzilla 2005. Hello.
Hola.
I am Godzilla 2005, aka world's biggest MonsterVerse hater and GXK hater and Polygon Trilogy
I don't-
hater.
Nice to meet you.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
And I'm the biggest GVK hater.
Okay.
I can't really be bothered with hating slop, but I think I've done it at a fair point of time, you know.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Sea
yeah.
Monster.
And Tiamat definitely did deserve worse.
Valid take.
I mean,
Yeah.
personally, I kind of wanted Tiamat to have somewhat of a bigger role, but I guess why is because she's basically there to us to be a plot device for Godzilla's power
Which
up.
is just
Yeah. Should have been Manda.
no,
Or little,
no.
or little,
Don't drag Manda into this.
Yeah, man. Man, it's a shame the Minecraft world has like class today, as he
Yeah.
said in chat, because
This would be the
otherwise.
most violent. This would be the most violent stream of all time.
And we have to because and it wouldn't even half of it wouldn't even be about Monarch Legacy of Monarch.
I mean, personally, I would want someone like C Anime surrounding me to be here, but hey, that's just my opinion.
Mm-hmm. I like to call Monarch Legacy of Monster sometimes Monarch.
Yeah, we
Legacy
read the
of-
comment. We read.
Oh.
I read Monarch Legacy of Wokeness. Yes, it's
Legacy of stupidity.
Hmm.
this is a
legacy
particular. Go on.
legacy of
Okay.
of broken world building.
Legacy of
Okay.
constant retcons that makes you question why.
So,
Yeah.
when are we going to begin?
How about the fact that they basically retcon Mudo Prime and Shinomura?
Oh, yeah.
I don't really think nothing was retconned. Actually, it's
But
just
they didn't even bother mentioning Mudo Prime, which was like
that was like
the
a
thing.
year prior. And it was in extremely isolated parts of the world. It's valid that you wouldn't see it.
Okay,
Well, they definitely retconned Shinomura, that's for sure.
which is kind of
No,
sad,
they were
but
just that one is just being bad at writing. Actually, that one's just bad writing. It
the thing
retcons
about sorry, go ahead.
by
He's
that
talking-
measure. If you're saying it retcons Godzilla Awakening, you also have to say it retcons Godzilla 2014, and it just kind of doesn't. So
but
because it's stepping over those events. It's just a bad portrayal of the event. It's just a bad portrayal of the prior story. Just kind of fucks it up. Anyways, it's not much of a retconning.
The thing is with the 2014 flashbacks, like the one with the Golden Gate Bridge scene, like they alter how the Golden Gate Bridge got destroyed by Godzilla, from how it was shown in the film, just so we could have
Just so we can see Godzilla throwing a school bus of children down, which
Well,
admittedly
I mean,
is sick as fuck.
Worse than
Well, he didn't throw the
Totally
school
wrong.
bus down. He kind of threw a piece of the bridge, and the bus just
Yeah. Sorry, my memory is kind of vague.
Well, I have excellent memory, and in the
Okay,
in the
buddy.
2014 movie, he
Can I ask
collapsed
something?
the bridge because the military
Yeah,
kept
they
firing
shot
on
at him.
It
I'm pretty sure they
annoyed
did
him
still shoot at
to the
him.
point
Guys.
where he had to break through accidentally and unintentionally killing people. But the flashback made it seem like Godzilla intentionally broke through the bridge and making him
Well,
look
no,
more
I'm
evil
not
than he
really
already
referring to the
was.
bridge so much as I am referring to the nuclear bomb scene of what is apparently Castle Bravo, because that
Castle Bravo.
retcon Awakening and 2014.
Mm-hmm.
I think the one that said though, I feel like if you were to like put it all together, it can work. They're all varied tests. Like I said before, it's a series of tests. From I feel like I'm going by every to answer the one guy whose name I can't pronounce. I think I'm going by everything as canon rules. Because I think it's like it's a series. You have the first bomb is, I believe, probably Mike or something. I don't know. That's the one in Awakening, and then you go through the one in Legacy of Monsters, and there's plenty of others, and then you end it off with 2014. That's how I believe Castle went down in the MonsterVerse, or at least how I headcanon it. So
Okay.
Well, here's the thing is with the Castle Bravo thing, like the opening credits of 2014 literally show that outright.
yeah,
show
that's
that
what I'm talking about.
Godzilla wasn't even like a third of the way out of the water before the nuke went off.
Yeah,
So
it's entirely. All three are entirely separate ways that it goes down. So like they have to be
Can I ask something?
either separate bombs or one of these, or two of these aren't canon. If I had to
What-
choose one, it would one of these would be canon. If I had to choose least canon, it would probably be Legacy of Monsters, and then Awakening, and then 2014.
Yeah, I mean, like that's I'm kind of just stick at this point, like considering all the discrepancies and the lapses in continuity that the show brings up. I'm pretty much would be sticking with just the movies. But if we just to humor Monarch along,
Can I
as
ask
being part of
something?
the canon, it for a little bit. All right,
Hey,
you go ahead.
Monster.
Yep.
I was wanting to ask you about the whole Castle Bravo opening sequence. Do you think that sequence kind of retconned the opening of 2014?
That's what we're discussing.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
Either
kind of,
it
that
didn't
is-
retcon it, or
Yeah.
they're all in some way canon.
The
Because if
thing
there's
is,
one that's more important than the others, it's 2014. It was an actual
Yeah.
movie.
can I
obviously.
ask something?
Okay.
Would you,
The writers of Legacy of Monsters literally say they're just going, they're just going by, they're just doing their own thing.
Which is
They
a
said
real
this kind of
shame.
verbatim. They don't really care about the lore and the
kind-
story.
Yeah, they
which
don't
is a
care.
really, really big shame because I don't know. I feel like when you're like the showrunner of like a franchise, you think you should like take a deep thinking about what you're doing and not try to break some kind of consequences of breaking the timeline or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and here's the thing, like the Castle Bravo and the Golden Gate Bridge moments, those aren't the only retcons in the MonsterVerse that we have to take into consider that like the thing is like someone could I mean I saw ZG say that I think it's a reference to the Golden Gate scene that it's like a very minor retcon. The thing is though is
Or maybe- I think-
hold on, wait, let me finish.
Sorry, my bad.
Okay. Like the thing is though, at first glance it may seem like a minor retcon, but really it kind of goes against Godzilla as a character as he was established in 2014, where he wasn't trying to destroy where he wasn't like vicariously destroying the bridge. in 2014, he was like,
Yeah.
he noticed that there was an obstacle there, and oh, hey, Cianimus, yep, I sent you a DM, Cianimus, so yeah, you can join in.
Wait, the Animus is being here.
He's gonna be hopping on in a bit. He said he just got home.
Oh, sweet. I would like to talk to him about something.
Awesome.
That's nice. We can finally have some violence.
Wait. Let me add something. Well, Brutally Haynes said that in the 2014 Golden Gate Bridge scene, Godzilla realistically shouldn't be able to stand up that high because it's actually deeper than his size.
The size in 2014 is just inconsistent. It's
Every size in the MonsterVerse is inconsistent, but
I
still.
can look no further than the aircraft. battle
they're
between
notably trying much harder after 2014 as opposed to in 2014.
I mean, look no further than the GVK aircraft carrier battle in Tasman Sea when Godzilla and Kong were battling on top of the aircraft carrier.
Oh,
And then
me of that
The
scene.
aircraft carrier battle is actually Godzilla and Kong's cannon height, though. So, like,
which is correct.
the inconsistency is with 2014, where he's like 800 fucking meters tall.
Which is a problem.
Yeah,
I mean,
with 2014.
But I mean,
I get why they did it because they wanted to make him feel like this big, imposing, force of nature type of character. But now in GVK, they basically made him into a violent beast of rage. That
Okay, I'm gonna.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the 24, like the Monarch flashback on the Golden Gate Bridge, kind of makes it seem like it's more the latter as opposed to the former.
Well, I'm gonna actually answer some. There are some comments that I want to talk about. From ZG, he says it's a change in perspective. I feel like this is for any retconning in the Golden Gate scene. That's probably it. Yeah.
I mean, true, but then there's like we see like the follow up after the kids fall off the bridge and Kate's like go like help with someone around, and there's like Monarch troops like walking on the Golden Gate Bridge during an operation where there's a live nuke that's about to go off in an hour and a half that the Mutos have. By the way,
Do they know that?
Yes,
Does Kate know that?
Yes, they would. Yes, they know that because the male Muto stole the nuke off of a boat.
Fuck, my memory of 2014 is kind of fuzzy, so yeah.
It's a decent movie. I highly recommend.
But yeah, I think probably. Well, you can say it wouldn't be realistic, but like it probably could have happened. Maybe 2014 just isn't the objective source. There's some stuff that happened off screen. You can't convey everything that would happen with hundreds of people.
I can understand that
like
it would
a couple minutes. So it doesn't. It's not a retcon particularly. He could have acted violently to the to the tanks, and we just didn't see it.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. The whole thing with the Monarch troops on the bridge, and keep in mind it was still raining at that time. So like I think they would be like I think they wouldn't even have anybody like go around and like start quarantining or cutting off the bridge area thing, like do what they need to do until after the situation with the Mutos and Godzilla was done. Like not while it was happening.
Oh.
There's a question actually from again the guy whose name I can't pronounce.
Let me pull it up here.
That's the one. That's the one. Was Castle Bravo in 2014 the intro or the presentation Serizawa and Vivian had? It was the intro. It was the intro.
Well, here's the thing. It was actually.
I think there were some screenshots in the presentation.
Guys, say something. Guys.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I mean the Castle Bravo footage was shown during the opening credits, but Serizawa and Vivian Graham also showed it to Ford during the presentation. It was in both.
Guys, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Okay.
I have a question. Do you think Serizawa and Vivian should have been in this show? I gotta ask.
Yep.
They probably should have.
It's the Monarch show. It's fucking Monarch Legacy of Monsters. This random family Legacy of Monsters. Okay.
They
I'm
It's
not
did
even
called
talking
Monarch
about
Legacy of Monsters, not this random family Legacy of Monsters.
I'm
I
not
said
even
that
just talking
twice,
about.
'cause I thought
I'm
you
not
might
even
have.
They
just
didn't even bring my boy Rick into this. My boy Rick.
No,
You
I
know
mean-
who else should have been in Legacy of Monsters? The KOTM Unseen Titans. Especially Mokele Mbembe, because he's based.
Here's the thing.
Or
I wouldn't even.
Typhon.
Here's the thing.
I
Like
wanted
Sarah.
Typhon.
Okay. Here's the thing. Like Sarah and Graham not being in the show, being an issue, isn't even so much just because like it's a show called Monarch Legacy Monsters. It's like the fact the events of the show would definitely inform Sarazawa and Graham to take part in this, considering that they were key people. Like I know that Monarch is an organization with
in the
multiple.
Ion Dragon.
Yeah. I mean, like
Oh.
I know that Monarch is is a multinational organization. They pretty much have a lot of people that would have to keep their eyes on some stuff, and maybe Graham and Sarazawa are off doing something else. But they need to explain what they could have. You said something about why they're not there. Like, are they busy with something else? Because like the moment when like Shaw like takes over like that outpost pretty much. Like that should have like Sarazawa and Graham should have gotten something and pretty much had taken like a bigger part, played a bigger role like in that at that point.
And they were probably too focused on
can I have
Godzilla
a
and
drink?
whatever he was doing.
Yeah, I mean, well, here's the thing. Wow, let's
Must
talk about
find Godzilla. Must find Godzilla. 24/7. That's like Sarazawa's entire thing.
Mhm.
And they do.
Well,
They find Godzilla, and they don't. Sarazawa never sees him. Like
True.
they find
Which is
Godzilla
really a
in
shame.
Africa,
Godzilla
blinking after
wakes
the
up.
Mudo Prime beat his ass.
Godzilla literally Well, here's the thing. Godzilla woke up in the Algerian desert. so I
Which
think.
is-
Yeah, the
And here's
Algerian
the thing.
desert
And here's the
in
thing.
the world.
Shaw
It's an
said,
international organization.
and I want
It's a
to, and I want to
global
say.
organization.
And I also want to say, Shaw tells the three people, Kate, Kentaro, and May, that they're 10 clicks away from civilization. If that is the nearest city or town or what have you, if that's the case, then Godzilla shouldn't be. How is nobody like would be able to hear like, oh shit, I think Godzilla's awake.
I have an answer.
I don't
have
know.
I have an answer.
Go on.
He has a ninja ability where he can move without anyone hearing him.
That's impossible.
He's a
That,
shinobi.
Yeah,
even though
invisibility.
Even though
Yes.
his footsteps are like, I mean, granted, that's kind of a thing that's like
He
in
just
all these
sneaks up
movies,
on people.
and even the good entries in the MonsterVerse have like this sort of issue. But
Yeah, they all have it. They
None of MonsterVerse.
2014 is
entries do.
particularly egregious with it. I remember.
no, I said they all have it, including the
Yeah,
good
but it's
ones.
particularly egregious. Is what I'm saying. It's like worse than the others.
I
Like
mean,
the size
explain how he
inconsistency.
managed to kill the female Mudo without causing some kind of noise while she was
Yes.
trying to kill Ford.
Yeah, that's an example. Yep,
Yeah.
that one.
Or
I think
how about
the invisibility term was coined by Brutally Hannes, so no.
or explain how
The chat just got real silent there.
Oh,
or
by the way,
explain how Ghidorah
by the
never
way-
saw Ghidorah. No,
sorry, go ahead.
like
Mhm.
I was saying, explain how Ghidorah never once saw Godzilla shooting atomic break directly at him while he was trying to fire Madison's gravity beams towards her. Explain that.
Maybe he
really
just
don't
didn't care.
I mean, Ghidorah was pretty much focused on Madison, pretty much because he noticed that she was the one that was using the orca, and after he smashed
was
me,
this-
he's like, "Well." So
Wait, one moment. Was this before or after he took from the grid? I don't really
Before.
remember much about Cottom's action. It's kind of forgettable.
It was before the grid when they were
Before the grid. Oh. Because if it was after the grid, you can justify it as, well, why would he care? Godzilla can't hurt supercharged Ghidorah. Yeah, Ghidorah was forced.
Yeah, he was.
yeah, so that's why
Yeah, I
Godzilla
think he
was able to kind of was able to
Maybe he
get
just
an attack
powered
on him.
through it to find the source of the voice. Seems consistent with
Oh yeah,
later on in when Emma pulls up with Yorka. I guess
Oh,
that makes
and
sense.
and get this. Don't you think it's kind of hilarious that Hiroshi Randa or Monarch pretty much produced like the gamma bait
Okay,
gamma ray
asshole.
simulation thing
Oh yeah,
before the
guys,
Orca?
have you noticed that the power scalers constantly are using the black hole scaling in from this show, and only this show? The
Yes,
only way, yes,
yes, I'm aware. By the way, that
Yeah.
doesn't get past dwarf star level. Just because it's not like they're compared to the black holes. They're compared to the radiation of the black holes. So that's like dwarf star level at max.
I thought Godzilla's peak was at like solar system or something because of his thermonuclear state.
There's this one statement from Greg Keyes. That's like the only thing that goes for solar system level.
I'm saying this
If I recall
because
correctly, it's not even a statement itself. It's a statement about another statement. The other statement is that Godzilla's atomic breath is the most powerful force of nature,
yes,
which would would make sense, I guess, because he's the strongest on Earth.
Well, yeah.
But, like-
According to GXK, he ate a star.
Mhm.
He didn't.
I mean-
That's metaphorical. I don't know how many times we can.
That's what Godzilla.
I'm saying this because the thermonuclear state is I always view thermonuclear state as like his absolute peak state because it's basically the state where
So
he
what I was saying, you guys kind of interrupted me for a moment. Like I was saying, the one solar system is the strongest force of nature. Apparently, according to Greg Keyes, nature means the entire fucking universe. The entire fucking universe.
neat.
Which include, and he goes on to specify, yeah, dude, this totally includes black holes, hypernovas. I didn't even know hypernovas a thing before.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you drop Godzilla into a black hole, I mean, it's obviously going to kill him because it can kill everything.
I mean, unless you're using
everything in the
version of
real
him
world, is everything alive will die to a black hole.
Can I say something, please?
So, yeah, please do. Sorry.
I mean, unless you're talking about the version of him where he fought Superman and he beat his ass, but that's just the
Non-canon.
Not canon to DC or the MonsterVerse, actually.
Well,
It's actually really funny.
Well, because of Toho's contract, of course Godzilla would win against Superman.
Please, I'm gonna kill myself.
yeah.
I mean,
I
it's
love
kind of
the
like
idea that people think. I love how people think Godzilla just cannot lose or die whatsoever, even though that's kind of clearly not the case.
he died in the
I mean,
original
he
film.
is one of the top dogs of his verse.
This is about mostly like the American product. Actually, he loses and dies a fair bit. He's just not allowed to lose and die. At the end of the story.
Unless he's an antagonist.
They can allow him to die, but he needs to have a successor to his throne.
He can be allowed to die at the end of the piece of media. He just needs to have a successor to his throne.
Yeah, I mean,
if you've ever read Godzilla in Hell, like he dies. I know people say, "Oh, he doesn't actually die," but like he dies.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah. Well, he dies. He dies, at the beginning when he blows up the planet, and then Ghidorah gets him in hell. I assume Ghidorah spawn camped Godzilla, but some people think he just physically dragged him. I think, yeah. So after he dies when he blows up the planet, and then Ghidorah kills him after that, because apparently he survived the planet destruction. He also dies in the 5th issue when the Hellbats fucking consume his entire flesh, all of his muscles, all of his skin. It's just that he comes back.
Can I ask something?
First off, he's in hell, so obviously his soul is remaining from the first death, and then in the second death, he's completely gone. but his soul, the energy of
Can
his
I ask
soul.
something, please?
Oh, please! I'm
Okay.
so sorry. I'm so sorry.
What
was it?
I tried to say, so is Godzilla in hell like his strongest incarnation, or is it like the Marvel version? I'm asking because the slick animation made him seem like he's like really unstoppable.
Well, this is okay. That's a
Yeah.
long debate.
Yeah, I
Can I
mean, and
just-
we're kind of going off track here.
Can I just go first off and explain? He comes back because his energy and his soul, powers the Hellbats that ate his flesh. They kind of reconstitute him. So yes, he does die twice. He just comes back at the end, and he returns to what's either the new Earth that he presumably remade, or Nirvana.
Animus.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. See Animus.
Hey, I don't know. I don't know
I
if
say
we met
something?
before.
Okay, I think- Sorry.
I'm Godzilla 2005.
Oh, I heard this.
I'm
Yes.
world's biggest MonsterVerse hater, especially world's biggest GXK hater.
Can I introduce myself? See Animus. Can I introduce you? Okay.
So, with Cianus back, Cianus here, I think it's time for us to actually get back to
Legacy of Monsters.
Legacy of Monsters.
Yes.
Hey, see Animus. Before we begin this interview, I just want to say that by all means, it's an honor to meet you again.
One second, my sound's going weird.
Look, the Animus. Look, I've been watching your videos since like 2022, and I gotta say, I really am honored to meet you. It's almost like me, Omnivore, but not quite. But again, from your GVK videos to your analysis of the KOTM, it's very honored to meet you face to face. You
Yeah, it's, apparently something's going on with his mic. Just so. Just give it a bit.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Wait. And then we'll go back to Legacy of you know what. I'm not even going to make a joke about it because all of them are bad.
Yeah.
It's impossible to make good jokes about this show, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. So, anyways. So, I guess...
Truly a shame. Truly a shame a little bit. I'm kind of disappointed. We went from Godzilla and Hell to this. So, one has to be sad. It's...
Yeah, I mean, so... Yeah. Yeah, as far as like...
So let's talk about the Ion Dragon.
Oh, yeah.
The Ion Dragon.
Gal's ripoff.
No, he's Gyaos.
I thought he looked like a piranha
If Gyaos
dragon.
was a bland bitch. That's what the Ion Dragon is.
He looked like a weird piranha bat dragon thing abomination.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't too much of a fan of, and to be honest, I wasn't really much of a fan of, like, the Titans that were on the show in general, aside from Godzilla and, well, I mean, the 5 seconds of Kong at the end, but we'll hold on, we'll save that bit for later.
Yeah. I like the Ion Dragon's face, actually, a little. It has that kind of classic,
Can I say something?
It has the vibe of the Toho Heisei monsters. So I do. And Millennium monsters too. Like,
okay, let's try this out.
Okay.
Galaxy was a fish. A good monster villain for the show? I mean, okay, sure.
Okay, so where are we?
We're
the Ion Dragon. 44 minutes in.
Okay. All right, got one more person here.
Hello.
What's up?
Hi, guys. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm a little bit late. Oh, can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Sorry for got off work like 2 minutes ago.
Hi,
Same here.
Minecraft World.
Minecraft World is here as well.
Yeah, but he's busy, so.
Hey,
Okay.
CNMS, are you still here?
Yes, I'm here now. My audio is working fine. Wireless earphones are rubbish.
Okay, before we begin, I'd like to introduce you myself. Greetings, I'm Antonio. I'm one of the guys who started doing these weird comments about you guys, who basically, what I'm trying to say is, it's very honored to meet you face to face. I watched your videos since the 2022 about your videos on GVK and your KOTM videos, and I got to say, it is very honored to meet you.
Oh, thank you. That means a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, I really like how you put a lot of details into your videos about you. It's like you really are very know very much about the themes and the ideas of what the monsters is trying to say. I have to say I am very honored to meet you.
Well, I do my best. Let's say I do my best, and I
is.
like to know that people are getting a lot out of my stuff. It's nice to know that it's not just I'm doing what I'm doing because I want to do it, but it's nice to know that people are enjoying it and getting something out of it. So
Yeah.
yeah, thank you for saying that.
Yeah,
Hey,
it is somewhat of
CNMS,
an honor to meet you as well.
hey,
Yeah, thank
CNMS,
you.
CNMS.
Oh yes.
Um, do you have a Discord of your own?
No, I don't. Zimzilla has told me off for not having one. So I'm going to sort that out at some point.
I'm
Especially
saying this
after.
because
I don't know if you can see the note next to my name.
oh,
Oh yeah, that's true. Rick the Squirrel does indeed simp for Scar King. Man, he's
Rick the
simping for.
Squirrel cannot understand an argument. I had
Yeah,
to
he
say the same
can.
thing 3 times. He just couldn't get it. What the hell is
Yeah,
wrong with you?
I mean, I
Yeah.
don't hate Rick the Squirrel, but
I mean, I like his
he
videos.
does make some great videos on some other parts of the kaiju subgenre. But when it's the MonsterVerse, he's a little bit too biased with those movies.
Or you could
Yeah.
say he's a bit too overprotective about what he wants to say about.
Yeah.
I've not seen any of his work. I might have to investigate that at some point after
Hey,
I'm doing my
CNMS.
current project.
Hey, CNMS.
Yes.
I have to say, have you seen the fan art I sent to you about on Twitter? It's something that I was drawing. It's one of my drawings.
Was this the one of I think it was Omnivora as a big muscle man. Was that one of them?
That and Sea Monster and you. Do you have your thoughts to say? You have something to say
I
to me
think
about it?
yes, I do. Is I if it's the one I'm thinking of, I
Yes.
really liked there's a style to it, but I really like the translation of my helmet, Mrs. onto your art style. I think your art style suits it quite nicely. It has a very an esoteric style to it, a very weird style which I quite like.
I mean,
Yeah.
I want to go for something akin to a graffiti aesthetic or something from the manga I'm reading right now called Gachi Akuta, which I really highly recommend you read it. I think you'll like it.
Okay. I might have a look at that if I get time. Honestly, all my free time in a minute is just going through GXK.
I mean, if you want, I can send you some fan art about the human characters from the MonsterVerse, if you will, on Twitter.
I was gonna say that I think I saw some of your drawings, right? Like you drew the guys from GVK, Simmons, and then Ken, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I liked it. Also, I saw your Kong, like that one was good too.
What?
You also drew Kong, right?
Yes.
Yeah, like I like those.
What are your
Yeah.
thoughts on my redesigns on the Skull Island monsters, the kaijus?
Those ones I didn't see. I just saw like Kong with the fur or like the helmets from some of the other kaiju, but I haven't seen those latest ones that you mentioned.
if you want to know, it's basically him wearing the coat of the Working Dog.
Warthog, yes, that one was the last one
Ooh.
I saw, and it was like a week ago or so that I saw it. But
Yes.
but no,
Interestingly,
I really liked it.
Interestingly, one of my points in my script for my GXK video is that I think it was a missed opportunity to have Skarking with his bone whip wrapped around his like shoulder and hip, but also he could have had where Conley's currently hunting the wolf
The Wolf Dogs.
rats.
War
Yeah,
Dogs.
I'm calling them Ralphs.
What?
Where
Why?
he's currently hunting the Ralphs, he could have had like a leather belt wrapped around him as well. Maybe have like the furs or a skin of some of the animals he's hunted to really show like there's been some kind of progression in Colm, not only in just the way he
Question.
hunts and
The
fights,
Animus.
which has its own problems. It would be a nice kind of thing to see, like Colm with all his
Animus.
leathers and furs and
The
stuff
Animus.
with Skarkin. Yes, sorry.
I gotta say, how would you felt if in GXK instead of getting the Beast Glove, Kong gets like a blade of some sorts, like the Iwis basically take him to a chamber and heal his arm, but but under that he basically gets like some kind of mystic sword. How would you feel about that?
Giant shard of crystal made into a sword.
Do you think it will be stupid or awesome?
I think it would be a hell of a lot better than what they did.
Yeah, I
Is
mean, you
imagine if there was like they were fighting as they were fighting, which obviously has its problems, but let's just say they were fighting and then someone smashes into a crystal and it breaks, and then Kong grabs the shard of crystal and then uses it to fight, and then that's what he uses for the rest of the film. And maybe the Godzilla axe explodes when Diddy slams it into Skarking's crystal, so the axe is gone. So Godzilla doesn't have a reason to get pissed off with
His
Kong
name is
anymore.
Suko.
But now Kong has a crystal sword.
His name is Suko. Please stop calling him Diddy. His name is Suko. You say he's your favorite character, so please call him by his name.
I would, but no one actually calls him that in the film, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
So I don't
Yeah.
know where
For
that name
crying out-
comes from.
I mean, his name in Japanese means like something akin to a needed child or something in Japanese. Just like how Shimo in Japanese literally translates to frost or something.
I think it also means in Swahili light, I think. The name Shimo.
Yes.
Frostlight, technically,
Okay.
like it's very low effort naming. Honestly, it's kind of like how Bionicle named Tahu. You know, like one of the Door of Fire is literally fire in like a Polynesian language or something like that. They literally just said, okay, this one's like the Door of Fire, so we call him Fire. The other one's Ice, so we call him Ice.
Oh
Stuff
no,
like
I
that.
actually looked up the name. Shimo in Swahili also means hole or abyss.
Yeah,
Which is
Kasaibo just
sounds-
put that in the chat. Yeah.
that's so interesting. Anyways,
Yeah, back to Legacy of Monsters.
Well, let's see
Oh,
how stupidity.
do we have to?
yes. Hey, I
Unfortunately,
just
yes.
watched it. I watched it. Finished it a couple of days ago. So, so it's like so I kind of figured, hey guys,
I
watched it.
tried watching it yesterday because I was like, oh, I don't remember this being too long. I could probably like smash through the entire series in an evening, like after work sort of thing. I watched the first episode and had to stop because I was just remembering all these details about it. And the actual watching an episode, it's so disjointed because you're not only
Yeah.
having to deal with the modern quote unquote storyline going on with the children and then eventually old man Shaw, but then you're also dealing with the past storyline with the originators of Monarch
Honestly,
and
the best
young
thing is
Shaw,
that show.
and then you've got the third storyline that comes in later with the dad, and it's just all these different storylines all going on at different times. You like it's so many timelines going on, and you're trying to keep
Yeah.
track
And
of them all,
also,
make sense of them all.
it's not all that interesting, to be fair. Like
All
I
that.
like some of the things that they did. For example, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but I like the parallelism between the two brothers, where one is like fuck our dad, and the other one is like no, like give him a chance. And then by the end of the show, it's reversed. Like the other one is like, you know what? Yeah, maybe we should give him a chance. And the other one is not like, no, fuck him. Like he screwed us over. Like I see some semblances of effort, and I see that they tried, but I think that it's not really. It doesn't really reach a point where it's like genuinely interesting at
Yeah.
any point that's unrelated to the monsters. And even the
Unfortunately,
monsters,
The Animus.
Yeah.
it's
The Animus.
Wisdom.
Can I tell you, what are your thoughts on the Titans that were introduced to in the Monarch show?
I honestly don't consider them titans.
You call them kaijus, right?
I suppose kaijus would be the nomenclature for them, I suppose.
Or the Mutos?
Titans doesn't seem. Titans
the
seems to be
Mutos.
like a more grand thing. Or Mutos, yeah. They do actually use the term Muto in episode 1 when they're in Russia. So that's interesting.
Yeah,
But
the first time the word muto has been used in the MonsterVerse since G14, that's for sure.
yeah, but the Russian one was meant to be. What was that? The 70s was the Russian scene. I can't remember.
Actually, that was the 50s, late 50s, 59.
Am
Oh,
I
it was
on?
the 50s.
Ah, I'm on. Yeah. Hi. I'm back.
Yeah.
I had
So-
to take a particularly long piss.
Good to know.
Oh, a content stream.
Well, I'm here. I'm gonna go downstairs. I'm eating something. So
I can tell.
yeah, I know,
Um,
I know you can hear. I'm gonna turn my mic off actually just a little, and I'm gonna let you speak.
Cool. But yes, back to the monsters. The Iron Dragon. I can't remember the name of the Frosty boy. What was his name?
Frostbark.
Frostwalk.
Yes.
Nah.
As much as they're interesting kaiju, I wouldn't have considered them to be titans because titans has this grandeur to it, and these guys didn't seem to have that. Also, they just don't seem to have the same sort of.
Yeah, they're small.
They feel kind of more like
method to them?
cryptids, because they're not even
more like
hiding.
cryptids.
Yeah.
You get the feeling that titans are there for like a specific purpose, whereas these guys
They
are just
feel
sort of
like
like
more like the
sub
Skull Island
creatures.
fauna.
Yeah, and
Oh,
there's
the
even
flora fauna creatures. Yeah, like
Yeah.
that.
yeah, and there's also like this weird insect creature that shows up at the end of episode 8 and then disappears pretty much as soon as May falls down the hole. It like that. It like what like we're
Oh,
wary
yeah.
of that.
Was that meant to be like the adult version of the thing that ate her mum?
I'm
Or
not even
tried to eat her
sure.
mum?
The thing is, like,
I'm back.
that scene. The thing is, that scene was so poorly edited and so poorly shot. Like, I couldn't even begin to tell you if that was even what they were trying to go for with that.
I mean, you could say they wanted to go for something horrifying, but they failed at it.
Hold on, let me pull up the episode actually, because I actually do have it here.
Oh God.
Well, hold on. I can't do screen share, so I'm just gonna try to.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
From what I remember, there's certain parts of the series which are confusing, to say the least, and not necessarily well put together.
Exactly.
I remember still like my first big confusion, which was, so you're telling me that the Iron Dragon is just like flying around and like no one has ever seen it. Like that was my biggest gripe with my biggest first gripe, I should say. Like as soon as I saw that part, I was like, I don't know if I believe it. Like given the world that was established in 2014 and Skull Island, it seemed unreasonable that this thing was flying around just like that.
Unfortunately, Monarch Lom causes a lot of problems.
Oh,
just
yes.
just in terms
Cons
of
and cons or retcons to the comics.
oh yes.
Yep.
Especially
And
portals,
Speaking of
for
the Ion
instance.
Dragon, actually, Love how on Skull Island set up this mysterious creature that destroyed the USS Lawton, and it's the entire reason Monarch exists in the first place. The plot hinges on it, and it turns out it's just this fucking thing. It's just this
Yep.
that.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
I know,
Well, it
It really
right?
makes-
doesn't make any sense.
Makes no sense. If it's they said it was a sea monster, not a flying one.
It makes
that looks
logical
it's-
sense,
it's
but it
worse
doesn't
than
make
that.
narrative sense. So,
It's
like,
worse
yeah.
than that. He showed them a picture of it. He went, look at this picture of the SS Lawton with the massive
Yeah.
scars down the side of it. How could they have taken a picture of it post the attack if the bloody Iron Dragon flew it away?
I
Also, like I
one on
thought
the
it would be
shore,
like a bigger monster.
he just went back to it, I think.
I guess a huge thunderstorm happened at the beach, and then the beach somewhat flooded, and the ship
Hey,
went
I gotta
back
ask.
out to the sea, and then it washed on
can I
the
ask
Philippines. I
something?
guess.
Yeah, he
Can I
has
ask
he had to
something?
say something.
Okay, sorry.
I was asking, was Iron Dragon the reason why he had that ship SS Lord? Was he doing that because he was trying to lay eggs or something? Because it looked like he was doing something with it.
I thought it was
So
That's how you
that
was
that
spitting it.
part is possible, but like also I don't know how the Iron Dragon ate people exactly, because there were people like inside the hallways of the boat, right? Like
You could say
I'm
he was.
wondering how he managed to stick them to the walls and all of that in certain areas of the boat. Like I just don't think that he could have reached in the inner sections of the structure. I don't know.
So Katsubu is asking if the USS Lawton in the photo that was shown in Kong Skull Island was supposed to be fake to cover up what actually happened to it. Which, if that's the case, then it would have been nice. It would have been nice if if something was like established where that was the case. I don't. So I've actually, I've gotten a closer look
That
at
would-
like what that. I've gotten
I
a
could
closer look at
see
what
it,
that.
maybe. Hold on, can I just speak on this? Can I speak on this? Because I think I could see it, but it would be like super funny how that plays out. Because the thing is, okay, it's an entire boat that got destroyed. It got stolen, essentially, by the Iron Dragon. If they wanted to cover it up, they could have just not covered news on it, you know? They could have just not brought it up. Tons of ships go missing. Like, no one brings it up. Just say it was like an accident at sea. They all drowned, right? Except for one, Randa. If that's an entirely new fake ship, that means, by the way, also, because Photoshop did not exist in 1943, 1946. Okay? That's to get a whole new ship, obliterate it, and then make a photo of it and put it on the newspapers.
No,
I mean,
it
to
wouldn't
be
on the
fair,
fair.
to be fair, yeah.
And that's
To be
the
fair, you
only way
can
I can
edit
see that happening.
those outside of Photoshop.
Photoshop did not exist at
No,
that
you
time.
can
It
Then
was
edit
how
the
did they
outside
1940s.
fake
of
the moon
Photoshop.
landing, huh? How did they do that if Photoshop wasn't real back then?
Oh
Have you
my
thought of
fucking
that?
God.
But here's the thing.
Wires. Lots of wires.
Here's the thing: the Lawton disappearing, that wasn't even on the news. It was something that happened
It's
that
the
was
animus.
covered up.
It's the animus.
Yeah.
While you were talking, I sent you something on Twitter, some of my fan arts, if you like to see them, if you want to.
Oh, cool. I'll probably have a look at that after the stream because I imagine we're going to be here a while, and then I need to go have dinner at some point.
So I've actually looked at like the weird beetle creature that showed up at the end of episode 8 and compared it to the little ones that hatch out at the end of episode 1. The thing about the big creature at the end of episode 8, like, not only does it look like one of those like Hercules beetles, pretty much, whereas the episode 1 bugs kind of don't really have that little horn going on, but the episode 8 giant creature also had tentacles going on, which
What?
the little ones don't.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
I
for
don't.
one
Even,
thought that they
that-
were doing Muro Prime with that because it almost looked like the creature almost looked like it had those weird things that Muro Prime had before the name.
Yeah, I mean, like the creature and here's the thing: May falls into the hole before the big beetle shows up out of that hole. So, I mean, I mean, needless to say, the design of that thing is just an absolute clusterfuck. I don't even.
It's basically awesome, bro, but with bugs instead of dinosaurs.
Ah, that.
Yeah.
Is
Does anyone know of Awesome Bros?
Yep, I know what they are. Trying
Huh?
to make dinosaurs real life animals as cool, badass monsters.
I mean, look no further than Monsters Resurrected version of Spinosaurus, and you'll see what I
Oh
mean.
Bro,
boy.
it's not John Hammond.
The Spinosaurus in that show was ridiculously overpowered and
And
no
overly
less,
edgy.
The one,
less animal-like and more monstrous-like.
you know, the Liapleurodon from the one British documentary, right?
Walking with
Walking with
dinosaurs.
dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, walking with dinosaurs. Yep.
It pulls up on a T-Rex and eats the motherfucker.
Well, actually, it's a Eustrocrospondylus.
Oh. Shit, yeah.
I
Well, like,
mean,
they
granted,
portrayed it like it was a
Jurassic
T-Rex,
World.
so.
I mean, granted, the creature, the Eustreptospondylus is like just like a recolor of the Allosaurus, maybe with like a slight tweak to the head, maybe. But that's about. But yeah.
Same with the Australovenator, which is referred as a
Oh,
polar
no.
allosaur.
Anyways, so, let me see. Right, so I mean, we were kind of discussing like the continuity bits. Oh,
Androsomorph.
the biggest continuity goof. Let's just say, um, Apex on Skull
Oh, yeah.
Island. What
Oh
the
my
actual?
God,
What the actual
Oh.
fuck?
How is that even
I
possible?
mean, they could like technically explain that because they did have the skull crawlers. They left it open-ended enough that maybe there is an explanation.
Yeah, but
I'm
here's the
just
thing.
saying, to be
So
fair.
yeah. I mean, it could. I mean, you could say that explains how they got the skull crawl. How Apex has the skull crawl eggs in GVK, and if they worked with Monarch to build the biodome, maybe. But that being said, the whole
Can you
the entire
explain?
Mechagodzilla fiasco would just that would just it would just make you wonder how is Monarch not would not be made aware of that.
I mean, explain the mechanized giant in KOTM end credit scene.
Maybe it was Jaguar or Margira.
No.
The
We're
thing
not
is,
doing.
honestly, like I just don't see. To begin with, like Ground Zero, we have a big problem because I cannot believe that they built that fucking Mechagodzilla. That's just like impossible if they did that after 2014. The
built
only
it.
explanation that they could ever give that makes any sense is aliens, straight up. Like you cannot build something like Mechagodzilla without aliens so fast.
Honestly,
That's
with
yeah.
how
They built-
unrealistic the MonsterVerse has been, I would be down for the aliens if they were the Exilians or the Kilax from the Showa era.
And
Like-
here's the thing:
Actually-
imagine, like, here's the thing: Apex would even be in even hotter water if they were working. Like, let's just say, even if Monarch was like, okay, you guys are working on something like some mechanical Titan, like Mechagodzilla, if you will, just in case there's like another Titan threat. You know, maybe not
About
necessarily
Mechagodzilla,
but what have you.
actually.
Hold on, wait, hold on. I'm not,
Sorry, no.
like the like like Monarch would probably at some point would have been able to find out that they were using Ghidorah skulls to operate Mechagodzilla. Like they would just be like, "I'm sorry, what? Are you guys insane?"
Did they ever straight know about Mechagodzilla's like existence? Because I always assumed that they knew Apex was doing something, but they didn't really know exactly what it was. The way.
Well, here's the thing: if Monarch and Apex were working together just to get just to do a rescue mission for Kate Randa and May and Lee Shaw, or whoever else may be down there, why would Monarch not at some point not be able to find
Hey,
then
yeah,
Monarch would
Monster.
eventually. Sorry.
I was trying to say about Mechagodzilla and thematically, do you think Mechagodzilla in the Monsters represents the themes of rivalry, revenge, extinction, and capitalism, along with dominance?
He sure does, and it was executed poorly.
I mean,
Sorry,
when you talk
between
about
If
man and
he
nature.
does, he's not been done well.
Yeah. Although
Yeah,
Considering
Omnivorse
the
tried
fact
his
that
best,
considering the
I
fact
still
that
not convinced.
Adam Wingard didn't know that Mechagodzilla was going to be in the film.
Okay, about Mechagodzilla, I think, yeah, it definitely like it is about man versus nature. Not
along with
incredibly.
sibling rivalry with the
Yeah.
whole Ren Serizawa and Godzilla, because
Oh,
when
yeah,
using
no, that was done
Apex,
poorly. That was done. Ren and Godzilla, no, yeah.
that's why
All
I
of the
base.
Apex lore in the novel.
That's why if I ever to do a rewrite of GVK, Ren would have a much bigger role in my rewrite.
And if I were
Oh, I
to
had
do
a
a rewrite,
Yeah.
I had an idea
GVK,
for I've got a great idea for a rewrite for GVK, which would then lead into a proper Kong trilogy, like a proper one, not the piece of rubbish that we've got at the minute. But my idea for Mechagodzilla would be Apex working with Monarch to train Kong to fight Godzilla at the behest of the world government, UN or whatever, and they use various body parts. Like they'll have a turret which looks like Godzilla's head that shoots lasers to try and train Kong to
You,
avoid
oh,
Godzilla's
like
breath,
just
and
to
then
turn it, yeah.
a pair of arms on some scaffolding for Kong. And then when Godzilla attacks Apex, Apex go, right, well, if Godzilla's going to attack us, we're going to put all the bits together. And then the UN's like, yeah, do it, sort of thing. It's not a secret thing; it's a well-known thing. But Monarch
Hey,
aren't against it,
CNMS,
as they would be.
can I ask you something?
Sure.
Do you think the first fight between the Godzilla and Kong should have taken place on Skull Island?
Yes.
What?
Mhm.
Straight up, yes.
What did I just hear?
Yeah.
I'm asking this because it would have made some sense as to why Kong left Skull Island. Because not only was the storm destroying, but according to KOTM post-credit scene, the Titans were also coming there trying to do something about it. All the way,
On Skull Island, like they fight on Skull Island.
Yes.
I would.
Oh, I thought
you
you
know
meant
why?
they should. I thought you meant that Godzilla would fight Kong in the movie Kong Skull Island.
Oh,
That is,
no, that would
and I was like, wait a fucking minute.
that would be
Actually, what he's
hilarious.
saying
That's not what I
would,
wanted to do.
Yeah, I get it. My bad.
but
I
what he's saying
misheard.
actually would make a lot of sense, because if we have to believe that Monarch is canon, if they are building some parts of Mechagodzilla in Skull Island, that would make Godzilla go directly to Skull Island, fight Kong, and suddenly you do have to move Kong around because you don't really know why, but Godzilla has just like stopped giving any facts, and now he's going into the island. So like
That would
that
actually
will
make
give you a reason to move him out.
I had an idea for GVK where Ren Serizawa was using orcas to like make Godzilla attack Apex facilities in other areas, which would then encourage the UN to fund Apex to build Mechagodzilla. But
Wait,
what you've just said there, you could have them like moving Kong around with the help of Apex, and then every single time they do, Apex goes, right, now let's just like build the next bit of Mechagodzilla whilst Kong is here. Then when Godzilla shows up, we'll just blame Kong. That would be. I quite like that idea. Like Apex
Yeah.
covering
Yeah.
up their building a Mechagodzilla with Kong.
wait,
And
Yeah,
it
man.
would completely make
like
sense with Monarch. So
the
like
I
Orchid
guess
it
I'll have to
just
say
works.
that in
Yeah,
view of anyone else.
Hey,
Yeah, I mean, it was a
CNMS,
good movie.
can I say something, CNMS?
Yes,
Um,
I mean it's Sea Monster's stream. You should probably ask him, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, go,
I mean,
go
just,
ahead.
I mean, just something I wanted to ask you, but since Apex had Ghidorah's skull, do you think it would have been stupid if they decided to give Kong Ghidorah's powers. That way, that he would stood some chance against Godzilla. Hence, why he would have something like electric powers or something to make it.
I mean, that would be hilarious. Like Kong just suddenly like shooting Ghidorah's gravity beams and whatnot. But then you have to start working into, okay, how do Apex work out how to do that? I mean, it's bad enough that they go, oh yeah, by the way, Ghidorah's telepathic, and then we can use his telepathy to communicate with Mechagodzilla. That on its own is just what the hell. To then say, oh, by the way, we've worked out how to reverse engineer his gravity beams and then genetically implant them in Kong. I was just
I
like,
mean,
no, I'm
What?
out, I'm done.
That
Not
never
just,
happened.
and not
That
just,
literally never fucking happened.
Well,
Not
no,
just-
he's
No, but
saying
that was his
hypothetically.
suggestion.
so
Ha-
It's a
What?
funny idea. It'd be brilliant for like a what if scenario, but I think as an actual
Mm,
plot line, I think that'd be a bit too far.
yeah, they make the gravity beams. Not even Ghidorah. Not even like cloned, severed Ghidorah, like the many. I fucking love the many. Just use severed gravity beams, and yeah,
Wait.
and you strap that on
are
Kong.
you talking about the many from the fan fiction Abraxas?
Yes.
Oh my
Yes.
god, I know that. I read that.
Yes, my goat. How are you doing? Yes.
Yes, I read it, and it's big fiction. I love it.
Yes.
Can
Oh my
you
god,
put
it's
it
so
on
real
the
for this.
Discord when possible so I
Honestly, it
can
would
read
have
it
been
too?
better if Kong had his electrical powers in the show era instead of a dumb axe.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, you could tie the gravity beams to that. Actually, that would work.
Oh, and okay, so cool. So
Yeah.
by the way, here's another like big whoopsie that this show makes in terms of the MonsterVerse world building. Apparently, if you're just a person who could fall through a hollow Earth hole and get teleported to wherever,
Oh,
apparently
yeah.
you'll be just fine. You don't need the heaves.
Actually, it's Axis Mundi.
Well, still.
That doesn't make much sense. Like,
If you go
did you
sideways,
guys,
you
Oh,
go
going
did you guys
sideways.
understand the
My
Access
question
Mundi
is,
thing?
why
Because I
weren't
thought
the
that it
Ewoks
was
in Access
like,
Monday?
I think that it was terribly executed. Like, I didn't really understand the Access Mundi. Like, I don't even know if it's canon because it's literally only in Monarch.
It's only in Monarch Legacy of Monsters. Yeah.
Exactly.
And not even a comic.
No, it
which is-
shouldn't work. The problem with the portals as a whole is that they don't make sense from film to film.
Yeah,
the
that's
point where-
weird.
In GVK, the Apex says, "Look, here is a scan of the planet that we have that shows physical chambers leading down to the planet core, and that's the portals." You're like, "Cool."
Yeah.
In GXK, they actually show the walls of the chambers, which is worrying because then later on they've got, oh, here's two portals that can lead in completely different parts of the planet with no actual physical tunnels between them. Yep. Sorry, why? How? And then you've got Monarch Legacy of Monsters saying, not only do these tunnels twist and turn at extreme angles, but if you pass through the walls of them, you lead into this completely separate realm, essentially. No one seems to have a consensus of how these portals work, which unfortunately is not great for storytelling.
Yeah, and
And,
unfortunately,
like,
I'm here, yeah.
unfortunately,
Sorry for
GVK
leaving, guys. I'm back.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm back.
And unfortunately, like the other films, like the previous films up until Monarch, even GVK pretty much established that you can't just go through these portals like without some kind of protection or what have you.
Hence
And even
why
then, there's a risk.
Nathan's dead brother.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
the thing
No,
about-
that's the thing. No. Hold on. And I'm saying, like, and even then, like, there's a risk. There's always a risk of being killed in there. But
Yeah.
but then you have Monarch, where you just show not only like May, Kate, and Lee Shaw fall into the hole, but then we established that Keiko also survived falling in there since the end of episode 1. When we meet up with her at the end of episode 9. So
It turns out this place is one giant hyperbolic time chamber for her.
And not only that, but the whole relativity thing with this Axis Mundi just should not even fucking happen because like the whole like the fact that they just say like any hour or however long we're down here, it's like a year or what have you. So
It
Keiko being
really is
trapped
like
in there.
The
a really
MonsterVerse
timetable.
lore. I'm gonna be fully candid about this. I don't think we should use this to criticize Legacy of Monsters. MonsterVerse lore has always been inconsistent. Okay,
I
this is
think
Exactly.
not
he's
a
right on
new
that.
thing.
Yeah, to be fair, it's consistently inconsistent, and
Yeah,
Yep.
pretty
if
much
you try to
basically.
follow the rules, it
They always
literally makes
fail.
no sense.
That's
Follow
why I
exactly.
read the novels because they are actually trying to somewhat fit in, despite the movies being really stupid at doing that.
And even then,
I
the
don't
GXT
think
novel kinda retcons Godzilla as a species.
it never did that.
Yeah,
It literally never did that. But okay.
I was going to say that the GBK novel, I think, like already like gives you some lore about like the Iwi, but it doesn't really do much more than
The
the
novels
movies.
aren't all that. Actually, they'll try to
Yeah,
clarify, some plot holes, some story beats sometimes, but
exactly.
nothing more.
Sometimes,
Don't
Keiko
get me
had a
like
started on
swarm
for
the
of bugs.
Iwi.
example, the two Ghidorah heads. No one explains that ever, anywhere. Not the novels, not anything.
Have you
So
seen
Keiko,
I can't remember the name of the YouTube channel. They do a lot of like kaiju related stuff. They
Br-
did one on Ghidra's regeneration.
Oh, are you talking about Goji Center?
That's it. I saw
Uh,
them. I started watching their video
I
because
want
I was
to
like,
kill
"Oh, this could be
myself.
an interesting one." I saw as they started off all right, saying, "Oh, his cells can do this and that." And I was just, "Oh, that's interesting." And then they go, "So where did the second head come from?" I'm like, "Oh, do they know something I don't?" And they go, "There was just a second head." Anyway, on to the next bit. You're like, "What? No, come on."
get back here!
Hey,
It's like the whole thing. How
guys.
did the Secretary General survive getting blown
Huh?
up in an airplane? But without being teleported to the mothership. Look over there.
Sorry, I
Hey
was
guys.
commenting. What
somehow
the fuck is
Palpatine
happening?
returned.
Hey, guys. Have you seen
Oh.
their latest video on what if -1 evolved like regular Godzilla, in which he basically
No.
became pink too?
Oh yeah, I saw it. It's kind of cursed.
Yeah.
I've only seen the stills, but it looks so wrong.
So Katsubu says Keiko had a swarm of bugs with her. That's how she survived the gravitisms. Okay, then how did she survive the swarm of bugs on her?
I don't
That's
know.
We don't
Neo,
see
an
it
obvious
exactly.
joke is obvious joke.
No,
Can I just
it-
say
no.
that whole scene is absolutely stupid? Just when she's been, oh God, I'm trying to control myself. Sure, ties his rope to the railing and then climbs down. She doesn't for some reason, and then entirely relies on her husband to hold her up. When he lets go, in the first instance of the clip, you see the rope fly down with her. But then when the camera cuts back to Shaw, and I can't actually remember his name, that's bad. The rope's hanging on the railing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's like one of the worst continuity errors I've ever seen because it's literally like 3 cuts. It's like cut 1, the rope's gone. Cut 2, cuts down to the bottom of the hole. Cut 3, the rope's back.
Yeah, so basically what you would say is like if the rope was there or not there kind of determines like whether or not the scene would play out any differently.
Yeah, because if the rope was actually attached to the railing,
Oh,
which
he
of
wasn't
course it
joking.
bloody would have been,
Oh.
then they could have let go of the rope. She would have been hanging on, and then I don't know. They could have shot the bugs, or maybe the bugs would have. They could have done some. It would have to have been played out very, very differently if they had actually done it with some kind of sense. But instead, they have him drop the rope, and that's how it's done,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which makes them look like complete idiots.
Yeah. Um so yeah, that's yeah, and yeah, like like I pretty much had assumed that Keiko died from then on, and the rest that we see of her is just kind of flashbacks, like because I would be like, those bugs look like they were easily just swarming her. Like by that point, like when you got that many bugs on you, and they probably are going to be feeding on you. you're done. So
That's actually a good question. Were they actually feeding on her? Because there were a lot of them on like
I
waist
mean,
down.
with
She
the
was
way how they
bugs.
look like, you think they would be like something akin to a carnivore, where they would just devour her as a whole.
Yeah,
well,
but
Yeah.
why would
Yeah,
they
well,
also
she's
attack
that's
absolutely
her?
fine.
Noob
Why
to
would they?
well,
get
it's a
drugs comment.
I guess it's because
Uh,
I guess at the same time the
pull up the
Hellhawks
one at the
were
top.
eating the
I'll do it.
endosperm larvas.
that's the problem with the MonsterVerse monsters as a whole. Like they supposedly feed on radiation, but they have teeth. You know, like Godzilla absorbs radiation,
I
but
don't
he
mind that
looks like a
Me,
dinosaur.
because you can get the idea
there is
of
radiation
carnivores eat
in the flesh of the radiation-eating creatures. I
carnivores
don't
Especially,
know
eat
what.
herbivores because herbivores eat the plants which have the nutrients in the
Yeah,
plants.
which
Carnivores can't eat the
apparently
plants, but they
also
eat the
have
herbivores.
radiation. I mean, they eat like superflora, I think, or something.
just to
Yeah,
Yeah,
make
so
yeah,
the
you're right.
creatures that eat eat radiation are then eaten by other titans, which then brings up a bit of a problem for Kong
He
because
eats
what's he been
monsters with the
eating?
radiation in them. This is
I mean,
not
he is
particularly
What's he
difficult to
been
basically a
eating on
understand.
Skull Island for like 30 years?
I mean,
I think
considering
this is
how
like
much.
one of the few sensible aspect.
First, mate, can I say something?
Okay, please, yeah, I'm sorry.
As I was saying, I feel like the reason why Kong is eating and how he was managed to say so neutral is because, because he bears such a internal hatred towards the skull crawlers, he would just devour them because he hates them.
I mean, you could maybe put it like that.
I mean,
Except
he's
that thing.
right. You know, like Kong is not shown as someone that will, like, for example, kill the baby cows. You know, like when there's a helicopter on top of one, he saves it. But so we have to assume that he's eating something else. It's either the predators, he's eating predators like the octopus, or he has to be eating the skull crawlers. Like
Yeah.
either way, he's eating something that's trying to harm him back. He's not really going for the cows or stuff like that. I'm
I
guessing.
mean, when you have the creatures who literally killed your family right in front of you, i.e., his mom and his dad, of course he would just kill them and eat them alive.
Now, for that, I do have to be honest, that implies that he would remember that, and that's like expecting a baby to keep his memories until he's like 15. Like that's still kind of
He
hard.
does.
But
He does
but
remember. I'm
what
pretty
we
sure he
will,
does.
yeah.
It's his entire motivation, actually. In Birth of Kong and whatnot. There's. I think it would be interesting if he wanted to like eat the skull crawlers out of revenge. I don't think that's what the story's implying, but it could be interesting.
This is
It's one of
Maybe
just
if
those
it's getting to
things
like
of
that kind of, it could be like a
it's one
kind
of
of
those because
stand-in. Yeah.
Kaisabu in the chat just put Kong's eating habits. I'm guessing that's a criticism of the fact that we're going wildly off topic here, but it is
Yeah.
quite systemic of what's happening with the MonsterVerse at the minute. The earlier stuff had like they had like I can't even think of the
They had
word.
a vibe.
Basically, giant monsters feeding off radiation. That's you don't really need to explore that any more than that. They just sit next to a radiation source and absorb it. There you go, done. You don't need to
And
start
yet
thinking into it.
they're
Once you
treated
start
as
having a Kong that eats meat, and then that Kong gets to the size of a Titan, you then have to start bringing up the question of what the hell is he eating on the surface of the Earth to keep him going. Once it gets into the Hollow Earth and there's all these other giant monsters around, that's different. But yeah, it starts bringing up questions. And GVK and GXK are a lot like that in terms of they introduce stuff and do not think about what their impact might be or how they might affect things. Like fucking Psychic Iwi.
Oh God.
we should have had a
or
Mickey
a
use
That is.
mega-sized giant who can literally eat Godzilla for breakfast.
Oh God, no! Oh
I'm
Jesus!
used to
the noodles.
implications. I'm used to uncomfortable and strange implications in the Godzilla franchise. I feel like the Heisei era, and especially the Heisei era's guidebooks, are particularly noteworthy in that regards. They're bad. Wow.
And the Heisei Godzilla era
Final
beats
Wars too,
MonsterVerse
also,
in the ass.
especially Final Wars.
Mhm.
But yeah, this is still a problem with the MonsterVerse. It's just like, I guess I'm just used to this, so I don't see it being a particularly.
This is why I was so disappointed with Monarch Lom. Just to bring it all the way back.
Yeah.
Was it episode 5 where they go back to the mum's house and in America, and they explore basically what they're doing with San Francisco. That
Yeah.
episode I thought was great. I really liked the implications of the episode, like the examining what people do after Titan's attack. That's really something I'd be interested to see.
Animus.
It's one of the big complaints
Hey,
about the MCU.
The Animus.
Yeah.
Mhm.
How would you have felt if Ford Brody made a cameo in that episode?
Ford is
But
never going to
quite
return.
forced.
As Aaron Taylor Johnson does not like franchises like Godzilla.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
No, I'm just saying what if, what if he
What if?
appears
I mean,
like-
what is there
Well,
to?
what if he turned up? That the fact that his home is actually in San Francisco, so potentially he might still be around. Or maybe he would be an
Yeah.
advocate of some kind. Maybe he'd like helping out because again, soldier, so he might be helping out because he has to. But he might also be there for other reasons, like political reasons. He might be campaigning against Monarch. That'd be an
Maybe.
interesting plot line.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
but-
it would have been nice, but then again, but granted, well, like that. But granted, if you were to ask me, would you
You
have
could do
Ford
something
Brody?
with them,
Hold on a sec. Here's the thing. Like,
okay.
it would have been nice if we saw Ford Brody in this, but then again, I would have to ask myself the quick. If someone would it's very likely that someone would have to ask me, would you pretty much take Ford Brody making an appearance in this, kind of lackluster, underwhelming show that only has like one episode 5 actually being pretty good, and he shows up in that show just so that he does. But in order to have that, you have to sacrifice him being in Nosferatu. I pretty much wouldn't make that trade because he's great in Nosferatu. Like his talents were much better needed elsewhere than in this show.
Yeah,
In
well,
that case, yeah.
amazing in Bullet Train.
as if it's,
You know,
but you can make 2 projects at
I
once.
think if
So
there's one way
Yeah,
for
but
the
but there's only so much you can. Yeah, but even then, like
Fair.
you could have. Yeah, I mean, you could. Yeah, you can, but there's only so much you could fit into your schedule, really.
fair, yeah, but like
Also,
still.
he
In
wouldn't
any
have
case, I
added
want to say
anything,
this
to be fair.
about Ford in the hold on, just let me just finish this about Ford in Emlon. He doesn't like. I could see you could maybe do something interesting with it, but Ford as he is just kind of. He's not particularly interesting. He's kind of boring. Like that was his whole thing. He was boring.
Yep.
There's not much that would. I wouldn't really care all that much if like, whoa, the guy from Godzilla 2014 is back. The one that was played by Aaron Taylor Johnson.
In
Let's be real
universe,
here.
he would be a huge deal. In
In
universe,
universe,
he
yeah,
was the
but
one
like,
who sorted the bomb out and like saved San Francisco from being blown to smithereens. He would be a massive deal, so he would have a lot of weight. As a boring character, that would probably make it more interesting to see.
yeah, they could.
I wonder what would Ford's reactions to be when there's more monsters like Godzilla, like Kong, Mothra, Rodan, King Ghidorah, Scar King, and Shimo. What would his reaction be like to see more of them out there?
Okay,
He would be
new.
horrified.
Yeah, well, he does know. They were pretty general with it. I
Pretty
feel like
sure
they were
he's
kind of
not on the
upfront with him in
news somewhere.
2014. At least they insinuated that there were other monsters, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they told him. I think
Yeah,
maybe
well-
we're hyperfixating on a character that's just, like it's never gonna happen.
Anyways, new Javon comment. Because you guys ignored me when I almost did the last one. 'Cause I personally wouldn't. Aaron Taron, I assume that's a misspelling. Taylor
Aaron
Johnson.
Taylor Johnson.
Yeah, Aaron. Hey, he personally wouldn't. He served his purpose in the movie 2014. He doesn't need to come back. I agree with this. MonsterVerse isn't a superhero franchise where humans are at the forefront. Sorry, that was my error. I don't agree with that. I think I don't know about that. I mean, it's Godzilla, right?
Focused. It's the monster focus, and you can have the human characters in.
Yeah,
What
you can have both.
human characters in, or continuous new human characters? It entirely depends on how you use them and what you do with them. It doesn't
I
necessarily.
mean,
It's
how would you guys felt if the MonsterVerse had like an actual legit main protagonist, human protagonist in the universe?
Yeah,
I
it's
was
a
just
shame.
about to say we do have a protagonist. He's called Godzilla, but yeah, human protagonist. That would be if they had.
Well, I don't know
that's the-
about.
one
We
of
don't
the
really
biggest.
have.
Like,
I would never. There's not a movie where I'd call Godzilla a protagonist. Actually,
Well, the
But
Heisei
from the
era.
he's never a
universe,
I would say
protagonist.
the Heisei era is the closest thing where Godzilla is somewhat of a protagonist, front
He's
center.
a primary character there. Sometimes he's still
even the MonsterVerse as a whole, you
he's
could
still
say that
mostly
it's
like a side
Kong.
character or a villain. So
It's Kong more than Godzilla, to be fair, like in the MonsterVerse currently.
And this is what makes me hate the MonsterVerse
Currently,
world because
yeah.
they're now focusing on
okay, I'm
Kong.
there's a
okay,
there.
I'm
That's
gonna read
why
the
a lot
other
of people are getting
comments.
complaints.
Two of these are responses to me, so I feel like I'm kind of justified in this. So
I mean, make respect. Can you see if you can respond to them? Like,
okay, yeah.
like with a
Also,
little brevity. 'Cause we wanna move-
boring is a subjective criticism, not an objective one. Learn how to judge character writing instead of going solely by feelings. Some people are grossly unqualified to judge character writing, and it shows. Okay,
Yeah,
sure, buddy.
because
Let's
moustaches are clearly the height of character design and like the character progression, aren't they, Sea Monster?
Hmm?
Moustaches. Clearly, I mean, obviously, you can't find someone scary if they got a moustache.
Oh, right.
Okay. I'm gonna judge this. I'm gonna respond to this. Okay, sure. Being boring is subjective. The problem with Ford, though, is that, like, first off, even if we're not gonna go, oh, he's objectively boring. Like, there really isn't just that. There's just not that much to his character. Okay, there's not much to find him.
Yes, there is.
Objectively interesting to discuss. Like, there's not much
Yes,
to
there
discuss.
is. Yes,
All
there
right,
is.
bring it up.
Well, actually, there kind of is. Hear me out, guys. You know how it's. I think there is some great way to return the Brody family, and that is to adapt one of the first Rebirth of Mothra.
We're not
movie.
talking about hypotheticals, just so we're clear.
Okay, well, I would like to talk about that later, but go ahead.
We'll talk about it later. Don't worry about it.
In the scene,
interesting
when the
is
bomb
also
turns up on the
subjective.
train. In the scene, when the bomb turns up on the train, it was originally a scene I thought could be cut from the film because, who really cares about what the hell Aaron Taylor Johnson's character is? Just cut to him on the train, that would be done. But we missed an interesting part where he goes up to the guy who's organizing the bomb train and he says,
Yeah.
I should be on the bomb train. I'm a bomb expert. And the guy says, no, we don't need one. We're fine. Then he says, oh, that's a blah-de-blah, blah-de-blah bomb with a so-and-so, so-and-so. And yes, we know. We're not impressed by your knowledge. He says, oh, well, are there any of your guys like expertise? Have they done this sort of thing before? He's like, no, but they've been trained on it. We don't need your experience. And then after all of that, he realizes he's not getting anyone. He says, my family's in the city, and that's how he gets on the train. And it's just a fascinating way of watching him trying to like big balls his way onto a train and being big balls right back, only to then play the sympathy card and get on there. It really massively humanizes like everybody in that scene because it's just like it's not like for instance Shin Godzilla, and it's just everyone's a mechanical like cardboard cutout of a human being. We've got this scene where it humanizes everybody, and they're not recurring characters either. A lot of the characters in that scene don't appear again, so it's great to see such well done writing in a scene that could be almost missed.
Can I say
Okay,
something?
I'm gonna bring up some responses and to the other one in the comments. Interesting is also subjective. There's also cope and seats, but like, who cares really? Uh, I don't think
Can I say
I
something?
don't think he's getting at what I'm trying to say. Like, sure, yeah, what you find interesting is subjective, but however, there is only so much you can do with the character of Ford Brody from Godzilla 2014. There's only so much you can do with a character like that. There's only so much you can talk about before you have to like kind of revitalize the character.
Well, it's more like there's so much they did. They can do a lot of stuff, but it's like how they did it, what they did, and how they executed on it. And I think that there's some wasted stuff that they could have done, like going more in depth with what Cianimus just said, and
Can
like
I say
spread it
something
throughout the
about
movie.
Ford? Can I say something?
Yeah,
Yeah,
go
yeah,
ahead.
I was over. Yeah.
Okay, so basically, there's something about the animist. Basically, it's what Omni also has said. He's like the anti-Sam Wiki, whereas Sam Wiki, he's special. He's got the items that the all of us in Decepticons want. He has all the answers. The universe seems to be revolving around him. On the other hand, Ford is not special. He's not a chosen one.
Mhm.
Has nothing the bad guys want, and he's one heroic person. Yes.
Yeah, he's
Can
your average. He's almost your average bloke. Like he is the average man
Yeah,
experiencing a giant monster attack, and
I'm not gonna
that's
tell you this,
what
but a
I find
lot of
interesting about
Still,
it.
I think there
But
should have
it's
been so
also
much.
there's also a lot of other stuff going on, i.e., the comparison between him and his dad. His dad saw his dad experienced his wife dying and became fixated on it. It then damaged his life to the point where he alienated himself from his family. Ford, his mum died, the same character, but Ford moved on. He became he accepted the fact that his mum died and this event happened, and then he moved on with his life, got a
yeah,
family
he has
going.
that arc.
He has
He
lived a
has
whole
that arc, and
life,
then
and
the
then
arc
those
is
two
completed.
characters
So
Well, he
combat against
refuses
each
to
other.
think about it though. Like when you see the scene where he's like talking with his dad about him going out there, is the only time where he really, really, really modes. And Taylor Johnson does a great job at showing that he's trying to hold the tears. Like he kind of
Yeah,
wants to
he's
cry.
that's what I mean.
Yeah,
He's experienced the exact same thing as his dad has, but his dad has become all encompassed by it, whereas Ford Brody has like just pushed it aside and moved on. It's clearly
exactly.
still there. It's clearly still affecting him, but he's not letting it get to him. And his dad, hyper focusing on it, is then almost bringing that back out, and he's resisting it. This is good writing, and the fact that
Yeah,
everyone,
it is.
flipping
Exactly.
Ford Brody is boring. Is like, did you watch the film?
okay, I get that. However, I want to bring this up. Okay, we're not talking about grading his character. We're talking about him hypothetically appearing in Monarch Legacy of Monsters.
Which I said could be interesting if well done.
Yeah,
But unfortunately, the rest of
you
the show is
have
not well done, so I don't think it would be.
you have this. I want to bring this up because I know people are going to say this. Sure, you can have this arc about him unironically, moving past his mother's death and whatnot, and you can do certain. You have like a couple things with his character, at most.
Wouldn't that be an interesting thing? Sorry, I'm just to interrupt. Wouldn't that be an interesting thing of this guy who's just trying to push past the things that happened in his past to move on with his life and to live a life with his family and his wife and child who narrowly escaped being killed in
I
a
was going to bring this
monster
up.
attack on San Francisco, and then just the press just keep having a go at him like, oh, can you tell us about this? Can you tell us about that? And he's like, no, fuck off. I'm trying to live my life.
And not only
Pretty much
that, like
exactly.
now he will
His
have this
conflict is
foil of the
resolved.
two brothers that have their problems with their own father. Like that could be like a really interesting dynamic. Like, okay, I
Yeah,
went
and
through
they could
problems with
meet
my
up and
dad.
discuss the effects
Exactly.
that these monsters
Yeah.
have had on their lives, and that's interesting and would have been great
Yeah.
to see.
I just noticed
I
how
don't tru-
good that could
I
have
don't
been.
trust. I don't trust the people who wrote Monarch to have done that.
Okay, sorry, I had to do something real quick. So have we kind of gotten back on topic here?
Yeah, actually, we came full circle. We realized that Ford has a lot of themes with his family that would have been interesting if he had been, in that episode of the series, because he has a lot of problems with his father, and these two brothers will have arrived. They will have this interaction, and you could have had some interesting themes and dynamics between them, and learning from one another how their family issues basically relate to these monsters. But
Yeah.
yeah, that's basically it. Yeah.
So basically, Ford Brody is Kate Randa in this show is basically what Ford Brody could have turned out to be, but thankfully didn't turn out to be. That's
Yeah.
Exactly.
Can I make one hypothesis thing
Okay.
before we move on?
Yeah.
I think I know there is one good way to return the Brodies in some form of way, and let me tell you how. If they loosely adapt the first Rebirth of Mothra movie,
Yeah, this is the one.
like
Yeah,
Sam
go on.
Brody is now a young adult, and he has PTSD from the Golden Gate Bridge in Godzilla 2014, and then he comes across Mothra and her son Leo, Mothra Leo.
Okay.
And then he learns that not all monsters are bad as soon as he encounters Mothra Leo.
But I would ask then,
So,
is it important that he's Ford Brody's son? Like, couldn't you just do that with any traumatized person?
Well, it would be. Well, Ford Brody can have a limited role this time, but the main character would be Sam Brody.
Question: is Bafra the main antagonist of this movie you're speaking of?
What main antagonist? Oh, Desghidorah?
No, I mean Bafra. Is he like an antagonist in your hypothetical movie?
I don't know. I'm thinking either Batra, Desghidorah, Typhon, or Camazotz.
mm,
But mainly Camazotz would work okay-ish,
I think.
since he's not a world-ending threat, but still a formidable opponent for
Yeah,
Mothra and Leo.
he's like on the. He's on that level. He's in. Is my mic working?
It's going good.
Okay. Yeah, he's on that level if I recall correctly. Like he's. I think there was something that they brought up. Apparently, he's one of the big elemental alpha monsters, if I recall correctly. Uh, but yeah, he's up there, and if I recall correctly, he's stronger than at least the King of the Monsters, Mothra. He should be.
Yeah. But
So
since the Mothra in this movie is the
the
sister
GX
of the KOT of Mothra, thanks to the GX Curry Mothra, this Mothra will be different because
probably, if it's the
she
GXK
will
Mothra, yeah, she's probably stronger. So
she will be
definitely stronger.
she will instead be able to reproduce another Mothra herself, but instead it's a male. And of course that comes in the form of Mothra
Okay.
Leo. And so
Well, if you're gonna make if you're
I'm
gonna
gonna make
make
what?
Mothra particularly stronger than Camazotz, he's not gonna be that good of or that interesting of a villain. So I'd
Well,
recommend going with either Batra or Desghidorah. Um,
Well, you can give
We're going
Camazotz an
on.
upgrade. If they
I
were
think
able to upgrade Godzilla and GXK, they could have done the same thing with Camazotz.
this
Anyways,
tangent
Yeah,
is
let's move
like,
on now.
let's get on.
I'd recommend, yeah, Legacy of Monsters.
yeah. So I guess I kind of want to get into sort of the characters, pretty much.
Uh,
You know. well, I mean, we kind of like teed up a little bit by saying like Kate Randa is what
Kate.
Ford Brody could have turned out to be, but in terms of execution, pretty much.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but yeah,
Not
it's
great.
well. So yeah, I mean, let's just say the show, like as she started out, like I get what the show was trying to do with her, where like the fact that she had like she just found out about what's going on with her dad, pretty much having like a secret life beyond like you know
Mm.
you know her life essentially, but she could have been way more like like when she like starts first meets like
Tolerable.
Kentaro and the and his mother. Considering that they were like, "Oh, who are?" Is like, "Whoa, who are you?" And she should, because she's the one that went in. She should not have been that like sort of like, "Yo, who are you? Like, why do you have pictures? Why is my dad in your pictures?" As opposed to just being like, "Hey, whoa, look, hold on, I didn't realize anyone was home. Look, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Like, the show wants us to think that what that's the case, but unfortunately, the way it's
It's
handled
not.
here, yeah, she starts out as kind of a jerk.
Yep.
And
She's a
and
massive
unfortunately,
alien.
and unfortunately, it just doesn't get that much better as the show progresses. If I'm being honest.
Like she
Do
does
any
No,
of the
she's quite.
characters in Legacy of Monster develop?
but
Do they and
it
ever progress?
it feels a
Because like
little
I
bit.
haven't. I'm gonna be real with you. I haven't seen the entire series, so like that's why I'm.
Just wanted to state a fact though that doesn't matter if Kate Randa or Ford Brody are better than each other because Koichi Shigeshima from -1 is better than both of them. Hee hee.
You're
So what I was gonna say is that I think that her attitude does change, but
you're
like
comparing walnuts with elephants. Like,
Okay, well, Lou is speaking.
Lau, you
oh,
can
sorry,
now.
my bad, my bad.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Don't worry. So what I was gonna say is that I think that she does have an attitude change, like halfway through the series,
Oh, that's great. Yeah,
when it
thanks.
does have that parallelism with her brother, where they
Mm.
basically swap places. But I do feel like it's not that well justified, and I do
Yeah.
want to say that personally, I do think that her shitty attitude at first is, something that, to me at least, is believable, that someone is not really going to take well, or be like necessarily like a very positive or attentive person after going through, like, you have to go and pick up your dead parents stuff, also with all the baggage that she has with that relationship. So I do understand it, and I do see that they tried to make her change, but I don't think that they succeeded with how they did it.
Yeah,
But I
and to
don't
answer. Sorry if I interrupted you, but to answer Katsubu's point about how you can have a main protagonist who's a jerk, it's like true. It's like that
The
is fair,
story has to
but
recognize it.
you also have to put in the work to endear the audience to that character. Whether
it's
they're a jerk or not. That's why he noted Indiana Jones as an example. Like there was work put into making us care about him, to even find him likable throughout it, and pretty much, because he's like a very efficient, he's pretty much very efficient. He knows his stuff. James Bond, there's a, like he has like the person that he has like a lot of charisma to him. Kate Randa doesn't really is just kind of is kind of a jerk, and she kind of is less of a jerk as the show progresses. But unfortunately, like the show just doesn't do much to really to kind of get us endeared to her. Really, it doesn't put
also
in a whole lot of work. And unfortunately, May kind of
Mm.
suffers a similar issue. Kentaro, not as much. In fact, by the way, let me just say, episode 4, which is where they're all like stranded in the frozen tundra and dealing with the frostbark, and and May died in Alaska, dying from and May dying from frostbite. That whole episode, like there's like so much convenience and plot armor going on with that throughout that episode, that is just where everybody in that group should have died. Like, and it's so like they're fucked. Like
I mean, I'm sorry. Ken finds like pencil shavings like in the snow that have been
Yeah.
laying there for seems to be like a year. Like, are you shitting me?
And like
Oh,
not only that,
Sea Monster. I'd also argue that Lightning McQueen from Cars and Cusco from the Emperor's New Groove are much better jerk characters than Kate and May ever wish they could be. Also,
Yeah, and
The
that's because
thing
they go through
about
art.
jerk characters, the thing about unlikable characters is the story has to recognize it.
yep.
Yes, exactly.
Indiana Jones and James Bond are recognized by the story to like the story just flat out brings it up. They're unlikable. Monarch, Legacy, and Monsters, at no point do they ever do that. They always try to. So when the characters are always portrayed as jerks or as unlikable,
But here's
but
the
it's
thing:
never acknowledged.
even Indiana Jones and James Bond, like they even when the movies do recognize that they're jerks, like there is still the thing of like, yeah, but there's also they also have like a positive traits that kind of balances things out. Where like, okay, I can see, okay, yeah, I can root for this guy pretty much.
Look,
Or
look,
how
I'm gonna
about
bring up some Javon comments more. MonsterVerse will never match -1. It'll never reach that level of quality, and this is coming from someone who loves the MonsterVerse. The best it can strive for is being entertainment movies.
Honestly, this is
Can
gonna
I
be.
say something?
Oh
Can
yeah,
I say
okay,
something?
go ahead.
While we're on topic of jerk main character, do you guys know of the character Guts from Berserk?
I kind
Yep.
of
Do
do.
not do
not
this.
really.
I do from
Yeah.
the memes.
Yeah, just memes.
Basically,
Guts is not he's not unlikable. Like at most in like the Black Swordsman arc, he comes off as unlikable, but like the story is profoundly good at making you empathize with him.
yeah, exactly. That's basically like a persona. Like he's hiding the fact that he's a jerk, but on the inside, he's a deeply scarred individual from the past trauma.
Yeah, which is completely unrelated to what we're talking about. Like
Yeah, my
the
mistake.
point is that he is a good person.
Yeah.
At least we can
I
bring
think the
up
point
something.
trying to be made is that Guts is a bit of a git to a lot of people around him, but it's mainly due so he
Yeah.
can put people off of being around him so that they're not put in danger, which is an admirable trait, if I can get the words out. With Indiana Jones and James Bond, they're gits, but they're
Yeah.
usually A, skilled, and B, trying to do something good, which people will admire about them. What's the Netflix show with the James Bond-esque like cartoon character? I can't remember his name.
I don't
Um,
really know.
oh
I
God, what's it
don't know if
called?
it's Netflix. I think you might. Are you thinking of Archer? Because that's FX.
Archer.
Not
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm gonna
I've
say
put
about
it
the
on
idea that the
Netflix. I think it's
MonsterVerse
on.
can. Sorry.
The Archer is an extreme version of that in terms of he is an asshole. He is useless in almost every single way, except for one specific way, which always earns him a lot of like credit with a lot of people. So that's
What about
kind of
BoJack Horseman?
those are example. Sorry.
What about BoJack Horseman?
Never seen it, unfortunately.
BoJack
Oh,
I
Horseman.
can't tell you.
Yeah, I need to watch BoJack
It
Horseman.
is very deep. I think
guys,
you wouldn't be able to execute that well on such a short show like Monarch.
But yeah, what I'm trying to point out is that all these bad characters with terrible traits and whatnot all have something admirable about them, which endears the audience to them. With
Yes.
Kate Randa,
It's
she's an
lacking.
asshole, but what's the admirable trait?
and the fact that she cheated on her girlfriend in the
And she
past.
cheated on her girlfriend, which was a
Yeah.
really bad way of the show trying to mirror what her dad did with the two wives, which this show keeps trying to like, but hey, look, here's some mirror images, and here's some reflection, here's some duplication, blah blah blah. It's like none of this means anything really, and a
Yep.
lot of even the whole future past thing doesn't really match up. There's the show's trying to force things that don't really work.
Guys, can I say something
Okay.
kind of
No.
off topic? Um, I think, well, as you all know, I really do not like the MonsterVerse, and I think one of my main problems with the universe is the fact they don't hire popular and well-known directors. Instead, they hire indie ones, and ones who don't know how to write a story or don't know how to write characters. The MonsterVerse would have been way better if they had hired actual competent directors like Steven Spielberg, Guillermo del
They
Toro,
are too
Peter
expensive.
I
Jackson,
wouldn't.
Okay.
Tim
I
Burton,
wouldn't call indie directors incompetent, but yeah, you're
uh,
right.
You're talking
Guillermo
I
del
about
mean,
Toro,
not director.
Christopher Nolan, James, and probably even James
Yeah.
Gunn. It would have
Or
made the
Michael
movies
Bay.
entertaining for both fans and audiences with well-written characters and stories while also giving us amazing monster action. But because they hired
King of the
people like,
Monsters, you mean? Yeah, sure.
well, no, King of the
It's also
Monsters
a
would have been
writing
better if Matt Reeves directed that movie instead.
How would you guys have felt if Zack Snyder directed Godzilla versus
I
Kong?
was
Oh
no.
heck no!
I was gonna say
Oh
Or
I
how
don't
God,
want a
can you
about
Michael
imagine?
Bay
Oh,
MonsterVerse,
I
and
tell
I
you what
don't
would
want
be
a
funny.
Zack Snyder MonsterVerse.
or Michael Bay directing GXK?
I literally, yeah.
Jesus
The thing
Can
is
you
Christ.
that you
imagine
have
if
a great
Michael
director,
Bay made
but
Godzilla 2014? Specifically
Well,
2014?
I still wouldn't like G14, but at least it would be much more entertaining than it already was, because that movie is boring.
so the thing is, for
That
Pacific,
is,
you do have a great director that a lot of people know has won
yeah,
Oscars.
Guillermo
The
del
movie,
Toro could definitely.
like the movie is great, but it flopped. You know, like people, you would need like a great director, like you said, Steven Spielberg. And at that point, like he's not even directing anymore; he's producing movies. And if you think that he's producing good movies only, watch
Mm,
Transformer. He's producing those, and those are shit. To be fair.
well, I mean, Steven Spielberg isn't even
Indiana
involved in
Jones
Transformers
and the
anymore.
Crystal Skull.
Well,
Yeah,
Steven
he's
Spielberg is a
producing.
huge Godzilla fan, so he
Uh,
would have done Godzilla much justice in the MonsterVerse better than Edwards,
eh.
Dougherty, and even
You
Wingard.
don't, but that's the thing. You don't know that
Doherty and Wingard are both Godzilla fans, and look where that got them. So, like,
Yeah,
no.
exactly.
but
And
Steven
Gareth
Spielberg
Edwards.
knows how to write a story and knows how to write characters. Dougherty and Wingard
Indiana
don't.
Jones and the Crystal Skull.
But first of all, they're not the only writers. All right, you got to take writing into consideration.
Yeah, you're
Because,
talking about directing, and directors don't always write the movies. Like they
yeah,
might do some
they
adjustment,
make the
but you're
creative
talking about
vision, which is
writers.
bad.
So
Which, to be
true.
fair, is a
Now, granted, I
yeah. I
do
would
have
prefer.
hope. I wait. I do have
Uh-huh.
hope that Jurassic World Rebirth might be the best Jurassic Park movie since The Lost World, with Edwards being a huge Spielberg fan. I but if the leaks about there being another goddamn hybrid dinosaur in that movie, I think I might click out.
You know they're all hybrids, right?
At this point,
Yeah,
I
Every
love it.
dinosaur in Jurassic Park is a
Yeah,
hybrid.
but the Indominus Rex, the Indoraptor, and the Scorpius
I'm gonna
Rex
be
are
honest,
just
guys.
dumb overall. Oh, hi, Blackaroonie.
I'm,
uh,
I'm gonna be
Mm.
honest, guys.
Bro. Yeah,
I'm gonna
this
be
is.
honest, guys. Can I say something?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, guys. I really don't care about Jurassic World movies anymore. After Dominion, I
Yeah,
really
fair.
just.
True.
I,
Fair.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair
I
enough.
mean, Chaos
I mean,
Theory is decent, but at the same time, that's a TV show, not a movie. So yeah.
I profoundly stopped giving a fuck when they introduced the Indoraptor. Dumbest concept.
guess what, guys?
I
Those
mean,
Jurassic
he's
World
basically a
movies.
dinosaur equivalent of Shadow the Hedgehog.
Guess what? The Jurassic World movies. They're on the docket of like like potential stream ideas.
Oh, speaking of the
Wonderful.
Sonic movies, I think
Are you trying to kill me?
I might
well,
actually
speaking of the
watch
Sonic
Dominion.
movies,
I
I
might
think
actually.
wait, guys, I think the Sonic movies put every modern IP franchise like the MonsterVerse, the Mario movie franchise, the Disney
But
remake
every
franchise to
modern
shame
IP.
because the Sonic movies are actually made with love, passion, and care. They're not afraid to take source material from the Sonic games and implement in them in the movies, while also still um, doing new things that haven't been done before in the past Sonic games. I don't see any effort done that to with any other Hollywood franchises these days.
That is true.
Snyder.
I do feel the love of the writers through the screen. I'm not interested in Sonic at all, and I went
Yeah,
to watch Sonic 2, like I don't know when it released in cinemas, and I was surprised at how much I could tell that the writers were having fun, even when
yeah,
they had to write scenes where clearly a boomer ass producer in a suit told them, "Okay, you need to put a Bruno Mars song from 2016 in here because kids like that." Like I
yeah.
saw
I'm not
that,
even the
but
biggest
also
Sonic
I feel
fan,
passion.
and they still, and I can tell the movies are made with love and passion, and also on all that, and it just makes me dislike the MonsterVerse even more just thinking about it.
Mhm.
Yeah, I
Okay,
mean,
well,
like, I mean, here's the thing. As someone who pretty much who at least only likes the MonsterVerse movies so far, at this point, even the bad ones, pretty much. Yeah, I could definitely say like it would have been nice if like for as much of a fan of Godzilla and what have you as Adam Wingard pretty much would suggest to be, it would have been nice if he pretty much was able to pull off something like GVK and GXK the same way that Jeff Fowler was able to pull off like the Sonic movies, especially Sonic 3, which came out the same year as GXK.
yeah.
Hold on,
Well,
Black
I
Lady
think
commented. This is not one of my favorite comments ever. I can't see who's talking right now, but the Zack Snyder Rebel Moon franchise was made with love and passion, in parentheses, for money.
yeah, same with the Disney remakes.
Oh
Well,
god, I watched Rebel Moon, and god damn, it was boring.
this is a certified Rebel Moon moment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but also like King of the Monsters was made with love and passion. It's just that it wasn't focused on delivering a good product.
Yeah, they kept cutting back to the human characters. That's the
Not
only MonsterVerse movie I felt was made by love and passion. But then Doggery, who says that the human characters are more important, and that's kind of true. But he keeps
That is true.
he didn't
Totally.
learn from the mistakes Gareth did in the previous movie, and
That's not even
possibly
the
did it
main
even
issue.
worse.
The problem
That's
is
why
that
I can't enjoy KOTM, even though I know it's basically a Godzilla fan's dream. You were saying?
what I was going to say is that it's not even the problem to cut back to the human characters. Like that's never been the problem. The problem is that the human characters are not interesting enough. It's that you are using a lot of exposition. There's literally a
I beg to
PowerPoint in the
differ.
middle of the movie.
Yeah, that's true, but I couldn't. But I probably wouldn't give a damn about them had once again they kept cutting
Wait,
back and
hold
forth.
on.
I know. I'm sorry, but still,
Hold the fuck
I
on. Is
probably
it
would have
something
enjoyed it.
other than unquestionable praise for Godzilla, King of the Monsters 2019 on my Sea Monster Lives? No fucking way.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
as I was gonna say, I would have probably been okay with the bad writing in KOTM had they just not consistently cut back to
Point
the human
something out.
characters
I
in the
dare
fight for
you.
Do
what were you
it.
saying?
Okay, okay. Let me see. Let me see something else that's really bad about King of the Monsters.
Oh, the pro-nuclear
Get
message.
out.
To be fair, I do like the movie, but over time, because of the bad writing with the humans, I realized that I'm skipping more and more of it to the point where I'm just watching the monster scenes and
Which
series.
bad writing? Go on. Which bad writing?
So, for example, the exposition with the characters, like I do feel that they turn the father into like a Gary Stu type of guy who always knows
How?
everything. So, for example, he hates Godzilla, right? I think that it's very smart that they made him be like, okay, I hate this fucking thing, but I'm not stupid. Like, don't shoot at it, okay?
Yep.
Because we're all going to die. I like that. But then when he's like, actually, that's a trap because the terrorists want us to go to Mothra and they are going to do something else instead. Like he knows everything at one point. And that's like, I would expect someone else to do it. I feel like they felt that for Brody maybe wasn't really taking a lot of decisions, and which by the way is not true. I'm not saying that it is true, but a lot of fans that were giving bad criticism said so. So they try to
He's
make
a very
their
intelligent
monster
character who's got a master's degree. He's clearly gone to university, and when he's seen something that other people aren't seeing, it's like, yeah, it makes sense because he's not part of the company. Everybody in that room is part of the same company, so they probably have a very similar thought process. He is specifically someone who left the company because of the thought processes of a lot of the people in the room. So it makes a lot of sense that he would think differently, and it makes sense that someone who's nicked a device that can talk to the monsters would not necessarily be around this one monster that isn't really doing anything. They can go wherever the hell they want. They can wake up any monsters they want. So it makes
they're
a
going
lot
to
of
be
sense.
looking. Yeah, they're going to be looking for another Titan that's going to be much more promising. Wherever that may, like, he doesn't know exactly which Titan they're going to or where they're going. But he does know where it's go. But he does know that that they're not going to go do Mothra right then and there.
I get it, but I still think that in a room full of military, someone else should have been like at least on
Full of
his side,
military. Well, he's not full of military. It's a couple of people who are hired by Monarch, possibly in conjunction with the military.
Well,
but they're
you're
not
right.
full of military. It's full of
It's
Monarch
the
people.
team, right? Like that's how they call it.
Say again?
Jihad or something like that.
Okay.
But still,
G4
like I think that
or G
him
team, I
taking
think.
every single right decision at that point, like, was a little bit like, I didn't dislike it completely, but it's all people sitting around talking, like, meh.
Oh yeah. One more thing before we go back to talking about
People
Legacy
sitting
of
around
Monsters.
talking. The film opens with Mothra. Like the film opens with Godzilla destroying San Francisco, closely followed up with Mothra hatching and kicking some ass and doing some stuff there. Then it's followed by people getting shot to death. Then followed by Ghidorah being woken up. Then followed by Godzilla and Ghidorah having a fight. There's like a couple of scenes with Jesus
That,
Christ.
along with Emma's massive speech about the mass awakening, along with her betrayal, along with the whole
Which
Jonah
takes up
and
which is closely followed by Rodan waking up.
exactly,
It's
and
like
the oxygen
it's like
destroyer.
big action, bit of talking, big action, bit of talking, big action, bit of talk, all the way through the film. And then people are like, oh, but GVK is much better. It's like, how?
No, GVK is not better. No, I don't think that.
True. I do think it's not better. However, before we go back to Legacy of Monsters, there's one I want to talk about the pro-nuclear message in KOTM, and oh boy, it kind of irks me,
Pro-nuclear messaging.
especially when people use Godzilla versus King Ghidorah as a defense as to why it's okay for that scene to happen. And there's a difference in versus King Ghidorah. Godzilla's somewhat the antagonist in that movie, and instead of thanking humanity for healing him up and him still being protector, he's thanking them for healing him up so that he can go back to destroying Japan, and he's gonna make sure that Japan is gone in complete dust. But in KOTM, he's the heroic protagonist thing, and that kind of bothers me because if you know Godzilla literally represents nukes bad.
Yeah,
and, yeah,
which is why I prefer him more as an antagonist than.
That's why I think Godzilla versus King Ghidorah did a much better job on Godzilla being healed up by a nuke than KOTM ever did.
Privately owned by a citizen, by the way. Nukes privately owned by a Japanese civilian.
True, but still,
against UN laws that could have caused
against UN laws, exactly.
Yeah, but my point still stands. That a citizen actually is guilty that he accidentally revived Godzilla than the whole fucking military and scientists in KOTM.
What does not simply disuncut him without me getting involved?
Oh crap!
I heard the pro-nuclear message thing, and I had to get on right now. Class doesn't start for me until roughly an hour.
What's up?
I have an hour to kill. Let me just state, whatever Serizawa did to Godzilla worked a little too well because he's about to explode like an atom bomb. Serizawa's nuke completely backfires. The final battle has 8
Nuke
The final
plant.
battle has stakes because 1, Godzilla's about to explode, and 2, it didn't even win the day. The
But the
nuke
thing is
wasn't the most effective thing. Yes, Serizawa detonated the nuke, and it works, but it wasn't the finishing blow. The finishing blow, the thing that allowed everyone to win, was a combination of Mothra dying and Emma sacrificing her life.
Yeah,
None
but
of that has anything to do with the nuke. It has nature and humanity working together and taking control of the situation.
yeah,
Okay.
but with King Ghidorah versus King Ghidorah, with that version of Godzilla, there's more higher stakes in that movie because Godzilla's like literally destroying the entirety of Japan. He's gonna make sure that Japan never heals from his destruction, so that he could
Ghidorah is
finally
destroying the
get revenge
world.
once and for all. Sure, he was
Ghidorah is
stopped.
destroying the world versus Godzilla's destroying Japan. You're saying Godzilla versus King Ghidorah has greater stakes than the world?
It's
It's one nation versus all life on Earth.
and that one
Multiple
nation.
monsters of a comparable power to King Ghidorah have awakened and are leveling major population centers where most of humanity is accessible. Monarch is basically running amok and also under scrutiny of the government. Godzilla is potentially dead, and you're telling me King Ghidorah has higher stakes?
Well, because that nation in question is the only nation to ever experience nuclear tragedies. So, of course, the Japanese are going to scurry on to find a way to stop Godzilla, and they have no choice but to revive King Ghidorah from the future so
Hoth
that
Chernobyl Croft.
he could be able to defeat Godzilla and stop Godzilla's from Japan's apocalyptic rampage. Sorry if that angers you, but that's just my opinion.
I'm not angered by your points. I'm angered by, well, partially not angered by your points. It's also just you're misrepresenting the film itself. And also just both Kodam and versus King Ghidorah. And also, it's just, I'm trying to formulate my point because it's been a bit since I've seen versus King Ghidorah. But like,
it's a story about spirituality and the connections.
Kodam isn't about the nuke. Kodam was never about the nuke at any point. It was, if anything, if it's addressing a real world issue, it's climate change, and very explicitly. Like, I don't think you could be any more explicit than a hurricane and multiple equivalents to a natural disaster across the entire planet.
Well, it's a lot more explicit than that.
Yeah,
it's a lot more explicit than that. There's like Antarctica gets Ghidorah comes out of Antarctica, which everybody says when everyone ever goes on about the ice caps melting, they say the ice on Antarctica is on land. If that melts, we're buggered. In King of the Monsters, Ghidorah comes out of Antarctica and starts fucking up the planet, which is a direct metaphor to the ice on Antarctica melting and fucking up the planet. And then you've got the thing that I really like about the Serizawa bit is it's mechanically sound, i.e., the Titans need radiation to live. Well, Godzilla's currently massively injured. He's going to take forever to heal up naturally. Let's shove a nuke in his face. And it's like, we've got history with that then. And then the whole message from Serizawa is, well, we have to put our demons behind us sometimes to do the right thing. And in this case, we need to do the right thing by shoving a nuke in Godzilla's face. It's not, if you go look back through the history, that's a bit iffy, but it's the thing we need to do right now. So we can't really rest on our laurels and let the world go to the pot just because, it was a bit dodgy back then. Which is from his character.
Especially when you consider that the Oxygen Destroyer itself is also portrayed to be an equivalency to the nuke being the thing that makes the problem worse.
Yeah, it's like here's a weapon of mass destruction which we use against Godzilla to try and do the thing we think is right. Oh no, what we thought was right was actually wrong. We made things worse. It's like, okay, let's take a weapon of mass destruction and do something actually right with it. And it's like, yeah. That's what ends up being. Well, they don't. It still goes a bit wrong, but you get the idea. It's they'd have the right intentions and the right way of doing it. But yeah, I have to go a lot into it. It's been a while since I've actually talked about this.
Well, Animus will have time to do just that on the 8th. So
yeah. For right now, speaking of something that's vague, kind of somewhat similar to certain characters in Gotham, going back to Monarch.
Oh yeah.
I guess we should kind of like discuss Lee
back to
Shaw.
Monarch Legacy of Monsters.
I'm gonna go. I just needed to drop in to say that because fuck, I hate it when people call Gotham pro-nuclear and completely ignore a lot of the major aspects of the film that dunk that.
Minecraft world.
But,
Minecraft.
yeah.
Minecraft
Yeah.
world.
Antonio has that.
Yeah.
Oh, I just love when every time I say something, people get mad at me. Like one time on Twitter, when I said that we should have had a Destroyer monster.
Godzilla 2005. Could you please shut up? Antonio is trying to speak. Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, as I was saying, Minecraft World, it's an honor to meet you, and I'm very glad that somebody besides me likes KOTM. It's an honor to meet you, and I hope we get to talk to each other again on these live streams because I really liked your opinions about the MonsterVerse and what you're trying to say.
Thanks. I always try to play devil's advocate with the MonsterVerse because these movies actually do mean a lot to me personally, and I'm kind of sick and tired of a lot of the discourse surrounding them. So, yeah.
Oh, by the way, have you seen the fan arts I sent you?
Yes, I've seen them. Really like your art style.
Oh, thank you. What are your thoughts on them?
Pretty good. I honestly, it's just kind of refreshing to see people do fan arts of the human characters.
I mean, I wanted to go for something like a graffiti aesthetic or something akin to a manga like Gachi Akuta, which I'm following. And the anime is about to drop, which, if you want to know, yes, the poster with the white hair kid is that poster about that manga.
Yeah. So yeah. Before I go though, I just want to state this about Monarch. The only thing that I consider canon from this show is the monsters themselves, because they're the only real things that I find actively interesting about it. And even then, I think the naming convention is kind of stupid. Seriously, why is it not Titanus? Why is it Ion Dragon? Why not Titanus Fafnir or something? Why not that? Yeah. Anyways, Tiamat deserved better. Bye.
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 Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, all right. So I'll get Freshly Match back on in a bit. So yeah. Anyways, let's talk about Lee Shaw.
The Legacy of Monsters.
What?
Nothing. Continue.
Okay.
Lee Shaw is I'd like to hear everyone's thoughts about like his motives, especially.
I'm not even.
I just. What the hell?
It's like you. Hold on a sec. Yeah. I mean, let me just say, like, he started out as probably being my favorite character in the show. And it's not just because of Kurt Russell playing him, but also because like there was like some intrigue of like, oh yeah, he lost Keiko and Bill Randa pretty much, and he's lost, and he's kind of lost however many years just seemingly being like locked away at like what's even like a retirement home for some reason or another. But yeah, as the show progresses and when he becomes like a more antagonistic figure, doing something similar to like maybe not exact like what Alan Jonah kind of does, but sort of doing something similar. He like, and his motivations become really confusing. Especially once you get to episode 9 when he ends up into where we get to the whole thing about how he entered the Axis Mundi and he missed like 20, and for the time he was down there, which they said it was like a week or two. And when he came back, it was 20 years later. So especially when they were like in an area that, and again, this also is an issue of like how, like if Keiko was like around somewhere not too far from where Shaw was at for the time that she was down there, which was like 57 days, I guess. I think that's what they said. like like all that time they didn't find each other at some point, and try to get like that. So that's pretty convenient, but or inconvenient depending on how you want to look at it, perspective. But yeah, it's as if like at some point, yeah. I mean, someone said in the comments that the show was done, but like different writers were like brought into to kind of
Hey,
like
guys.
it to try to write this.
Guys, can I say something?
Hmm?
I have kind of a sad news. I'm going to leave soon. So yeah.
All right.
Oh,
It's great to have you
Yeah.
on the stream.
yeah, good to have you on, man.
Yeah. Before I go, CNMS, before I leave, can you please at least respond to the artwork I sent to you? I really want to know what your thoughts on
Oh,
before
yes,
I
I'll have a
go.
look. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah,
Is it just on Twitter or was it a message?
It's on Twitter. You can see it on your notifications.
eat.
Yeah.
This is
Hey.
that.
Oh, hello.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
and
alive.
before I go, CNMS, if you want to know, I am planning on making a comic someday in the future. I won't say much about it, but I'm trying to make something akin to something that combines Japanese and Egyptian mythology, if you will.
Hold on, can you say that again? I couldn't.
As I was saying, I plan on making a comic someday in the future. I won't say much about it, although
Comic, right? Yeah.
although
I remember this. Yeah.
I won't say much about it, but I will say that it takes some influence from both Japanese and Egyptian mythology.
Well,
Basically,
that is a difficult endeavor. I wish you the best of luck.
okay. Well,
Bye.
it was an honor meeting you guys. I hope we do another live stream someday in the future. Bye, guys.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Take care.
You're doing great.
Yeah, good to have you
Yeah.
on. Anyways.
Yeah.
Ah,
What now?
so yeah. Anyways, back to okay. Where was I?
You
Yeah.
were
So
talking about how he like went from one place to the other, and the last thing you said was it's weird that they never found each other in Access Monday. That's the
yeah.
last part.
With all the time that not only Keiko spent down there, but the time even Lee Shaw spent down there, especially considering that the place where Keiko was like kind of hiding out at didn't even seem that far away from where Lee Shaw and his expedition group kind of came out into.
They sent him to the Monarch
Well, you just roboted there. What was that?
They sent him to the Monarch concentration camp, right?
Here's the thing. They sent him to like basically like a psych place where they just like keep
Yeah.
him drugged.
Yep.
So, like, to me, his character just, it felt like he was in that awkward place where you have an antagonist, but you cannot really make him villainous, So, like, some writers don't really know how to manage that. And
Yeah,
I feel like they don't know how to do it. Yeah.
I mean, I get that they weren't trying to make him a strict villain, like a strict antagonist. It's just the motives, for it's like, so if you're just gonna go down to Access Mundi through these portals, like, weren't you like thinking of like trying to be like see like if it was possible that maybe Keiko could be down there or potentially, just to figure out what happened? Because I mean, like if we were to go by the rule of like unless you see the body, like a person's not dead or something like that, which granted, it would be quite a stretch in the case of what happened with Keiko the last time Lee and Bill saw of her, but regardless, if he was down there for pretty much long enough to where they could have potentially crossed each other's paths, then it's like ultra convenient that it didn't happen for the plot, because otherwise it would have changed very drastically if he found Keiko.
Sorry if I'm just thinking about what you're saying, because I did feel the same when I first watched it. Like, it felt really like they could have just like shouted and found each other eventually if they had actually tried hard enough. Because Axis Mundi feels really small compared to what we've seen in the
Yeah.
movies.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
that's
and
because
here's
it's from a
and again,
human perspective, whereas the Hollow Earth as we know it is made to be like so much more spacious, so the monsters can look normal in it.
yeah, and then not only that, but also like, yeah, I tried to have a point about how introducing Axis Mundi in this universe. If we were to consider Monarch as being canon with the movies, is like a really huge mistake, because it just raises questions like, okay, so why would the whole space-time tism things happen in the in-between realm between the surface world and the Hollow Earth? Like, oh, was someone telling me to shush? Saying shh, don't think about it.
No, I think he's just tired.
Lee Shaw kind of confused me at first. In the later episodes of Legacy of Monsters, I thought Lee Shaw and his evil minions, as I like to call them, were setting up the eco-terrorists
Evil
that would
minions.
appear in KOTM, but I guess that never really happened. Because once they entered Axis Mundi, he dies.
Yeah. So Katsubu, like, he didn't know that Keiko was down there the first time he went into Axis Mundi. It's just that I'm just saying, like, since he was down there for what was a week to him or however long, like, the likelihood of him and Keiko running into each other down there would have been fairly high. Just kind of, but yeah, like, even
Axis
if they were
Mundi is just Axis Mundi, with the fact that everyone seems to enter Axis Mundi by the same spot.
Yes.
So, I mean, especially when Keiko has doesn't she have part of Lee Shaw's like equipment that she's using to make a signal?
She found the little fake gamma ray simulator thing. Yeah, she found that.
Yeah,
I'm
which
so
came down like
confused.
5 seconds before them. So she went there. There's no way they could have missed each other unless she decided. But that was the other thing. She wandered off into Axis Mundi and made a camp away from there. That's never really explained, and they have to walk quite a distance to get back to the spot. Surely you would have made camp within eyesight of the place. Yeah, the more you look, the more you think about Axis Mundi and everything that happens with it in terms of characters and animals and titans and everything else, the worse it gets. And that's not really something you should have in this show. The only reason it gets away with being a thing. Actually, no, I don't have an end to that sentence. It doesn't get away with being a thing.
That's why I said, like, that's why I said at the beginning of the stream that it's pretty much freeing that I'm pretty much not going to consider the show canon with the movies, because of how little, like, the show tries to be consistent with the movies, even just with the little details of, like I said, the Castle Bravo details, or Apex being on Skull Island, or what, some stupid shit, or the fact that May, when she was able to commit corporate sabotage on pre-Apex AET, let's just say, for the sake of it, like, the fact that it makes Apex Cybernetics look dumber than ever before in GVK, when Bernie does similar corporate espionage type things 9 years after May did it.
One thing I don't get in Legacy of Monsters, if Keiko had survived falling into Axis Mundi, how come the younger Lee Shaw didn't meet Keiko when he first entered Axis Mundi in the 60s? I just don't get it.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's the question I was at. Yeah, that's why I was asking. Like the likelihood of those two crossing paths would have been high. Especially if she would be like, "Oh, hey, this must be the entryway," and if she was there when Lee Shaw and that crew went down, and again, Lee Shaw and that crew, or at least Lee Shaw, was down there for a decent chunk of time, like long enough to where up in the surface world, 20 years would have passed. So down there, he would have been down there for like a week, 2 weeks tops, pretty much. But up in the surface world, he was gone for 20 years of surface world time. So the likelihood of him crossing paths with Keiko down there, with Keiko being down there for longer, was higher.
Yeah, basically the Axis Mundi, like for characters and how it changes their story, it's kind of like a black hole. Like because, like, to be honest, I did like Shaw in the 50s, like in their time.
Yeah.
He was a good character, but then how he changes because of all of this, the fact that it doesn't make sense, the fact that then his character becomes like antagonistic, like someone that's trying to justify the means just to get to the end he wants. It's like kind of like I don't feel like he works as an antagonist in those last episodes because the switch also is very fast. If you knew that he was capable of doing this and you were like on high tension the entire show because you never know when he's going to switch, maybe I feel like that's a little bit more interesting, but he just like changes all of a sudden and he's now supposed to be someone you're maybe rooting against, but also you kind of want to see what's down there because it's the most interesting part. So it's kind of conflictive, at least to me.
Yeah. Responding to Katsubu, Bernie did run a conspiracy theory podcast, but guess what? In the podcast episode that he did right before he walked into Apex to like steal their files and expose them, he literally says on the air, "It's time to expose Apex's lies." And not to mention, and the issue I have is like after like May committing corporate sabotage to AET pre-Apex would have caused that company to try to put in extra countermeasures for their cybersecurity, and that would have persisted and potentially even upgrade more and more over time 9 years later. So by the time Bernie tries to steal the files and and then which leads to him uncovering the whole thing with Mechagodzilla and what have you, there would have been countermeasures that would have prevented that from something like that from happening. Even from the inside, it would not be like something that top secret would be close to impossible for him to get access to unless he somehow had a means to get into it, like if you from a higher up or something like that.
Yeah, he wasn't even established to be like an integral part of their security or anything like that. He just seemed like a common worker, like there wasn't enough information on that.
The problem, though, a common low-level worker would not be able to have access to these really super important top secret files about this super secret mech that a large company like Apex Cybernetics is working on in secret to kill Titans.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I mean. Like if he was established to be like the head of security, maybe then it's kind of justified. But it's like
the problem that I have with Monarch Lom in terms of May, the reason why May ran away is because she committed she sabotaged Apex or AEP. It makes Apex look even dumber for not even having established that once we take GVK into consideration. Because now Apex looks even more incompetent than ever. Because they had a cyber attack happen to them, under their noses the first previous in 2015. Why wouldn't they have had some countermeasures in place that would be even more. That would actually be much more advanced, like almost a decade later when Bernie tries to steal file. Doesn't even not even like purge like any sort of confidential data, just kind of collecting it.
And not even that, because then Stranger Things girl and Deadpool kid just walk in with Bernie on top of everything. They just walk in everywhere like a Scooby Doo episode.
Guys, I kind of want to go off topic for a little bit here to just ask you guys a little question. So
Go on.
for the new MonsterVerse movie coming up in 2027, actress Caitlin Dever has been casted into the movie, and some Godzilla fans are on Twitter thinking that she will become Biollante. And it's not just that. Some other fans also are thinking and wanting Madison, Gia, and Noriko becoming Biollante as well. What are you guys' thoughts on that?
I think that's like the army of Muthos, in 2014. Like, yeah, people are going to talk bullshit, just to clickbait. I don't give it any importance at all.
Well, I do want to see Biollante return, but I'm gonna have somewhat of a hot take here. I actually want Emma Russell to become Biollante.
She's reduced to atoms by the end of 2019. Just
Well,
so
think
you know.
about it. Her father, I don't know his name. Well, he doesn't have a name. Her unknown father has a blood sample of her secretly, and then when he finds out his daughter died during the Boston battle, he becomes infuriated. He becomes angry. He becomes mad. He wants to revive her, and so in turn, he creates Biollante.
Yeah.
And Mark and Madison now have to have a conflict with Emma's father. So, and of course, bringing in Godzilla, of course, to deal with Emma
Why?
I
Lonte.
don't know if he's alive, because it's weird that Maddie will have
Why
never
would
met
you do
her
that?
grandparents. Like after everything that happened,
Well,
it will
people
be like,
definitely want to see the Russells and Koichi suffer more for some reason.
As if they haven't
But like,
suffered a lot
why would
already.
you make?
Yeah.
Why would you? It feels like a very strange decision. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Well, because if you watch Godzilla versus Biollante, Biollante's origins are that she is.
I know.
yeah.
Oh,
But like, out of all
There's
the characters, why Emma?
plenty of other ways of doing it.
Why
I
would
doubt
you
it will
bring in?
happen.
Why would you bring in Emma's completely unknown dad out of the blue?
Yeah, that's like bringing in Serizawa's completely unknown son
Yeah.
and doing nothing with him.
Well, at least this time,
But
it
like,
would
they
be
brought him up, and like, it's just strange that he would care so much about his daughter, who is middle-aged, had 2 children, and became a terrorist, and then died saving the world. Why would he care? Why would he
Well,
care this
that-
much? It's
Well, I
Well,
guess because in my hypothesis, Emma's unknown father would have cared for Emma Russell so much, and that once seeing his daughter dying, he would have had such a hatred for the Titans. It didn't matter if it was Godzilla, Ghidorah, Mothra, Rodan, or Kong, or even Scar King and Shimo. He would have a huge hatred to them, to the point he would turn his daughter into a Titan that could kill
okay.
all the other natural Titans.
that sounds
know-
That's
like
cool.
his daughter, and he
All right,
wants
that's
Sounds-
cool.
Here's the
But
thing.
there are existing daughter characters who have fathers with established relations. I'm sorry, like, this just seems like a very strange decision. Why would you suddenly?
Can I
It
just
feels-
point out? Can I just point out? One
Yeah.
of the great things about the MonsterVerse, up to a certain point, cough GVK, was that
Realism.
the realism. Yes,
Yeah.
it's the Stephen King way of writing it is take a normal thing and then add something weird to it. That's what 2014 was. It was here's a real world, and Godzilla and the Mutos are in it, and off you go, and then you just see what happens with it. With Godzilla 2014, they added a little bit more, and then GVK was just like, well, here's some bullshit. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, you mean
And
King of
this-
Monsters? They added a little more.
Yeah.
King of the Monsters added a little bit more than GVK.
Right
added
now, the
bullshit
Earth
in.
is full of slave monkeys. You know, so
Fuck no. Slave monkeys are. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm just going to diverge from my own point here. So, do you know the big criticism of Scar King is the fact that for 10,000 years, all he did was move rocks around in a pit?
Yes,
Right.
yes.
So, what were the Iwi doing?
What were they?
The only thing we get to see is they're moving some rocks around.
Well,
I was just
that's
like, what the hell?
That's
Do they not know? Do they not know how to do anything with anyone? It's like, oh, what's this ancient tribe of ancient peoples been doing all this time? Let's
No,
just
no,
show
no.
them moving some rocks around. That will do.
No, see, Animus, you don't understand. It's a parallel between because the Iwi, when they were moving rocks around, they were being prejudiced. They weren't being subjugated to tyrants. Whereas the monkeys, they were subjugated. They didn't have gravity. Zero G. mechanics.
You know what the worst implication is for GXK?
What?
Is that the Iwi have been remote controlling Godzilla the whole time.
Oh.
Wait,
I
hold
mean,
on.
honestly, yeah, because I mean, he's kind of, sort of correct.
They point out the
They
fact
condemned it, yeah, they
Bernie
condemned it.
says every time Godzilla's done something, this signal has appeared. So in Godzilla King of the Monsters, my whole thing about one of the great things I love about King of the Monsters is the fact that there's this sub story of basically the Book of Revelation has been put into film, and the fact that the Titans, and it's this whole thing of like the world is getting warmer, like global warming is a natural thing, but human beings are adding to it and making it worse.
Yeah, I can
And
realize.
and then in Killing the Monsters, this Ghidra is already waking up, but then the humans like advance it and do it quicker and then make it worse and all this sort of, it's a lot of parallels going on. And then Book of Revelation's in there already.
Yeah,
GXK then introduced the idea of, oh no, Godzilla was already like doing stuff because the Iwi psychically told him that Ghidra was waking up. It's like, oh, thanks, GXK.
I hate psychics in Godzilla, honestly. Like whenever you introduce psychics, it's like you just fuck it up.
Miki Sagusa, you know.
Miki
It's gonna-
Sagusa is based though, but still. Okay, but well, back to my
Saying that-
point on
oh, you're
Biollante.
saying that. Of course you are.
Well,
Like, the
back to
biggest
my point on
fake-
Biollante. I'm gonna do this a little bit quicker, but with how the MonsterVerse is already so unrealistic, why not just go crazy with Godzilla with the Godzilla mythos?
This is exactly the problem. It's gone really unrealistic and really, it's gone stupid. And this is the problem with old stupid films. They had some kind of core to them so that you could understand and follow along with what's going on. Current stupid films are just like, oh yeah, well, stupid films happened in the past, so let's just be stupid. And you have these absolutely nonsense plots that don't make any sense at all, which make the old stupid films look like brilliant inventions of narrative by comparisons.
And
well,
not
let's
only
see,
that,
Eminence. My
And
problem.
now you're coming along with, and now you're coming with, let's make a Titan. You're like, what?
Well, my problem is that the MonsterVerse what's the word? The MonsterVerse is already engaging with the old Godzilla silliness, but at the same time they also aren't. They're still very limited. And I'm just scratching my head. How come they haven't introduced bioengineered Titans yet? And also more aliens?
Because there's been absolutely no suggestion of that whatsoever.
Yeah, well,
they might do it still, you know.
Well,
and
still.
They might do, but this is
a
the thing.
little
If they
larger.
start doing that, then the MonsterVerse has gone to absolute
Okay,
shit.
hold on. One at a time. One at a time. One at a time.
Okay.
Can I start?
Okay.
Oh yeah, you go first. It's fine.
All right. So the thing about, first off, I can go with either Biollante or just the whole Iwi thing. whichever one you choose.
Well, just
Yeah, we're talking about.
Biolante.
I read the room.
Okay,
So
sorry.
the thing about the Biolante is that that's still like a huge jump. Right? That is a humongous jump, even with like genetic engineering, because there's a vast difference between introducing genetically engineered monsters. There's a difference between introducing genetic engineering and introducing Biolante. There's like a world of difference.
Well, I mean, it depends on how you do it. You know, if the next
If
movie
you
were
want
to
to do it,
do it, you have to be like, it depends on like what you put forth, mechanically speaking, in the story to try to
Well,
justify it happening,
if you
which is
want
the
it
problem
to
that which is something that GVK and GXK, maybe in the minds of Wingard and the people writing those films, were trying. They thought they were doing, but really they just like they came up with really poorly done ways of trying to justify it, of the new mechanics they introduced to those films, and even then that's only like with some parts. Other parts it's just like, fuck it, why not?
well,
What I was going to say is that, and this is no criticism like for you Godzilla 2005. The thing with bad inconsistent writing lately in the MonsterVerse is that these questions of how would you introduce Violante? Hey, what if we introduce this? Well, technically anything is possible when you have bad writing because there's not a level of quality and consistency. So it even kills the discussions of, hey, what if we did this? Yeah, sure. Because you know what, like they already introduced like fucking portals that look like you're in like the middle of the galaxy, but it's like in between the Earth's crust. There's already like this time stuff. Like nothing matters because everything is badly written. So it's like it kills the effort of saying, "What if we produce this character in a stupid way?" You can do it. Like it could happen. I wouldn't like it, but at this point, it's inevitable that they will do whatever they want. Like there's no consistency anymore.
yeah, but this is not what will happen in the MonsterVerse. This is this individual's pitch in the MonsterVerse. Uh I don't think
Hopefully,
you understand how big of a jump Biolante is
it
from
is.
the Hollow Earth. Okay.
well, it seems like even if they do introduce Biolante in the MonsterVerse, they're not gonna be faithful to her origins. They're gonna just make her another generic, natural monster, just evolved from plants.
But
Cool, but
also,
like
like, what am I wrong
that's
about
not your
that?
story. That's
It's
not what you're bringing up for your story. It was, but look, what I'm saying is Biolante. If you want it to be anything more than just Biolante in name only, what you have to do is you have to introduce souls. You have to introduce human fucking souls. Do you know how insane of a jump that is?
That's right. Yeah, because I always thought when I watched the movie, like you see the Photoshop of this girl's picture, like coincidentally, the only picture the father has of the daughter is what you see, and it's like that's so stupid. Like, can we just admit it? Violante is a fucking stupid idea. Like
Yeah, it is.
Biolante
fan fiction
is
actually did way better. The what was it, Godzilla 53 or something like that?
54.
The new one that's like analog fan fiction.
oh the man in the
Oh,
the
the
man
man
in
in the
the
suit,
No,
or
not the
the
man in
invasion
the
of
suit.
Godzilla?
Outpost 53 or something like that.
Oh no,
One-
Shelter 54.
yeah,
Shelter
but that's
54.
okay. First up, the thing is that's a living creature. That's a living. Violante is a living creature in that. The girl dies. The girl doesn't. But the girl doesn't actually die. She mutates into the plant monster who lives around the outpost, and then she mutates into the plant, and then the plant gets overdone by the Shin Godzilla, and then the Shin Godzilla becomes overdone by the conventional Violante. Um, that's not what happens in Godzilla vs. Violante. Godzilla vs. Violante. They create a hybrid human rose Godzilla, and this somehow inherits the science. This somehow absorbs Erica's soul. It absorbs her soul, her fucking soul.
Oh, it's worse than that because they had the scientist dad somehow genetically splices human DNA with Rose DNA. That's just the initial part, and even that somehow has psychic waves coming out of it that a psychic can detect. And they're like, oh, I think there's voices coming out of this plant, and that's before he introduces the G cells, which start to mutate it. It's like, so already you've got a human soul and a rose
Yeah.
somehow. Like, how?
Yeah, it's complete bullshit. So, like, to be honest, like, and concise, Violent is
And it's
just
also
too.
completely immortal. So like
Yeah.
genuine absolute immortality is introduced there. Which is
Okay, well, I'm not now. Biollante in a MonsterVerse movie doesn't have to be completely faithful
yeah,
to
I know.
the original
But
Biollante,
like
but
still that's
still,
those two things are core essences of the character. It's like removing Godzilla's atomic breath.
well, yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, if they were able to remove some of the core aspects of Mothra, Rodan, Ghidorah, and Mechagodzilla in the MonsterVerse, who's to say they can do the same with Biollante? Just don't make her immortal, but keep all these stuff with Biollante. But I know they're not going to do that because she's just going to be another generic Hollow Earth Titan. If anything, she
Okay.
works better
I
in the
know how
-1
they could do it
universe.
well. If they actually bothered to reuse Ghidra well, Ghidra has regenerating cells.
Okay, but that's different. Like
Yeah,
you
that's
can
different.
regenerate. That does
You
not
have
mean
the
you
you have
regenerate the totally
eco-terrorists.
with all damage.
You have eco-terrorists who deal in Titan DNA. You then have Jonah who had Ghidra's skull. You could say that he took some of the regenerating flesh, handed it over to somebody who then passed it on to scientists, and then you can have a whole black market like scientist stuff going on where they're like experimenting with this, and maybe it gets into the wrong hands, and then oh no, they spiced it with the wrong thing, and oh this is thing that's been growing, and blah blah blah. Then you end up with Biollante that way.
Okay. Still kind of
You can
feels
make it a bit more detailed, add some more stuff into it, but yeah, that could. Weirdly, Ghidra is like a focal point. He's kind of like the. He's almost like a Thanos type thing for the Thanos for the
Yeah, in the
MCU. Like
show
loads of
era,
stuff
not the
branched
monster.
off
that
from
too
that.
early.
And then yeah, Ghidra could be a branching off for a lot of other things purely because of loads of different aspects of him.
Up, we
But
got
that's not what they're doing.
Hey,
Hello?
first time meeting.
Oh god, not this again.
Ha 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 ha. Oh
Hey,
boy, Monarch, am I right?
Macaroni. I
Yeah,
just wanna
Monarch.
say
Wait.
that- I just
Monarch
want to say you're
alone.
wrong about the Heisei era. It's a great Godzilla era. So yeah, you're wrong
Don't
about that
feel
era.
okay,
Sure,
Hold
sure,
on.
we can.
but
You what?
Sure,
show era will
sure.
always be the best, at least in my opinion.
Okay.
I will grant you
Chris.
this. There are a few bangers here and there. One such which being Godzilla versus Destoroyah.
Yes.
And
True.
Second best. That's technically third best, but you know what I mean, right?
But yeah, no, I intend to make a complete breakdown of the Heisei era one day. Not this year or next year, because I am working on multiple stuff, multiple pieces of content, as you would call it. Right now, I was editing my GVK video, fix my microphone. But yeah, no, I was Monarch.
Okay.
I was thinking about Monarch the other day because there was this one guy. Apparently, he calls himself the arch nemesis of Black Arune. I have no idea who he is, but apparently it's the same guy that did that response video to my story. Which I mean, there's a whole series of response
I
streams to
know that
that
guy
alone.
actually. I actually know that guy. I seen some of his
Hmm.
videos. He also made a video where he doesn't like the man in a suit, and he also made
Yeah,
several other
the
videos responding to
guy.
another guy named Alistair, who was who made 2 videos on the American Godzilla problem.
Oh yeah, Alistair Haken.
Alistair Haken, yeah.
Alistair Haken. Interesting.
Yeah,
Before I
recently
continue,
did.
I'm gonna double check.
He
If the
he
stream
recently
is because
did a
sometimes when I talk, it's sorry. It sometimes when I talk, it sounds like I'm like or earlier than what you guys say for some reason. I don't even know how that's possible. I'm gonna double check.
Okay. Yeah, he recently back in October he did like an almost 6-hour video on Transformers: Age of Extinction, which I did watch, and that is I would say he did an excellent job talking about why that movie's not that good. Let's just say. Yeah.
All right. Well, what now?
So why do we think Lee Shaw blowing up the portals is stupid? Don't all jump in at once.
Because he's blowing up the portals. I can't be bothered.
Oh yeah, double check. The audio's doing pretty good.
By the way, I'm back. I had to leave for a little bit. Are we back to Monarch? Or
Yes.
Okay.
I think we're gonna go back. We're going back to Monarch now.
Yeah, we've got to read it in a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny how we keep getting sidetracked on the actually interesting pieces of media.
Yeah,
Well,
that
you
just
guys,
shows how
have you guys talked
terrible
about the
Monarch
character arcs
is.
yet?
I talked a little bit about how Kate Randa wasn't. And by the way, I have seen your video, Black Rooney. I actually rewatched it like recently on Kate Randa. Pretty good case on why she's not that well executed.
Yeah, it sucks too because Anna Sawai is like an excellent actress. I mean, I've seen her
Yeah.
performance in Shogun. She's really good. So I think she was just given really really bad material, and it seems like she was really invested.
The acting in the show
could've
is really
worked.
good. Yeah, the acting
Yeah.
throughout the show is pretty top notch. I mean, the scene when Kurt Russell and when Leslie Shaw and when Keiko reunite. I mean, too bad how we got there is a load of nonsense, but the actors really sold it. They really sold it for sure.
Then
I think
again,
that might have
other
been the best part of the show, personally.
Yeah, honestly, yes. I was kind of like, man, it's sad that I'm not liking the show because I am actually getting a little bit choked up, but during that, but I don't know. I mean that's
Yeah, I've said it before in previous videos that if you give good actors a bad script, they'll act it in such a way that it'll convince the audience to think it's good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Then
Unfortunately,
again,
it's not enough.
the other MonsterVerse entries had such amazing actors that were wasted on.
True that.
Wait, with Monarch and Randa, do you feel like he was like? Do you believe that the Randa we saw in Skull Island is believably a progression of the one we saw in Monarch? Because I don't feel like they're the same person. To be fair, like I don't know about you guys. Maybe you feel
Yeah,
different.
no, they're not. If they tried to make the connection, like in the last episode he's in, but he doesn't feel like the same personality at all.
Yeah, he feels very passive. Like even with his wife, I feel like he's like he's barely there, you know? Like the other guy went through hell and above to get to the girl and he just gave up. They were always like flirting and he was always on the side. He felt a little bit like I don't know, like
By the way, Animus, I have a question for you. In regards to what's his name? Kate's dad. So I know you made a video about it. I don't remember much of what you said about it, but that I think it was something along the lines of how he's a terrible character. Personally I agree because yeah, I mean the character work in this show is not the best. But what was it exactly that rubbed you the wrong way about him? Besides, being a guy that just made an entire family for seemingly no reason, like a second
Honestly,
family.
I'd have to rewatch the video to remember what I said about it.
I
That was actually one of the things I was
have.
going to.
I
Oh, there you
watched
go.
it. Okay.
I was always going
One
to say is that Sea Monster probably knows more about how I feel about Monarch Lom at this point than I do, because I haven't thought
Probably.
about that show in God
Probably.
knows how long. But he has definitely watched my videos on it.
Yeah. So basically, what Sanimus said is like there's like an instant, the instance when Lee Shaw like comes back, 20 years later, and he meets Hiroshi all grown up, and Hiroshi just kind of treats him like shit. His basically surrogate uncle like shit, despite the fact that Lee Shaw is going through a really tough time, and he just has him put away at like a place where he would just be popping pills, pretty much, for suppressants. So for years and years. Yeah, like Hiroshi just kind of treats his uncle like shit, despite the fact that he was like, because like he came back, but not his mom and dad.
Huh. So it was kind of like how what's her name from -1 treated Shikishima from at the very when she found out she survived the war. Kinda.
Yeah, to an
Yeah.
extent, yeah, it's sort of like that. He comes back
Yeah,
from the war, and she's like, "Oh, you're supposed to have died."
Sumiko. Yeah, her name's Sumiko.
Yeah, it's like
Yes,
that, except except unlike Sumiko, who eventually came around and was like, it was pretty much all like, okay, they're like, okay, I've forgiven you. Hiroshi, we never get that payoff of Hiroshi forgiving Lee Shaw.
Yeah, screw Hiroshi.
Yeah,
Yeah, Hiroshi.
It's not even.
no,
It's
he's
not
a-
even
he's a
like Lee
terrible
Shaw
character.
was like. It's not like Lee Shaw was supposed to have died. It's not like there's anything he did wrong. There's nothing
No.
he did wrong. Nothing.
that was
So I don't
it's not
understand
nothing.
why he hates him so much.
Yeah, nothing went wrong. Nothing went wrong with Lee Shaw that was beyond his. Like everything that happened that went wrong with Lee Shaw, seemingly abandoned Hiroshi was not even abandoned him. Like it was stuff beyond his control, Lee's control, that caused him to disappear and only reappear to Hiroshi. So it's not even like. So, fuck Hiroshi. Fuck this guy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, in
God.
the
I'm just
video I
remembering
made,
it all now.
yeah, in the video I made, I kind of called him a saint because of what he was trying to do. Because from the perspective of Kate, and all she knows is that he cheated with his mom, but we don't know why or what happened, or if that is even what happened. At least she wouldn't have known that. At least we don't know that she knows that is the definitive truth. Um, for all we know, he's a saint trying to like save the world, right? But with the broader context of the show, we understand that it's actually much worse than Kate could have ever imagined. It's not that he's a cheater. It is that he's a cheater, but also because he's just overall just a jerk, and also kind of stupid. Very, very stupid. Which is funny because
Oh,
Lee
very
Shaw comments
stupid.
at his genius.
He's
Lee Shaw in
he's an
the
incredibly stupid
later
character.
episodes, yeah, he calls him he calls him a
Does
genius.
he call him a genius?
I don't think genius like by word, but he did say something about him being like super smart. Like, oh, he predicted the whole thing with the holes first. Oh, it's pretty remarkable. It went before they entered the Axis Mundi, which I hope you guys didn't. I hope you guys talked about that because that whole thing just
Doesn't deserve
given the
to
introduction
exist.
of Axis Mundi, like it might as well not be Monarch. Might as well not be canon anymore
No,
because of the
because
introduction of Axis Mundi.
maybe I don't know if it was intentional or not, but maybe it's a good. But you know what, GXK pretty much did one good thing in terms of its world building. It ignored Axis Mundi. There's no acknowledgement of it whatsoever.
Yeah, that's so funny.
It can't exist.
How would you even? Because if you think about the physics of how that works, right? Apparently, if you stay in Axis Mundi, which apparently is closer to the surface than the actual Hollow Earth, if you stay in Axis Mundi for a certain amount of time, it kind of locks you in place when it comes to like time. Because like I predicted this, I predicted that Axis Mundi, they're going to introduce like this new realm of the Hollow Earth, and that's how they're going to explain how Keiko survived. I predicted this. I was talking to CGF Movies about it when the show was coming out, I predicted this, and exactly what I was fearing was going to happen is exactly what happened. They used
Yeah.
that whole Captain America freezing in water logic, but with access money. Like, oh, I've been here for like 40 hours, and the outside world, it's like 40 years. Again, how could that possibly be the case if the Hollow Earth is much deeper than Axis Mundi, and we don't have that effect at all? Because by that logic, then from Godzilla's perspective in GVK, Kong spent in Hollow Earth for however, I don't know, how long did he spend in the Hollow Earth? Like an hour, maybe 2 hours tops. He spent like
I
20
don't
years
know.
in the Hollow Earth, and Godzilla's just there in
Yeah.
Hong Kong waiting for Kong to like show up for like 20 years, and he just does nothing but wait to kill him. And Jesus Christ, Monarch is that is the moment Monarch just completely imploded in on itself. It got sucked into
This
the
is the
black hole of
moment
its own
Walter
stupidity.
White became Heisenberg.
Yep.
Don't even.
Well, I guess it's better than Skull Island, the anime show.
I'm gonna be honest. That show is like dead center in the middle in terms of quality. Like, it's so disconnected from the rest of the MonsterVerse that it might as well not be canon. There are
Yeah,
some
I thought
sweet
it
spots
wasn't.
here and there, but
Probably
there are
is
some
canon.
sweet, but it's very forgettable.
Yeah, I
It's not
mean, it's been debatable whether or not the Skull Island anime was even intended to be part of the MonsterVerse in the first place, or if it was just like some random anime based on King Kong that Netflix was kind of producing, and it was like, hey, you know what? Why don't we just have a time with the MonsterVerse? And they just kind of like farted it
Yeah.
out on the way.
Yeah, the only
It's so weird because they use MonsterVerse Kong's roar in that show too.
and the only time the only time this movie has a connection to the MonsterVerse is in episode 2, where that old guy is talking about there was this time where a bunch of people went to this island called Skull Island. They flew there in a bunch of helicopters, but then they went missing. They were found later on a small boat. They told some horrifying stories there.
Urban
That's like
spook
To be honest,
Yeah, and
it
also the
doesn't have
Skullcrawler.
to-
There's a Skullcrawler appearance in the show as
narrating
well,
like
but it's
yeah,
like a
with
brief
blood
cameo.
with red blood for some reason.
they needed more
Yeah.
Skullcrawlers to connect it to the island because it doesn't even feel like the same island.
the Skullcrawlers
Yeah,
had
there's a big
blood and
temple in
chaos
that
on them.
island.
Not they had red blood in the original. You see it when he kills the Skull Devil, when Kong rips out its you see red blood.
Okay, it looked
I
green
mean,
to me.
I think there was like some.
I think you're colorblind.
Yeah, was it? Well, I mean, when Kong, I mean, maybe it's like, yeah, and when Kong like does the whole like uppercut with the rusted propeller, pretty much through the neck of the Skull Devil, there is some green blood.
Okay, well, back to Monarch.
Yes. Speaking
Yeah,
of,
that show
so
sucks.
yeah, speaking of Monarch, so basically the opening scene, the very opening of the show, which does the flashback of John Goodman during the events of Kong Skull Island. So he throws like this bag full of like those tapes into the ocean while he's being chased by Mother Longlegs, separated from Packard's crew. Which, first of all, why would he even like? I mean, I guess we have to fill in the gaps, but it was like, at what point did that even? It didn't. Obviously, it didn't even happen in the movie. We don't see it happen in the movie, but like, why would he even separate from Packard's crew, which would be a more safe option because those guys at least have guns. And second of all, him throwing that out in the ocean, wasn't the point of them trying to meet at the rendezvous point is like the closest place out in the ocean to, so that they'd be able to be extracted. Why didn't he just think to just have the extraction happen at that particular thing where Randa threw the tapes down in the ocean from?
Well, because
show.
They set the extraction point beforehand. But still, you're right, because in the movie, it never feels like they're close to the shore. It always feels like they're like in the center of the island, and suddenly this show says, "Ah, no, actually, they were like right there. There's the
It's
water."
so confusing. Like,
Exactly.
this doesn't make sense. There was a bamboo forest near the coastal line? What?
This show fucks the canon of the MonsterVerse. Like in the opening scene, in scene 1.
This makes Skull Island, just makes Kong Skull Island even less remarkable now.
I think the
Yeah.
greatest takeaway you can have from Monarch Lom is that it's a program that could have done some quite interesting things. Like episode 5, we always go to the example of that's the good episode. They could have done a whole series of that. They could have done a whole series on just the history of Monarch. And they could have done a whole series on the effects. There's lots of things they could have done which could have been nice and small scale and interesting and would have developed the lore of the MonsterVerse millions of times more than GVK and GXK have managed.
Yeah.
But
And the
somehow,
problem was that
Sidebar, I know.
despite the fact that this show is so small scale and whatnot, they've still managed to just pepper holes throughout the MonsterVerse story in so many ways.
Yeah, I mean the show's trying to do like you mentioned, like it's a show that could have done the history of like how Monarch came to be, could have done the smaller scale human story, what have you. Like the thing is, this show tries to do all those things at once, but not only was it made by people who clearly didn't do their homework on the MonsterVerse, or they don't care, as well as the fact like it's also made by people. It was also like done. They also try to like throw in whole other elements just to tell a particular, that throw the whole world building out of whack, just so they could tell a time travel story. To try to justify why would Kurt Russell's character, who would pretty much clock in at like being 90 years old, if like they say in the show, looks pretty much looks good for that age.
Okay, guys,
Radiation equals superpowers, guys. Did you not learn your lesson from Spider-Man?
I don't know. Okay, well, guys, before I'm gonna leave, but before I leave, I have something to tell you. They're also making a Pacific Rim prequel show.
They're doing what?
A Pacific Rim prequel show.
Oh, that's.
I mean,
I actually like that.
It's kind of redundant.
Like during the kaiju war before the first movie happens.
Yes, and it seems like I wouldn't be surprised if the Pacific Rim prequel show does so many retcons to the point it's even worse than Uprising in the Black.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for the live stream, and bye, guys.
Bye.
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 Actually, I'm gonna
the black being bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna be leaving too.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for having me on.
I think I have a couple statements to make. So first, it's on my user. Tiamat did in fact not deserve better. She deserved worse. I stand on this claim. The Showa era is the best era of Godzilla. 1954 is the best Godzilla movie. I know some of you don't like that, but it's true. The best non-movie piece of Godzilla media is oh yeah, don't worry, DJ. I have more. The best non-movie piece of Godzilla media is very easily Godzilla in Hell. The only real competition is Half Century War, and even then, that's kind of marginally worse. This is my top 3 media of all time, by the way. That I mentioned before. It's that 3 is -1, 2 is In Hell, and then 1 is 54. In that order from. Anyways, and of course, what was it called? One moment, I'm thinking. I forgot what this thing was called -1 over 90 for sure, buddy. Yeah, I cope about that. Seed mauled. In fact, it's called the protesting. The protesting is the funniest piece of Godzilla trivia in all of human history. It is the peak. The protesting is peak Godzilla.
Protesting.
I don't like mid show era, like medium show era, but late and early show era is like undeniably kind of the peak of the franchise. Anyways, yeah, the protesting is the funniest. The protesting is peak Godzilla. I will not explain to you guys what the protesting is. You have to figure out what that is yourself.
You mean killing the monsters?
No, in the Heisei era, the protesting.
Oh, wait, what?
I gotta leave you guys to figure that one out. It's so. I might bring it up later. That's what I originally came here to do. But yeah, the protesting is peak. And I think that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
But
Goodbye.
by the way, like,
Well, that just happened.
Yeah, that did
Monarch,
happen.
there was something that I was just thinking of, but before he said, okay, yeah, I think that the best character to me, honestly, is the only one that I feel like is a little bit novel, which is like the Monarch main dude, and no one respects him in the entire fucking
Oh,
show.
Tim.
Yeah, I
Tim.
think
Oh,
Titan
Tim?
Tim.
fucking awesome. Yeah, I love.
I mean, I wouldn't say he's the greatest because I think Kintaro's kind of up there in terms of like
Kintaro is-
characterization. But yeah, no, I agree. Like Tim is a good character.
Oh, guys, I just
Kind of.
realized something. Oh, guys, you know what? I realized something. Another reason why Hiroshi Randa is a piece of shit. He inadvertently, when he had that gamma thing and it woke Godzilla up, he inadvertently killed a bunch of like Monarch guys in a helicopter, aside from Tim. And the next time him and Tim meet up, there's no acknowledgement of that whatsoever.
Exactly, dude. Everyone
Oh,
respects him.
bad.
Like, what
That's
the fuck?
bad.
Again, like, to me, Tim should have been like, or someone like Tim should have been closer to being the protagonist. Like, if you think about it, Tim really tries to do the right thing every single time, even when no one really gives him any type of recognition. That's why I'm saying that he's
Yeah.
a novel character in the whole show.
Yeah, the
But
show tries to make him look like, oh, look at this goofy guy here. It's like, but
Yeah.
no,
Laugh at
he's
him.
actually
Yes, he's supposed to be the laughing stock character, not the scarecrow. He's supposed to be the jester character that you're supposed to laugh at and go, "Oh, you silly goose!" Kind of like how Josh was in GVK and that guard was in GXK. Like the one voice of reason in the entire piece of
Mikhail.
media is just completely Miguel. Yes, Miguel. Sorry. Yeah, no, those types of characters are becoming. I've noticed that they've become a little bit prevalent, and I think it shows his lack of self awareness because you're making the smarter character in the show be treated like an idiot while everybody else is treated like an idiot. Well, I mean, well, everybody else is an idiot, but they're treated as intelligent. It's so funny.
I felt related to him the most because he's trying to do his best in like most situations, even when he's like even when he comes up as funny, like he's trying to kidnap, quote unquote, this girl because he doesn't really know how to be like natural about it. It's like you wouldn't know how to be a government guy going up to someone and not scaring the shit out of them if you're telling them, hey, you have to come with me. That's actually very normal. Like, I feel like every one of us would be in that situation. And yeah, like he's just the laughing stock the whole show. Kintaro, I feel
Not
like
me.
he's
I'd
the
raise her up.
closest- Eh?
No, I was just making a joke.
But yeah,
Oh,
like
bit of a hit low and then off you go then, yeah?
we needed more relatable characters. Like, I feel like this drama stuff that they had with their parents and all that, that's something that, yeah, maybe some people are going to relate to, but dude, like most people don't have like all of that bullshit going on. I think that we needed to round it up a little bit more. And when they had a
That's what I
character
mean by
that are more
that's really
realistic,
the episode 5 works so well because it's just here are some characters in a situation. and then
Yes.
you just watching the characters experiencing the situation. It's like that's the sort of thing that people can relate to. And I love the fact that you had the visual storytelling of the mum's house is just filled with other people's stuff because that's what she does for a living. She goes into San Francisco and finds stuff, sometimes
Yeah.
specific stuff, sometimes just random stuff, and her whole house is full of it. She's swimming in in societal stuff, and then her daughter's bedroom is completely bare,
Yeah.
completely and utterly bare.
Yeah. It's like episode 5 was like the closest that the show pretty much attempted to really take the time and really flesh out like these characters pretty much like Kate and what have you. As well as like flesh out, like give us like tidbits of world building in the MonsterVerse. Aside from like the when Kate first arrives in Tokyo, in episode 1, where it's like, oh yeah, that would make sense that they would have a warning system for Titans arriving. I mean, granted, we see it in GVK, but rather like seeing it in a way that's actually be like, yeah, this is actually like a normal
God,
thing.
I'm sorry, Dad. I
One
just
thing I
remember the
will
flipping
say is that I
GVK
would,
GXK. Fuck that off.
yeah. One thing I will say is that I prefer this show over the latter MonsterVerse titles because I appreciate it more when you try and fail than not trying at all because you just don't care.
Yeah.
But they did fail,
Yeah, I
and I
can.
will call that
Yeah.
out. But because one thing I do like is the recognition that, oh, this event does affect people. I was kind of hoping for something along the lines of the Heisei Gamera movies where like we get to see like individual like characters going through hardships because of the event, like characters that have to their life is radically changed because of this kind of event. Kind of like how that I mentioned it in my video, like that one scene in Avengers Endgame where Captain America's at the support group where that guy's talking about going on a date and it went well, but he took the first step. He didn't know where he was going to land, but he took the first step, and he's got to move on, right? Move on from the tragedy, move on from everything that's happened. And even like the revisionist aspect of Batman v Superman in terms of the events of Man of Steel, where we get to see the aftermath of Superman's deplorable actions, which like Superman kind of facilitated the destruction of the city of Metropolis. So the damage was downright apocalyptic. And believe it or not, he actually committed genocide. He killed the rest of his people. He killed all those Kryptonian babies when he said Krypton had its chance. He just lasered them to death. But yeah, I appreciated that Day of the Dead scene in BVS where people are discussing must there be a Superman, and I really like the response that Senator Finch has. Like there is like it doesn't matter if we want it doesn't matter if we want it or not. There is a Superman, and we must make do with what we have. I really like that. That's probably Snyder at his well, maybe not at his best, but Snyder when he's actually trying to be competent. And then the rest of the movie happens. We don't talk about that. But I was expecting something like that in Monarch, and we only got bits and pieces of it because everybody wanted to focus on the lore. Everybody wanted to focus on the lore because everybody loves the lore. We want more monsters, more monster action, more Godzilla.
Well, it's
More
actually got
Godzilla. I love Godzilla.
Monarch has got the same problem as WandaVision. I don't know if you saw that. And
I
programs and
would
the
never.
Disney programs like that.
I don't
But
watch Marvel stuff.
yeah, I've watched it surrogately through like EFAP and whatnot. Did I actually watch it? No, I did actually watch it afterwards. Didn't make it any better. But it shows like that which have like these concentrated stories which could be like very good concentrated stories, but they just want to be world
More.
breaking or having some major impact on the story of the MCU and whatever, that every single one will start off somewhere and then just go and grow and grow and grow and grow. And oh my God, there's some kind of major event that's going to have to be mentioned somewhere to the point where you go from the end of Avengers Endgame, where Wanda is a good guy, and then you go to Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, and she's this complete nut job, and you're like, whoa, 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 what happened there? It's like,
Yeah,
Well, you see, there was this TV show.
Yeah.
yeah. It's like when
See,
you.
I'll
It's
tell
like
you
you
what
switch.
happened.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
I'll
Multiverse of
tell you what
Madness
happened.
is
What
one of
happened
those.
is that it's that time of the month again.
Yeah. Multiverse of Madness is like an example where it's like, damn, you're damned if you watch WandaVision because the movie doesn't make sense with what the end of WandaVision establishes, and you're damned if you don't watch WandaVision because, there's going to be details that you miss. There's going to be more details that you miss. So either way, you're just Multiverse of Madness is just a can of worms
Ooh.
that's like, it's
Would you
a
like
can of
to
flesh-eating
hear?
worms.
Would you like to hear a rather unfortunate connection, which has something to do with my subtitle?
What?
So, in Multiverse of Madness, the entire plot is Wanda is trying to get hold of American Chavez because America Chavez has the power to jump between alternate realities, alternate universes, the multiverse. And she's
Yeah.
the only one who can do that. She's the only one with the power to do that. That's why WandaVision is doing WandaVision. Scarlet Witch is doing what she's doing. That's the entire impetus of the plot. In Deadpool and Wolverine, they show that sling rings can do that. The
Yeah, that's
mass-produced
true.
magical items. They show that the sling rings can do exactly the same thing. In fact, they can do better because they can
Oh,
time
Animus.
travel as well. Apparently,
Animus, it gets better. It gets better, Animus. It gets better. So they're chasing America Chavez throughout the multiverse for her ability to travel the multiverse.
yeah. But it's just with Scarlet Witch, a specific thing of she wants to travel stuff between realities or some extra rubbish, which makes that slightly less stupid, but only slightly less. But the reason I wanted to bring that up is because in GXK they say that Scar King is trapped in his fiery realm, which he's not. There's a forest and there's a misty place next to it that you can also get into, but whatever. And they make the point of going, look, this sinkhole that Kong just made leads into the realm. That's how the place is now open now. Except they show later that there's another hole.
Yeah.
When Kong
Oh.
is escaping the fiery realm and he's back at his place and he's setting off all the traps for the apes to fall into, they show the apes climbing out of a hole, but it's not the same hole. It's a completely different hole, which means there was another way of getting out of there before Kong made one, which means Scar King could have left at any time.
Oh my god!
Even if you
I would
said
like
that
to
he went to
redirect
some
a
place
tip.
where the monkeys cannot climb, Kong climbed whatever he had to climb with 3 limbs instead of 4. Just
With
saying.
his frostbitten arm, yeah.
Exactly.
I would like to bring attention to the chat for a second.
Yeah.
So Havon Scruggs says, I don't think the later MonsterVerse were not trying, but more so had different goals than Monarch or the earlier films. It seems to me GVK and GXK wanted to be Kong adventure movies, and they're that. Yeah, well, here's the thing. So they're supposed to be making at least that's what they say they're trying to do, is to make the monsters the main focus of the story, right? To make them the main characters, right? Number one, things just kind of happen to Kong in GVK and parts of GXK, and he sort of just reacts. It's just action. Oh, I'm reacting. There is no arc, there is no growth, there is no sacrifice. I want family. I have to do thing to get family. I do thing. I get family. That's it. That's really it. And Godzilla's just kind of there. And this is without mentioning the fact that, according to the director's commentary of GVK, which was excruciating to listen to, by the way, he pretty much said, oh, we tried to, but when we were like kind of there, we just kind of gave up and just said, you know what, people are just here for the monster, so we just kind of just gave up. So yeah, no, they definitely admitted to just not trying, so that's false. And also the second comment he made, he says, to be fair, in Deadpool and Wolverine, we don't know that the sling ring works the same way as in the main movie. My question to that is, why wouldn't it? Why,
Well,
or
the
better yet,
answer
why
to that is
shouldn't it?
it does, because they explicitly state that it can in the first Doctor Strange film. They say the sling rings
Yeah,
can be used to travel the multiverse. They state that
it,
objectively.
Yes, yeah.
yes,
That's why. Yeah, that's why Multiverse of Madness like falls apart completely because the first movie explicitly establishes the multiverse. They
mm,
outright say it. So, and not only that,
yeah.
but but even then, like you can't even say, "Oh, Loki was where the multiverse was created." It's like now, no, sorry, no.
Yeah, I was watching the Multiverse of Madness video that Mahler made at the beginning of the week, actually. So it's funny that we're bringing that up.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Well, I was going to make a short video called "Hole Problems" and talk about what I just talked about, because it's
Yeah.
just funny that there's like they both have like, we need holes. Oh, here's some holes. Oh, these holes are causing problems now.
Yep. Yeah. No, this whole thing's a mess. Jay Havon says, I think being a reactive protagonist in simple characters isn't much of a bad thing in itself. Kong reminds him, I guess, reminds me of a simple fairy tale like character. There's
There's a
bad
bad
guy and
guy.
he's
He's
going
gonna
to
stop it.
stop it. That ultimately
That's not what
presupposes that
happens
fairy
though.
tale stories, yeah, and that also presupposes that fairy tale stories don't have character arcs.
Yeah, they have like an objective, all of them. Like maybe the character is
And they
just
have a
not
reason as well too.
the story is to teach a lesson, which most stories are, right? But these are more like condensed. Like the objective is to teach kids not to like stray away from the path or do stuff like that. That's why you tell them to children. Like
Yeah.
Weirdly,
Yeah.
the Kong in GVK is basically the same sort of story as the original King Kong, i.e., Kong is chained up, put on a boat, transported across the world to an alien place. But in King Kong, that's basically shown to be a bad thing. In GVK, it's like, yeah, this is good. This.
Yeah.
Mm. And the problem isn't that Kong is reactive or not. That's not the problem. The problem is that he's just reactive, not proactive. Like proactive in the sense that he just he goes out of his way to, for example, make things easier for himself, because there's a lot of decisions that he makes that kind of he gets in his own way sometimes. But I don't know if it's his fault or if it's the fault of the people leading him. I haven't decided on which whose fault it is yet. But even still, like when it comes to like emotional stakes or whatever, or like character arcs, he's not very proactive. He's only reactive to the plot, but not proactive to his emotions or anything of the sort. He's just kind of there. Oh, he's sad that he doesn't have a home. They take him to Hollow Earth. He has a home. Oh, he has a home, but there are no other Kongs. He goes out looking. He finds the other Kongs. Now I'm happy. But then the Kongs are evil. Now I'm sad, so I have to kill them all. And so I kill all the evil Kongs and free
There's
all the
even
good
even
Kongs.
that. Even then, it's just the one Kong and some subordinates that are loyal to him. But still, he's like, oh, I found my
Yeah, that's what I
people, but
meant.
they're being subjugated by an evil member of my race. So I gotta subvert that somehow
Yeah,
because
let's
he's
kill them.
bad.
No, let's not try to convince them or try and find a way to convince them that what they're doing is wrong and have them turn on their leader. No, let's just kill them.
You
Let's just
know,
kill
here's
them.
the thing. You know what? Here's a missed opportunity. We should probably get back to Lom in a bit, because there's a point I want to bring up. But there's like a missed opportunity with Scar King where instead of like poking fun at like Kong's like metal tooth and just like and just antagonizing him and and being as much of a dick as possible, being obviously evil as possible, like Scar King could have maybe if could have tried to like maybe convince Kong to be like, "Yo, I've noticed that you may have had a run in. I've heard, somehow he figured that you got this axe that has like a Godzilla spike on there. You know, you could help us in fight in pretty much subverting the big guy up there. I could
I
help you.
also
We
love
can help
how
each other."
in
Big
I
lie,
also love how in
like try
JVK,
to bring him
uh,
in, and Kong eventually finds out that this guy is evil. Yeah, but
Yeah,
like to
yeah,
be fair, like Scar King is just a complete waste. Like everything about him is in a way wasted potential. But yeah, you're right. Like they could have
yeah,
done that.
kind of do what Proximus Caesar was trying to do, with like Noah in Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, just being like, instead of just being like a dick to him, he should have been like, look, we have you and I, we have a common interest. We should work to you should join me. We should work together, for and achieve that common interest.
Yeah,
Um,
like
yeah. It's simple,
Proximus
but
is
it's
evil from
effective.
the beginning, but with Scar King, they really, really rushed it. It's like so. Yeah, monkeys are there are evil monkeys. That's like as soon as you find out that Kong is not alone, you already know that they're evil. Like that, there's like an evil group. There's no like realization. It's everything is very rushed.
yeah, everything
Mhm.
is what you
Because we
see
need
is
to get
what
it
you
out of
get.
the way so we can have the monster fight. That's why we need to have the monster fight. That's we
Yeah.
gotta get that out of the way.
Yeah, we have to have a Kong fight Scar. We have to have Kong just immediately be like, no, fuck you, dude. you know,
Can I
it's
just? I
Mm.
want to point this out quickly. I put it on Twitter, but I just want to say it here. So the impetus for Kong like having a fight with Scar King is because Scar King killed Diddy Kong's dad question mark or friend or whoever the hell he was, Suko. Um, the lava pit he kicks him into disappears and reappears and disappears.
hmm.
I also
It it's kind
find
of
it funny.
hilarious when you actually look at the whole area. There's no lava pit. Then suddenly there's a lava pit for the guy to get kicked into, and then the lava pit disappears afterwards. It's like it literally just appeared just to kill the guy and then run off
That
again.
that's Scar King's superpower.
That's
He
how
can
you
like
write.
make
Listen, Animus,
lava
writing is hard.
lava
Okay,
Yeah,
writing
yeah,
is
yeah.
very hard.
That's his power.
Oh,
No matter where
mate,
he
you
is,
are not prepared. You are not prepared for some of the things I'm noticing in this bloody film.
No,
also like
redirecting attention to chat. Havon says, "I don't believe a character having a development or going through an arc is I think he meant necessarily required in writing. Some characters are static characters and react to the world around them. I would disagree. I think it entirely depends on what you're trying to achieve. For example, in Captain America: The Winter Soldier, which say what you want about the film, but the character writing, you've got to admit, it's pretty keyno.
Yeah.
We see Captain America, his character arc is that he is supposedly stuck in the past, right? Everybody's got this gray morality, like it's not all black and white, but he's got like a black and white sense of morality, but that's kind of shattered when he finds out that the people that he trusted are actually the bad guys. And
Yeah,
the people that
and
are
it,
actually the good guys make really questionable decisions. So
yeah,
now
and then that's
you have a
called
paradigm here.
yeah, and it's called into question even more when he finds out that his best friend Bucky is now working with the bad guy, is part of Hydra.
Yeah.
yeah, he's standing
Sticking
strong in
to
his
your
position in
morality is
contrast
different from
to
being static.
yes. Oh, yeah, yeah, you're right. Like for example, in Dragon Ball, Freezer is evil the whole time, but like you have another character that's good on the good side like the whole time. You need some foils. You can just have a character be reactive the whole time. And then Godzilla, in a way, in GXK, they also make him reactive the whole time because he's being controlled by the Iwi. So everyone's just doing what the writer wants them to do. Like there's no
Y- yeah.
variety.
Din
Yeah, and
friggin'
even then, like with Captain America, he is also proactive in his character journey, not just reactive to the things that happen to him. For example, whenever he gets the opportunity to try and calm Bucky down, to try and get him on his side, he immediately takes it. And Kasaibo in chat mentioned Captain America Civil War, that's still present as well. Whenever they try to shoot at him, they Captain America makes sure that the police officer stop trying to shoot at him. He disarms the gun and breaks the walkie-talkie that one police officer was using. He tries to help Bucky escape, but not without confronting him because, well, I mean, Bucky is still a loose cannon. And he knows that Bucky is innocent for all those like terrorist attacks, but he can't prove it. He just knows it. That's him sticking to his guns. That's not necessarily him not being proactive. That in fact, he is actively making sure that his friend, first of all, feels safe around him, and number two, making sure that he knows that he can rely on him. That's proactive. That's being proactive, not just
Sorry to
reactive.
interrupt. I'm gonna have to pop off for a bit. I need to have dinner. So,
Okay.
yeah,
I
if
mean, I
I'm
don't know
not
how much
back,
longer this. I don't know how much longer this stream will be on though, because we've kind of covered. I mean, earlier we've covered quite a bit of Monarch, but there's probably like a
yeah,
couple of things.
Monarch is basically it's a mess. It's very confusing. It's the storylines all over the place and they're mashed together so confusingly. It's hard to keep track or invested in each individual storylines. The characters barely change, and they often repeat a lot of what the like. There's literally 2 episodes where they repeat exactly the same dialogue back to back. Shaw is very confusing. It's just it's a mess. It's a complete mess of a show, and basically shouldn't be acknowledged by anybody. And yeah, that's my piece on Monarch Legacy of Monsters in short.
Awesome.
I might come back if you're still going. I don't know how much longer you're going on for, but
Yeah,
thanks for having me on.
You're welcome. Yeah, apparently Brutally Hands has also made like some MonsterVerse videos, so that could be
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I find it is pronounced brutally honest.
BS.
BS.
Yeah, so
Right.
that might be something that them maybe next time, baby.
Next time. Anyway, thanks for having me. Chat to you later. If not, chat to you the next time we do a stream.
Awesome. Cool.
I'll see you on February 8th.
Oh, yeah,
yes.
that's yeah.
So,
Anyway,
regarding Monarch, we've spoken about like pretty much all the important characters. Some we kind of screwed because they're not that relevant.
There is like one little thing. So the last time we kind of see like Bill Randa in one of the flashback stuff, and it's like after the Lee Shaw thing, after Lee Shaw disappeared supposedly. It's like said in 1962, and the general guy's all like, "We're gonna cut funding" or something like that, and which begs the question of how was Monarch able to stay afloat between from 1962 to 1973, which is when the events of Kong Skull Island happened?
Reasons.
Well,
yeah.
We do say that they're basically like hanging on a thread by Skull Island. It's still a very long time. Honestly, I think that they should have added a couple of years to make the time frame like a little bit shorter in between both things.
Yeah, because otherwise like they've been hanging by a thread for a decade and a year throughout the Vietnam War. Let's just say it's interesting. Okay, it says you forgot Duval joining Monarch because her sister worked at Janjira.
I didn't even remember that. To be fair,
Yeah.
like, was that important in the show?
To be honest, I'm pretty sure I may recall something like that, but I don't even. Yeah, I don't know. I think that I may have missed that actually. Like, is that an error in the MonsterVerse, or is it?
I mean, is it relevant? Even like, I don't feel like that changes much. Like that seems like a fun fact, but like
Okay. All right. Yeah.
I find
do
it
you guys
a little
overall
bit off
feel
topic. I find it strange that we went from Godzilla struggling to kill two giant bugs to now being able to kill God.
yeah, power
um.
scaling is a bitch. Honestly, the problem with this is that if you don't plan ahead, you're going to get eventually like fucked by it. The MonsterVerse never planned for anything. Yeah, ironically, the biggest
Yeah.
plan probably was Godzilla versus Kong. But in the middle, they have a literal three-headed space dragon. So
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's like
From
at this point
Venus.
from or from wherever. I guess from somewhere.
Mexico.
Ooh. No, that's Rodan.
yeah, technically Antarctica.
Hmm. Hell, I bet Wingard thought he was so clever with putting him in Antarctica. Like, oh, he's the devil. And Dante's Inferno, where do you find the devil? Oh, you find him in an icy hell. Oh my god, I'm so
That,
clever.
well, we'll say. Well, first of all, that it wasn't Wingard didn't do Cotton. But second of all, we will save that. We'll save that. That's.
I meant.
That's,
Sorry. I confused the two. It's just you know what I meant, right? You know what I meant. I meant
no, I getcha.
Doherty.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
getcha. I getcha.
Honestly, like he did make it Outpost 33, which was the outpost of the Thing as well. Like the Thing from another world. Like maybe that's just a fun Easter egg, or maybe he did want to, like evoke that. Maybe both things at the same time.
Oh, Ketsu says not an heir. Her reason for Duvall's reason for joining. Let me see. Duvall's reason for joining Monarch was to prevent something like the Janjira incident or G-Day from happening again. That's why she joins Lee Shaw and plugging up the holes to Hollow Earth. Oh yeah, the French. Oh yeah, it's that French lady.
Yeah, the dummy mummy.
French? I thought she was Hispanic.
No, like she's referred to as Mademoiselle. At several points.
Oh.
Yeah, he was French.
You don't think that was like the characters being cheeky? Because like some people just call like she's actually French. Oh, are you talking about? Wait, am I confusing like the actual like director of Monarch with like the guard? The guard that's
The lady who was with Tim at the start of the show.
And then she swaps.
That's Duval. Oh,
Yeah, the guard, as you said.
I forgot her name. Yeah, okay.
I forgot.
Yeah,
what's the name of the other director?
Perdugo, I think is her name.
Verdugo. Yes, you're right. You're so right.
Director Perdugo.
That is in Spanish, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah,
Got
like
it.
that doesn't really add anything to the character. Like it's just like it's nice that they add motivation to background characters, but it's not something that you can like praise. It's like the bare minimum, to be honest.
Yeah.
Was she like? Why is she no longer like the chairman for Monarch or chairwoman for Monarch? Why is she like no longer like the boss?
That's a good quote.
Whatever.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. She was just introduced in this. She was only introduced in this show. That's why she was a character made up for this show. Perdugo. She was, like there was a reason why she didn't appear in the movies.
Yeah, that's literally bad continuity. They could have gotten someone from like King of the Monsters, like a lower actor, and say something. Like Annie Hopkins, what was her name? Like they could have gotten anyone, but they didn't.
Maybe they didn't have the budget of 200
Yeah,
million.
they definitely didn't. They wasted it. Well, not wasted it, but they spent it all on Kurt Russell, probably.
Yeah, speaking of like people from Monarch, I mean, we mentioned earlier like the events of the show that kind of happened where you got like all these spikes and all the various holes with Axis Mundi and Lee Shaw taking over a Monarch outpost, taking over an operation, what have you, to clog up these holes there. Sarazawa and Graham would have
pretty much would have like popped in to be like, "Yo, what the fuck is going on here?" But they didn't. Like it would make like this
Isn't
would kind of
Kurosawa name dropped at some point? I think he was. Just asking.
yeah, his name was the Serizawa was mentioned, but what I'm saying is like, why didn't the character himself show up?
Mm. Yeah.
Because writing is hard, okay? Leave the
Writing
writer,
is
leave the
hard.
multi-million-dollar company alone.
Yeah. Like they could have said that he had like diarrhea and he couldn't go. Easy peasy.
No, see, he was at a Chinese restaurant at the time, getting the fortune cookie. He read the quote from the King of the Monsters from, and so he was busy with that, and he
He
had
was
he was
just
preparing to
ignoring
read the
his
whole
son.
thing.
Like
Yeah.
when he was like,
Yeah,
"Dad, can we play baseball?" And he was like, "Nah." And that's what he was
yeah,
doing.
he was
Like,
busy neglecting his son. Yeah,
yeah.
Oh god.
can't
Yeah,
forget
don't
about
even.
Ren Serizawa, the
Oh
most
god.
important
Don't.
character in GVK.
Yeah. Try not to remind me of that. God. That was. God. That's a character wasted potential if ever I've seen one in this series.
Yeah, see, ZG understands. It was a very long fortune cookie, so he had to read all that. It took the entirety of this season 1 of Monarch to read the whole fortune cookie.
It was like 2,000 pages. It was like actually the size of the Bible. You had to go through the whole thing.
Oh,
The holy
I mean, it's
cookie.
possible to write books longer than the Bible. I mean, there's this Loud House fan fiction that's longer than the Bible.
Dude, I think the comprehensive history of Christian might be longer than the Bible now.
If they wrote a book, sure, because it's still going.
It's still going.
It's still going.
If you don't know who
Someone
that is,
please end his
Lau.
misery so that they can stop making episodes.
Yeah. By the way, Lau, don't ask who Christian is. Yeah, you're better off not
No,
knowing.
I know the name and I know it's not that good thing, so I don't care.
Oh,
I
okay.
Yeah.
but I don't know.
Think Queso. Oh, well, not Queso. What's his name? Biggie, Boogie.
Boogie.
I
Yeah.
don't know who that is either. I just know that queso
Okay,
cheese
good.
in Spanish. That's it.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Looking at the chat, Wingard also said not to take everything at face value during his commentary for his comments about Godzilla Twin with Kong. That was the interview. That was not what he said in the director's commentary. I mean, he did say the same thing in both, but he did not say not to take it at face value in the director's commentary. So, yeah, I'm gonna take his word for it. He also says also Monarch Legacy of Monsters should took place during King of the Monsters. It would have been a lot more interesting, more story to tell, and more interesting things to do during the Titans Rampage. I don't think so. I think taking place after 2014 has enough potential already to have some revisionism going on in your story.
Yeah.
You know what
Especially
we could
because if
have
you see
done?
my video, like you have a whole lot of like a whole list of things you could possibly do. Like maybe the whole economy thing doesn't have to be addressed, but still, like there are so many stories to tell with 2014. It's just a matter of both skill and imagination.
I can give you a couple stories like right now that actually I came up with in this same stream. One Muto egg survived, and someone that's supposed to clean all of San Francisco, which takes years, finds it, and like they end up like getting involved with Monarch. And then you have the whole conspiracy. Like, what are we going to do with the Muto? Maybe you can add actually Apex if you want to, and say that they're
Oh,
trying to recover it.
that's a good idea, actually, because the Muto Queen, what's her name? The Muto Queen that shows up in King of the Monsters, that could actually explain her existence.
Yeah, and you
That's
can pay
actually a
that.
really good idea.
Yeah, yeah. Like you just need to take King of the Monsters and 2014 and say, how can we take some small thing here and do A, B, C, and like you are not breaking canon. You can do something interesting, and yeah, like you could have done that. You don't even need to go to the past. You can just present. In between. That's all.
I didn't even consider that. That's actually a really, really good idea. I
Some
like
of
that.
that
I like that a lot.
15 minutes, 15 minutes, and yeah. They had so much potential. It's sad that they wanted to do great, Oh my god, I'm quoting Arcane. In the pursuit of greatness, they forgot to do good.
Yeah,
That
to be honest,
quote
like the
goes
whole
hard.
yeah, it really does. Like the whole thing with the past stuff, where we detail the origins of how Monarch came to be and how Bill Randa, Keiko, and Lee Shaw worked to try to keep it going and and figure out how to keep it going, and then some tragedy ensues. That whole thing could have just been the whole. You could have had that be this 10 episode season, and obviously you have to script doctor some stuff, here and there, just to tighten up the writing for sure. Make it, definitely tweak some stuff for sure. But you could have. I honestly would have rather had seen that a whole show just about those three people then what's the main plot of the show, the one that's in present day. Quite frankly, at least with the characters with Kate Randa and what have you.
To be fair, I think
Hmm.
that they should have just gone to the past or stick to the present and not do the in between thing because they just didn't have the skill necessary to pull it off.
Yeah, and you got to make sure you
Yeah.
really run and make sure you have the characters done really well. I mean, you just maybe just have have really work to get us endeared to Kate Randa and and so on and so on. You could have her be a flawed
I
person who did things.
personally, I like the history of Monarch, how it came to be. I kind of like that. I wish the show was just that, and
Yeah.
then at least for season 1, and then for season 2 we get an actual proper sequel to 2014, where we cover the aftermath, how people are going to move on from it, and then do what Lau suggested with the whole Mewtwo egg, and that could be a whole thing. I would have liked to see that, and then we could re-involve the original cast of 2014 because I want to see Sam Brody grow up and have him be an important character, an important character in the franchise again. Because
Yeah.
imagine like that legacy character just comes back, in some way, shape, or form, and becomes really relevant to the fight, or not the fight, relevant to the plot.
A redemption.
It
For
would be
Kudasuma.
awesome if,
Yeah.
and I wouldn't call it necessarily recycling because there's not a lot of character to recycle to begin with. We're just filling in the blanks, if you will. So I think it
Yeah.
could work personally, and
Yeah.
I just got a strange sense of deja vu.
Well, you know what? I wanted to say also, where I took the Mutu idea from? Godzilla the series. Rehash, baby. Rehash it all. But make it better. Yeah, like he finds the egg, then it starts growing, it comes back, you have a little bit of fights, that's what I could do with the Muto. But yeah, overall, I just feel like if you go to the past, just make Randa the main protagonist. Like start with him on the boat, finding out that there's monsters out there, and maybe he's slowly starts hunting cryptids, and eventually he finds a titan or something but to be fair, I do not really know if I think that the in military, trying to enhance Monarch for their own purposes was that interesting for a whole season on its own. But at least with the writers we got, I didn't feel like it was that interesting. It was the most interesting
The
part, but I don't feel like it could hold up on its own. At least personally, I don't think so.
my headphones cut out for most of what you said. Could you sum it down in short in a TLDR for me? Because
So I was joking that I took the Muto thing from Godzilla the series, from the premise of that one, and then I said that I personally just was given an opinion that I don't think that the military part of how Monarch was created was even that interesting in Monarch. I think it's the most interesting part, but I don't think it's good enough to hold for like an entire season. And if they went to the past, I feel like we should just make Randa the main protagonist. Like no Kirk, Russell, or anything. Just start with him on the boat that started every single event in this Monarch thing. He was in the boat, it got attacked, and from there on he started chasing monsters, and that developed into Monarch. I think that should be the beginning of the story, personally. Like, just saying.
Yeah. You know what else? What I would have wanted was for the Monarch show to address why Monarch and Apex weren't sharing their technology with the military, because from what it seems like, Apex and the military seems to be more buddy buddy with each other than Monarch is, because Monarch is in like a perpetual state of being about to be shut down, whereas Apex is doing just fine. So I want to know why they don't share that kind of technology, because the military is essentially what I love about 2014 so much. And again, like 2014 has its problems, but it's still arguably like the best out of the MonsterVerse for the writing. One thing I like about the writing of the 2014 is that immediately the first thing people think when Godzilla shows up is, okay, missiles and guns are probably not going to hurt it. We already tried nuking this thing over and over again. It hasn't worked, so guns are probably not going to do anything. So what we're going to do is just use artillery fire and our weapons to redirect their Godzilla's path of destruction away from human population. If and so in GVK and GXK, you can kind of see a similar sentiment present, but the way they do it is so inconsistent because Godzilla doesn't react in some instances, but in other instances he does react. So he just kind of reacts arbitrarily, like he's hurt. Well, not to the point where it could kill him, but to the point where it bothers him. He's hurt in at inconsistent times. Like it hurts when it can benefit the plot. For example, that scene in the boat where Godzilla's about to kill Kong, and then that fighter jet shoots him. He gets affected by it immediately, but fighter jets shoot him from above when he was underwater, and it was the same location, by the way. They shoot him from above, and he doesn't react like he's in pain or anything. He just acts like he's mildly annoyed. So that's something that's always so. And so I've always wondered, like, why do they throw away their lives like this? Why don't they have upgrades? Why don't they have upgrades to their weapons? Right? The military built their very own oxygen destroyer without the help of anybody, presumably. I like to believe that Apex probably had a hand, but there's no way to confirm that. And that also brings me to what somebody said in chat that said that Apex doesn't really have connections to the military. Is that confirmed?
I would say that at least they feel more militaristic. But yeah, I don't really know if it's confirmed that they have ties with the military.
And here's like, I mean, if we're going off of like that last scene in the final episode of this season, we don't know if it's just like Monarch personnel that's with, that kind of look militarized, look like military guys, but really they're just kind of like working with Apex or not. The most that I pretty much would recall is like the fact that you had like aircraft carriers taking Kong, across the sea to Antarctica, while Apex is kind of like over. You have like Maya Simmons kind of overseeing it.
Those are, in military terms, those are civvies. Those are civilians that are helping lead the expedition. But if this is a tech company responsible for like the creation of weapons, specifically Apex, shouldn't they share it with the military? The oxygen destroyer didn't really work like the real oxygen destroyer worked, and even in the Heisei era, things like jets and tanks are still used, although they have masers. Well, the thing with the Heisei era is that they are limited by the technology of the time, whereas in the MonsterVerse, technology seems to be consistently on the rise in terms of like quality and efficiency. We have Tron vehicles in the MonsterVerse right now. So
The
the
Yeah.
MonsterVerse.
whereas the increase in quality and technology with the Heisei era is gradual, the increase in technology for the MonsterVerse has been exponential. We went from
Yeah,
normal contemporary military technology to the Argo to whatever Apex is doing.
yeah, and that's
And then
as well. Yeah,
magic. We got magic now. Radioactive magic now.
Yeah, Motra
yeah,
literally materializing out of thin air. Amazing. By the way,
yeah.
a bunch of
Yeah.
scientists saw magic and no one even reacted to it. Just
Yeah, I
saying.
mean, like the Heisei, like the Heisei era, like you could say, like okay, so from like you had like Return of Godzilla that starts, it's like mid '80s, and then you got like a gap of like a few years, into Godzilla versus Biollante, and then you go from that to like, I mean, we have to presume enough time, some time passes before we get to King Ghidorah, which is set in 1992, and then all the other movies that come after are just pretty much like just the following year, one after another, what have you. So the military upgrades and tech and what have you would be more gradual for sure. Especially when you consider, I mean, like maybe slightly more fast tracked thanks to the presence of like Mecha King Ghidorah's like remains, but with Mecha Godzilla and what have you. But even then, that's the most, and as well as Mogera. Whereas the MonsterVerse, it's like 2014. You go from that to 2019 with King of the Monsters. It's like a 5 year gap, so there would be like some advancements.
2019
To
still feels a little bit too
Uh,
advanced, but it's still within the grasp of what you can say. Like it's a movie.
I mean, the fact that they had to like fast to be able to try to get things going to to have like more advancements. Given the rise of like new information about more Titans being around and what have you. So they got to have something to counterbalance against that in 2019. But then you go from that to 2024 in GVK. That's another 5 years, and you have Apex that has all this technology, that has this tech that is like it's super with the heaves. I mean, that alone, it's like incredibly advanced, as well as those Hollow Earth tunnels that get from Pensacola, Florida to Hong Kong in like like a half hour, seemingly.
I just think
uh,
that they completely
GSTE
lost
says,
the plot
uh,
with the MonsterVerse, and honestly, I don't even know if we can go back to like good stories. Since everything will now be built upon plot holes and plot holes and plot holes. Like sometimes I just feel like there's no recovery anymore unless you
yeah, I
actively
feel the
work
same
on
way
or
too.
ignore stuff.
Yeah, I agree. And I have a similar problem with the Heisei era too, because there are some good movies in the Heisei era here and there, but a lot of them are damaged by the plot holes of previous movies, especially Godzilla versus Destroyer, which, yes, it's still the best movie in the Heisei era, but it's still damaged severely. And GSTE says, that's not exactly true. It was stated in Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2 that they adapted future technology from Mecha Ghidorah into all their weapons, such as the creation of Garuda and Mecha Godzilla. That's still gradual because they didn't invent that technology. It came to them from the future and they began adapting that technology to wherever they could. That's still gradual.
Exactly. Yeah. Like there is a huge
We got
jump.
a boost, but it's still
Monster was
gradual.
saying that that jump is justified, even if it's like
Yeah,
coming from the future. Like you just reverse engineer it and apply it to other stuff. But yeah,
exactly.
like at this point the monsterverse and I don't want this to happen, okay, but the only way you can convince me that anything here makes sense is to go full balls to the wall retarded and say aliens. Why is this technology advancing so fast? Like, well, because it's aliens. Actually, like Apex, it was aliens all along. Anti-gravity. Ghidorah woke up and it like attracted. Like Ghidorah had like a chip or some shit. Like I don't know. And that's how they knew how to use Ghidorah's powers or telepathy, which was also retcon to make a Mechagodzilla. That's why they knew how to do all of the stuff, and that's why the technology jumps so fast after Ghidorah, because Ghidorah attracted the aliens. And I don't want that to happen, but it's the only thing that I feel could justify any of the stupidity that we've seen with the
Either
power creep.
that, or you can just use other monsters like Titanus, Abaddon, and even introducing Destoroyah to just kill everything and just destroy everything, kill everyone, and then boom, reboot. Because I was gonna save this for a different video. I was gonna save this as like a video essay, but I feel like this is like an opportunity to say it. I think the MonsterVerse is doomed. I think that to put our entire stake in a director, a good director so far, but still like a very novice director, putting our faith in him, although I might have had it at some point, had a lot of faith, the more I thought about it, the more I realized that just because he made one good movie, that doesn't guarantee that he's going to fix every single problem that is with the MonsterVerse. If he decides to commit to it long term, then he's going to require multiple movies to try and fix whatever problems were created in the MonsterVerse. But and that's just not a realistic goal. So
And also, it's
you're gonna
honestly
destroy
unfair.
it.
Like, it's
Yeah,
unfair to ask for
it's
so
sad.
much.
Like he doesn't deserve that kind of weight on his shoulders. That director.
Exactly.
I mean,
It's not
I
his.
mean, we're not expect. I mean, I wouldn't expect him to like fix everything, but you know, if there. But here's the thing: if he would be able to find a way to have us like, okay, a good starting point to like fix everything, to like have some things fixed, and maybe as the series progresses, we kind of figure out, you know, that we kind of patch things up a little more. I think if he was successful enough to do another movie, then I
Yeah,
mean, we will see.
I honestly
yeah. I
think
would
that
want him
the
to,
best
but it's
thing,
simply like 100% realistic.
yeah, it's just like poor dude. If people actually think that, first of all, they're dumb, and also like poor dude because he has to deal with so much pressure. I think he will have more
Yeah,
pressure from those people than Gareth Edwards had back then.
Right.
But like, I
yeah.
feel like we do need a reboot. And the reason why I
Mhm.
think that we should get a reboot is because, as you said, it is doomed. The only way this can go further is by becoming dumber and dumber. And if you reboot it right now, when it's near the peak, hopefully it's like at the best point that it's
If
ever going
he,
to be. It's maybe more acceptable for
yeah,
people to be excited about a new continuity and plan ahead, please, for fuck's sake, plan ahead. Don't let it power creep. Don't waste Ghidorah on the second fucking movie for that was so stupid. Honestly, Ghidorah could have worked really well in like a post GVK type of universe, but
he was set up to be a recurring villain, and technically he kind of was, but not in the way you would expect him to, because he came back as Mechagodzilla in the dumbest possible way you could come up with, instead of Mecha King Ghidorah, which is what one would naturally expect. And so I think you're right. If the new movie with Grant Sputores ends up being bad, I don't think it'll. I don't think it'll be entirely his fault. If it ends up like having good elements, or like it shows that he's actually trying to make a good film, but it just cannot be a good film, I wouldn't attribute the movie being bad to him. I don't think it would be his
never.
fault. I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
he would just be given a Herculean task to fix the problems of incompetent writers.
You know
And
what
it's
he
just
reminds
it's
me of
tragic.
right now? Actually, now that you say that,
Ooh.
he reminds me of where James Gunn was when he was given a DC movie.
I
Be-
think
I think
the
that the only way
MCU
we could maybe make
would be
something
more.
that's really, really good is making something that's a little bit isolated from all the dumbassery from GVK and GXK. Like the Suicide Squad was the best DC movie, but it was in a way separated from everything else. Because it's like this small mission in a small country with a small, basically completely new set of characters. He could do
Yeah, I
something like
mean,
that.
yeah, I mean, like my pitch for a sixth MonsterVerse movie before Grant Sputore was even announced
at least I believe. It was like during that MonsterVerse stream on Zims, was ultimately to kind of just like move as far away from like the Hollow Earth and craziness involving Kong as possible, and just kind of like while still acknowledging the events of the movies like GXK, for example, like Barat also. Well, I still like try to like have it be where it's still like a much more grounded film, or at least relatively more grounded. And yeah, it was like a Bylon type pitch, what have you, but it was like, there's some details that are pretty different. Because for one thing, there's no like soul thing in mind and what have you. It's just kind of like it's kind of I mean, it's a little like there's no soul or anything, but there is like the human DNA mixed with plant, mixed with Titan, and what have you. But I mean, I kind of mentioned it. It was like I even did a little bit where it was like a somewhat of a bioweapon, what have you. Like nothing too like it's like something that's like very sci-fi and kind of high concept, but pretty much less so compared to what we've gotten in the past few MonsterVerse films as well as Monarch, Monarch Lom.
Oh yeah, that show. I forgot we were talking about that.
Oh yeah,
Hate that show.
I mean it's not very good. Not very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I hate people telling me that it actually is, because it's not. I've seen people say, "Oh, this is the best thing that happened to the MonsterVerse, this and the other." It's not. It's
No.
really not.
Come on, like some good Godzilla scenes, it doesn't make a show good. Like you have to watch the whole thing.
It's like, oh my god,
Sometimes
look
Godzilla
at how
looks like
brutal.
styrofoam.
Look at how, oh my god, that fight with him and Ion Dragon was pretty cool. It's like, I mean, cool for like 20 seconds, pretty much. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it was a
Even
fun
then,
little
like, I wouldn't say
scene.
the show's entirely about Godzilla regardless. Like, it doesn't have to be about Godzilla.
Yeah,
It could be about
Godzilla's
literally
like barely
everything
even
else.
Godzilla. It's not even a Godzilla show. It's like he technically, because he's barely even in it. He's not even that much of a factor in the plot, all things considered, aside from Lee Shaw being like,
Like, I knew he was going to be the bait the
there's
moment I saw him in the trailers. Like, he doesn't need to be there. Like, if it sacrifices the story, then I would just cut him out completely.
Yeah. And also for a Monarch show, it shows you the origin of Monarch, but Monarch in the present doesn't really do shit. Like you have these kids going from place to place, and Monarch is kind of like trying to react to it. They don't actually do anything. I feel like.
Here's a question, Black Rooney. So there's a moment. So the moment when Godzilla like wakes up in the desert at the end of episode 6. Right after that, Shaw's all like, "We're gonna follow. Yeah, we're gonna go do our own thing. You guys can go do your own thing. You guys go ahead." The next point of civilization where there's like an airport is 10 clicks away. Now, so would you care to let us know like what 10 clicks usually means? At least
10 clicks?
10 clicks.
In distance.
Like in distance, yes.
6.2 miles away, or 10 kilometers for the people, quote unquote, people masquerading as humans in Britain.
In Latin America, we're 30 kilometers, so I guess I'm a penguin now.
You're a penguin.
But like 10 kilometers, that's in the heat of the desert. They probably had to drink pee. Just saying.
With no water, by the way. No
Exactly.
water, no food, no protection, no still suit, not doing the sand walk, not taking into account all the shy hulud around. Oh, wrong movie, sorry.
Also, like, honestly, they probably were hurting all over because they literally escaped a giant lizard waking up. Just saying. So.
And also, here's the thing: Godzilla let out like a big old roar, pretty much as soon as he woke up. wouldn't don't you think there's like that the city that they had to walk to nearby may have like heard that? They're like, yo, that's not like Godzilla. What was
You know,
that? And keep in mind,
you have to understand that writing is hard. Okay.
no, I know that, but
Very
here's the
difficult.
thing. But here's the thing. This show was made after King of the Monsters, which King of the Monsters said Godzilla had been seen for over 5 years. Like, how would nobody notice that Godzilla woke up in the desert 6 miles
It's because he
away?
looks exactly the same. It's because he looks exactly like the desert around him. He looks
Exactly.
indistinguishable from the sand. He was
Maybe those
being very
people think-
quiet when he went to sleep in the mountains. Okay, he was being very sneaky. He
Yeah,
tiptoed all the way to the mountains.
How did he have all that sand and all that rock build up around him? I don't understand it.
You know when
It's
people go to the beach
because
and
like
they're,
a friendly
sand?
sandworm spit on him. That's why. Spit a
Exactly.
bunch of sand on him.
I know why he. I know why he rose up in the desert. It's because call back to Mothra versus Godzilla, where he rose up in the sand in that movie. So
It's
some
a
people have been like, I
reference.
clapped. I understood that. I clapped. I understood that reference.
I saw thing I liked from thing from past in present. I clapped.
It's not even like from something that's not even canon with the monster.
I came harder than those maggots came on Godzilla by the end of Mothra vs. Godzilla.
Oh, you're getting spicy. Daring today, aren't we?
I mean,
Wait, what?
but to be fair, that's the only thing I don't like about Mothra vs. Godzilla. Like, he literally dies getting bukake.
Oh.
And it lasts like 10 minutes. Like, honestly, it's like a very boring fight. Again, I don't even know what to call it. Like, they're just like silking him up.
I mean, what else could they really do? Really? I mean,
They should die. That's what they should do.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, no, Godzilla should have won that one, to be fair.
yeah.
Bad
I
ending.
mean, yeah. At this point, it's safe to say Monarch Legacy Monsters is non-canon. Yeah, that's pretty much. And yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it didn't. Yeah, I mean, it's only. I mean, like the only discussion that could be had about it, in terms of its implications of the world building in the MonsterVerse, is whether or not we even choose to humor it as being canon with the MonsterVerse. Because I mean, if the creators don't care about it being canon, if they outright said it, then. All right, well, respect your wishes.
The
It's only a bad show, though.
The standards were
They're making a
so
season
low.
2, so it might not be non-canon because Kong is there as well. But if I have a feeling that if they wanted to make it make sense, they would have to say, "Oh, it's actually a parallel universe. How are we going to make these two versions of Godzilla and two versions of Kong unite with each other?" Oh, simple. Mecha Godzilla. No, I'm not Mecha Godzilla. What's his name? Space Godzilla.
No.
Like the thing is,
Why? Because reasons.
I think that the MonsterVerse has a little bit of an issue, which is that the fandom has like no standards, or like they don't respect themselves at some point. I do have to be honest. Like, when people tell me that the comics are canon, it's like, dude, how old are you? These people are going to throw those comics into the fucking garbage as soon as they write a bad movie. Then you can say that the comics are canon, all you want. They just told you that they're canon so they can sell you the comics and you bought them. Like, that's it. The comics aren't canon. The novelizations aren't canon. This shit isn't canon. So I just feel like it's so weird that people don't realize that yet.
Yeah,
That
I mean, like if you
canon-
want to buy the comics just because it's like just for the sake of like a fun little read, it's not you're not and not as and not try to take it as gospel to explain why why the movies why the movie's flaws may not be considered flaws or what have you. Yeah, that's one thing.
On
but
the contrary, the comics make things worse.
Exactly.
Ouch.
Yeah,
They make it worse.
You know what actually improves on stuff, and is so 2014 the novelization says that the mutos affect Godzilla's atomic breath. That's never considered canon, but it can technically be canon because if you check 2014, his atomic breath looks way weaker than it's in any of the other movies, and the only time that his atomic breath looks similar to 2014 is after he spammed it for like an entire night non-stop and drilling into the hull of the earth in GVK. That's the only thing you can technically say that it's canon from the novelizations, and that is technically confirmed 100% in the movies. Everything else is speculation, is theory, stuff that was left behind. Like we just need to like wait
I
and
would
find.
argue that the comic that came before GXK with the Titan Hunter and why Scylla was in Rome, I
Ooh,
guess that could be considered canon, but that also poses problems for the MonsterVerse as well. Because if they could build a mech without the requirements for the head of another Titan to psychically link with its AI, then what was the point of using Ghidorah's head for Mechagodzilla? They could have just
so
used that as a blueprint.
I think that you know, and that's
I
where
mean, it happened
the
before, but still.
yeah, and that's when the MonsterVerse fandom like comes in and ruins everything because they always go like, well, it could be because of this, and then someone else says, or it could be because of that, and someone else says, I mean, you know what? What if? What if? What if? And it's always like they give the writers excuses to do a shitty job. It's the
Yeah.
Yeah,
easiest to
it's always assumption. It's never what if or what
exact
if. It's I mean it's supposed to be what is. I don't care
exact
about what
Yeah.
ifs. Give me what is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stop first of all, stop writing for the writers, and secondly, stop assuming, well, maybe it's because of this. Well, maybe it's because of that. Oh, wouldn't it be safe to assume X, Y, or Z? Like, no, it wouldn't. I need I need
Yeah.
what is present in the story.
Yeah, I mean,
You
it's
can't just
like
assume
people
stuff
trying
in
to
your defense.
it's like all the defenses people had for why for season one of for Godzilla Singular Point being as shit as it is, because they'll be like, oh, don't worry, season two will when we get a season two, maybe it'll fix everything. It's like you don't fucking know that.
You know what? Like, I fucking love Singular Point, but I'm never gonna say that it makes sense because the thing is, I love it for all the reasons that the show doesn't love itself. The only reason why the show loves itself is because maths and like WhatsApp chats and all that, but that's not what I like about it. And I just
I
made
really
it
like the concept of Singular Point, to be honest. I just don't
with
like the
that.
execution, at least with the characters and the plot. I watched the show twice. I don't understand it.
Dude,
Yeah.
they told me the plot, what it's supposed to be, and even when I knew what it was, I rewatched the entire show and I still didn't understand it. Imagine that. Like, you know what you're supposed to be looking for, you look for it, and you cannot find it. What the fuck?
I'm dreading the day where if I'm dreading even just the 1% chance of me doing trying to working on a video on Singular Point,
If
just to
you
be
do it,
like,
call
guys,
me.
this
Like,
show's fucking terrible because I have to watch it again.
so to be fair, like Singular Point is still better to me than Monarch. Maybe it doesn't make sense, but at least the soundtrack is fucking awesome. Like at least it's entertaining to me. And even when I'm confused, it's like, well, you get some action scenes that are nice, and the music rocks. Like at
Oh, the
least
music is awesome.
yeah, it's so fucking good. Like, well, as you know, like I literally took the entire concept of the red dust and I'm trying to like rework it into a different story. Like, there's like a lot of potential in it, and it's
I
doing
can.
something.
Sorry, go ahead.
I don't. And I was just finished. I said that, and also it's doing something that's unique, which is hard to do when you're doing like a franchise that's over 75 years. Coming with something that's as special as the idea of like there's this leak in between dimensions that's creating like these monsters, and like I think that it's a unique way of presenting this without being the typical, oh, it's dinosaurs that got radiation and now they're big, like I think it's nice that they did that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
To
I mean,
redirect attention to the original topic, I think that all of those things that you're mentioning right now could be maybe not applied to Monarch, but it could be reworked in such a way where that it could apply to the entire franchise in the future, in the sense that you could pretty much build up to that conclusion. For example, I personally with Singular Point, I think although the execution wasn't probably the best, they had a really interesting idea here. And I if they worked it more efficiently with the writing, made it more comprehensive, because that's one thing. Like I said, like I don't think anybody really understands what is happening in Singular Point. But if if you either a reworked it in such a way where it could work in a different story, or b apply the logic that was used to create that concept into this franchise, then you could have, number one, interesting enough lore for the fans to get invested in. And another thing that's also very important is to make sure that the writers are keeping track of the lore, to have a lore bible, to because me, I'm creating like my own universe, and I've been like writing my own lore bible so I can make everything consistent. What I did, and this is, they didn't have to do this, but what I did was that I laid out the entirety of human history up until the point where my story starts, and my goal is to detail every significant event that would happen in this kind of universe, so that way, if the lore already exists, the characters in my universe just need to go find it, because it'll be relevant to whatever is happening in the now, because the problems that would be facing in the now would have existed beforehand, but I already laid out a coherent storyline, coherent enough for everybody else to like discover, and for everybody to really latch onto that. And I think, because usually I don't remember who told me this, but usually when writers write their stories, they already know how it's going to end. In
Yeah.
my particular case, I know what's going to happen in the ending, but I don't know how I want it to end yet. So that's where I'm struggling with it. But usually writers know what the end game is. So what I think the MonsterVerse failed to do was to establish what is the end goal, what is everything leading up to. Because with the way that the way that it seems that they're going about it, at least with Monarch anyway, the way it's just, oh, here's this cool monster, oh, here's that cool monster. And back then, in the past, that we will never make a movie about, by the way, we will never get a Godzilla BC, we will never get a King Kong AD, or whatever it would be called. We'll never get like Here There Be Dragons. We'll never get an adaptation of that. Um in the past, there was a war. Why did this war happen? Who knows, but it's cool, right? And all of these things just affect the present. How? Because the main characters that had the opportunity to end the conflict when they had the chance refused to end it for absolutely no reason, no in character reason or out of character. It just arbitrarily chose not to. Otherwise, the storyline we have now couldn't possibly happen. And here we have the perfect opportunity to fill in the gaps left by the writers of the current piece of work that you are currently showing off to people, and you do nothing with it. And you and then people get, and people don't and then people are confused, like, why are you saying it's bad? You get more of the thing you like, right? No, I like good writing. I didn't get that. Oh, but it actually is good writing, you see, because there's a character arc. Yeah, character arcs being present doesn't mean they're well written. Oh, but there's lore. Yeah, but the lore isn't consistent. Oh, but it
And to
doesn't
me,
have to be consistent. According to whom?
also the issue is that if people call you like toxic negative for pointing out these problems, and like personally, I feel like I try to avoid that because there are people who don't want to think. So you tell them, hey, there's two Ghidorah heads when clearly there was only one. And they say, hey, there's two Ghidorah heads. They say it in the script. So if it's written in the script, then that means it makes sense. It's good. There's no problem. And those people are not thinking. But also, there's people out there that do the same thing from the completely opposite side of the spectrum. And I think that no one ever talks about that. There's people who don't want to think at all, and that do say that if it's not in the text
Yeah.
explicitly, it doesn't exist. Which, well,
The
like
yeah.
I understand it, but sometimes there's subtext. There are certain things that you can imply. For example, like what I said about the Mutos uh, affecting Godzilla's atomic breath. You don't really need to see it, but you can say, "Hey, that's a thing that's happening," and you could say, you're just taking that from the novelization, but everything around the entire MonsterVerse, even the bad movies, confirms what I'm saying. So, like, you don't need to think too much, and also you don't need to think too little. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is there are different ways in which you can like stop your brain from working, but you need to find a
Yeah, like
balance.
watching
You
GVK, for
can
example.
exactly. You need to find a balance. You need to think for yourself, but you also need to trust the writers a little bit. The thing is, in the MonsterVerse, there's no reason to trust the writers, so that's why I'm so critical of it. With some things,
Yeah.
I'm less critical, but in the MonsterVerse, there's just no. I cannot have that trust because so many people are doing this excusing thing with the MonsterVerse. So,
Yeah.
like, I just wanted to
My
put
Yeah,
that out
trust
sorry.
was
there.
betrayed the moment they said Godzilla can just bore a hole into the center of the earth. That was the moment my trust was shattered.
Yeah. Sorry. If I disappeared like that, my internet just cut out for like a second. But yeah,
It's okay.
so
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it is kind of a
Can I? So there's this. Sorry to interrupt. There is a theory. I think it was Goji Center that posited this theory that the reason why there are multiple Ghidorah heads is because Godzilla and Ghidorah fought so many times in the past, and Kevin got his head removed multiple times and left behind over and over again, which is why Kevin learned to regenerate his head so quickly in the movie. And it's why Mechagodzilla has multiple.
Well, here's the thing. Why would it have to be Kevin's head specifically?
And
wouldn't this be
also,
like a natural ability that he has that Ghidorah in general has?
yeah,
Let's just say,
how
like, if the right head got removed, like, who's the we could just be like, oh well. It's like, hold on. It's like if the thing is, like, I'm not defending this theory. I'm just like, what I'm saying here is like, it's like, why would it have to be Kevin specifically for starters?
to me the
And
thing is also that
second of all, it
oh,
would have been nice if the film, if GVK itself, like, even remotely established that, or even just sort of like suggested that that was what happened. Like, that's how they got the second. But yeah, but which would beg the question, like, so how would they able to get a second head that was like fully well intact and not completely decomposed by the time they got a hold of it, like they did the
so
first head?
I just want to point one thing out. How the hell do you learn to grow your head faster? I'm just asking, like, and that's the
Well,
thing. We have
Because he's
so many.
alien. He's not part of the natural order, even though nature does not just does not just apply to Earth, but it also applies to all of existence. No, it's a different nature because he's an alien. It's a spooky alien. Ooh, hate that excuse.
Well, I mean that's the thing. Well, here's the thing: Ghidorah being an extraterrestrial, like, and considering like his origins aren't like the most like definitive, like they're not all that clear. Like like you can like posit it's like, well, yeah, he, like like his biology as an extraterrestrial being is gonna, like, it's not gonna work the same as you as like most beings pretty much, on at least of like any beings on the species on the planet.
That is true, but then
That
you
would
are
depend on
killing
environmental
the
pressures as
character
well,
because
too.
you're
Because
saying that Ghidorah is literally losing his head all the time. So you're basically saying that Ghidorah is a bad fighter or stupid. And the thing is,
yeah,
here
and also
I
that
need to
Godzilla doesn't
find
kill
out
him when he has the chance.
exactly. It's literally like Batman and and the Joker, as my daughter said. So maybe hey, maybe it's true then. But what I wanted to say is that this fandom at some points feels like they do not understand what a fucking theory is. It's like my
Theories are facts.
exactly. You need a little bit more evidence to say that it's a theory. Like for example, when this guy was saying, I think that my hypothesis is that you could make a Violante out of Emma Russell, and it's like she was literally like obliterated. Like there's not even like dust remaining from her corpse. Like there's nothing. It's like it's
Well,
okay if you want to like pitch a movie. It's okay if you want to make your own head canon. Don't call it a theory. Don't call it a hypothesis. You're making shit up, and it's okay to make shit up, but don't
Yeah.
try to make sense of it. Like, come on, don't waste everyone's
you
time.
know, you just gave me a thought. You just gave me a thought. So I've been seeing people say don't insult the fan base. This is a common sentiment throughout multiple different fan bases. Sometimes fan bases just do stuff to themselves to the point where they earn it.
Yeah, sometimes they don't respect themselves, and when you
Like if they don't respect themselves, why should I?
yeah, and I think the argument is, well, the fact that someone doesn't respect themselves doesn't mean that you need to be a cunt. But I think that's only applicable to people like Little Platoon. He was a complete fucking cunt, and I think
Yeah.
that he's fucking like a moron. To the point where I don't give a shit what you say, you English little shit. Like you're not gonna tell me that someone is inferior because they like or dislike a movie. Now we need to understand that there's a lot of little kids in the fandom, and sometimes we see their comments, and sadly there's a lot of little kids. Actually, their number is increasing just because of Fortnite. So there's this thing that I feel sometimes when I see some MonsterVerse fans comments, that is like, am I reading someone that's like my age, or am I reading the comments on fantasies of someone that's like 13? And online there's no way of knowing.
Mm. There's always the man children argument.
Exactly.
But that's insulting. But that's insulting. That's mean. I mean, the thing with Little Platoon though, firstly, I think it's just because he's British. That's why he comes across as a as a douchebag. But also,
I don't know.
also, he said
Yeah,
he said the same thing to the okay. He said the same thing to to the fans as he did to his friends at Beast Up, and I don't think he thinks of them as inferior because everybody in the podcast that he's in likes the movie, so I don't think he thinks of them as inferior human beings. I
You
think he
can
was
be
just
a
being
committed
hyperbolic.
person and not be a cunt. That's the thing. Like, you don't need to be a piece of shit saying that your kids are going to grow up retarded because you took them to watch GVK. I think that's a stupid argument, and I think that someone the other day say something kind of similar to that, which is like, we're breeding mediocrity, and it's like, that's not really true, because then by that argument, if you allowing people to like bad movies results in more bad movies, then by that logic, if I put a little kid in a room, I make him watch a lot of Steven Spielberg movies that are like really good. I make him watch Lord of the Rings and Tarantino movies that are also good. Then he should be the next big thing, and that's never a guarantee. Like, you can just take from everything and do something good, even if you like bad stuff or stupid movies. But like, I feel like this
Yeah.
franchise, this is going a little bit further beyond that. People are defending
Yeah.
bad writing way too much, and some others are attacking it way too much. But we need to find a middle ground.
Yeah. I think, like I said, I think he was being hyperbolic. I don't think I wouldn't just immediately assume that he meant what he said in earnest, because, like I said, that would imply that the hosts of BSUP, he thinks of them as inferior beings, but he is like the second main co-host, and he's there every time they have an episode. So I don't. It would be strange to assume he thinks of that as like a fact. Um, but be that as it may, in regards to it's also a matter of not just what you consume, but also your talent and able to apply the things that you learn from what you consume in order to make a, a, a good piece of content.
That's true.
One of my friends in my podcast, he said that he found it better to watch bad movies because that way you learn what not to do. And if you avoid a bad
Exactly.
movie as much as possible, if you avoid the errors of a bad movie as much as possible, you'll end up with a good movie. Personally, I like that logic. However, I don't think it's always 100% applicable. It depends. I think it depends on the movie, on just how bad it is. Because sometimes there are movies that are really, really bad, but it's harder to register as bad because there's like a lot of good elements on it to it. So I think you need a balance of both. Balance, get it? There's your relevant tie-in theme. There you go.
Hey,
MonsterVerse love its balance. Yeah,
yeah.
but yeah, like I think it's a bit of both. But I think that's
Yeah.
what he was ultimately getting at anyway. So
For example, I don't think that Alien Covenant is like a good movie, but I really like Alien Covenant because I can see the art behind, like the literal art design of the movie. I can see the themes of it, even if they were badly implemented, and I can see potential for an alternate story. I just don't think that it's a good alien story, but I see that there's something that could be made out of it that's good or has the potential to be good. And that means that if I was a good writer, I can take the things that I learned from Alien Covenant and make something completely different, unrelated to Alien, and that could end up being a good movie. Like that's normal. I think that's how creativity works overall. Uh,
yeah, matter of
but
fact,
yeah,
yes, that you're absolutely right about that.
Godzilla has what we don't seem to promote is creativity. That's why I like so much that Sim is doing the streams with other people. He's just not pitching his own ideas. He's inviting creativity. He's promoting it, and that's what you know.
Yeah.
What if it wasn't because of Sim, I would have never made my Singular Point remake idea. I wouldn't have made my show idea for like a movie. I wouldn't be drawing right now some of the things that I'm drawing because all of that is based on the stories that I come up with. Some people just need that push that like fuck, there's a string in like 3 days and I have to make up a story for Godzilla. Some people just need that, and maybe I'm not going to ever make something that's important, but maybe someone's going to like listen to what I came up with and do something, or someone's listen. I
Yeah.
actually wanted to use an example. Um, Someone came up with a really good idea for Hedra on the last stream for original Godzilla movies, where the movie started, I think, in an oil rig, and Hedra was like eating the whole thing at the beginning. I love that, and I actually, in my head, I mixed that with the tone of Black Aruni's God of this World story. Where it was like really dark and very grim, and like I mixed both things and I came up with this like awesome scene. I'm not gonna steal it or anything to put it in one of my stories, but
Oh, please do. Like my story is, I am ashamed of that story because of how bad it turned out to be. So, like, I hope what you
no,
made
no,
was better
no,
than what I made.
no, it wasn't. It was your first story. Everyone's first story is trash.
It
And
wasn't my first story.
eh?
Like, it was my first like published work, but it's not my first one.
Well, I always say that the first one is the one you put out there that takes criticism. Like it's never your first story if you just save it for like three people. Like that. That's like a concept of a
Yeah.
story, but you'll eventually you need to put it out there. And honestly, your story had a lot of good stuff that I haven't seen yet. And actually, I wanted to ask you if you came up with this part on your own. When you said that Godzilla shot against the rotation of the Earth, to spread the radiation, did you come up with it on your own, or was it inspired by something else?
Uh, could you be a little bit more specific because
Yeah, you said that
I don't
Godzilla.
remember.
Okay, so you said that Godzilla would use this like mist that he could shoot like in the original 54, and when he was trying to kill everyone, he shot specifically against the rotation of the Earth. So when the Earth spins, the radiation like spreads faster. You said that he did that on purpose. Remember that?
I don't remember that, but if I did, then I probably might have. I think I don't want to toot my own horn, but I probably just came up with because I was looking at how radiation spreads
Uh-huh.
from a nuclear warhead, and usually the rotation because radiation is kind of stationary, but it can also like spread. It usually spreads like
But that's not the
so.
point.
Let's say
Tell
like
me
you
what I
drop a nuke.
understand is, do you realize that you made a Godzilla that's a super specific evil thing that no one had done before? And no matter how shitty your story was, you did something unique. Like the fact that he's doing it on purpose, you're giving him an intelligence and a level of evil that even GMK didn't have. You did that on your own.
Hmm,
and
that is
and
true.
that,
That is
that
true.
says so much about your Godzilla. I'm gonna say that I'm gonna be honest. The fact that he smiled, yeah, it was a little bit, me, but the fact that he did that, that he actively was trying to harm, it shows that your Godzilla had an understanding of the world that was beyond human comprehension. Like people didn't necessarily understand that this Godzilla was as intelligent. This probably actually you probably made the most evil, most intelligent Godzilla in your story just because of that one thing that he did on purpose. He actively wanted to harm people, and he knew exactly how to do it using the rotation of the world. That's something that I
Hmm.
haven't seen, and that's something that I have never heard anyone say or come up with. And if they ever like do it in the future, you were the first one that did it. Like to me, you will always be the first person to do that. So your story might be like really dark and a little bit edgy, yes, but you did great things, and I think you haven't realized that yet. Just so you know. So
Hmm.
just take the best things that you done, implement it later on, and that's how writing is done. Yeah. So
Oh,
yes, I
thank
know.
you very much. I really appreciate it. Like I've never heard because even I don't remember doing that. If I did, then I'm even impressed with myself. But I can see the logic behind it as well, like the mechanics as to how that would even work. I can definitely see it. Um, but yeah, no, like I just the reason I've seen people say, oh, in the past, whenever people made Godzilla fan fiction, it would always be like Godzilla being dark, Godzilla being edgy, Godzilla being like a the world destroyer, and it could be like repetitive and cliche technically because like yeah it could be done continuously, but I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily because I always think that I have always viewed Godzilla the way Ishiro Honda would want me to see Godzilla. He's like the Japanese version of the Western dragon, right? The demon to overcome, to conquer. But I think that over the years, I think that Godzilla has has proven that he has the potential to expand on what Ishiro Honda would have wanted. I think I saw a video one time talking about how Shin Godzilla and Minus One were the movies that that Ishiro Honda would have wanted to make if he could. And if I don't remember which one he said it to, but if it was to Shin Godzilla, then I definitely agree. I think uh from what we understand Godzilla to be from 1954, uh the natural evolution as a character in the meta would be to, apply more Lovecraftian elements to it, to be more cosmic horror, to be something along those lines, right? And I think that would be like the logical next step in Godzilla in terms of like evolving Godzilla's identity. I think it was a good idea. The As for the execution, that's that's up in the air, at least for me, because I have tried to look at Shin Godzilla with a critical eye, but I haven't been able to because there were a lot of things that just went over my head, and I could never get like a completely accurate read on how the plot works mechanically. So I'm
Mm.
going to try one day though. But yeah, no, like I think that would be the natural evolution to Godzilla stories. And I think you could do quite a lot of stuff with it. I think having the whole fun Godzilla, that is also possible, but I don't think it should come at the expense of the writing. If you want to do that, go ahead. But personally, I think because we've seen it before, we have evidence to support this claim. GMK, for example, um, not the original. It's not the most perfect movie, but it's still a great movie. We got 2014 again, not perfect, but actually no, 2014 doesn't follow the traditional Godzilla. Um, but it still works for this specific version, at least in the MonsterVerse, which Monarch refuses to elaborate on, by the way. And then we got Shin Godzilla, which again, like not a perfect movie, but at least what they were going for, right? They were going for it. What they were going for was very good. I like what they were. I personally enjoyed what they were doing because it just
In
makes sense.
theory.
It makes sense.
In
In
theory,
theory,
it
yes.
was good.
And then -1, which come on, dude. Do I even need to say it?
Right.
Do I need and then the Godzilla versus Destoroyah as well to some extent. But then again, like I always figured which one is the lesser of the two evils, right? Because it's two monsters fighting over who gets to destroy the world. That's how I've always seen the rivalry between Godzilla and Destoroyah. Like, who gets to destroy the world first, me or you? And one story I had in the back of my head is, what if Godzilla was like the villain and all the other monsters that Godzilla has to fight, Mothra, Ghidorah, Batra, Mechagodzilla, they're not evil like Godzilla, and Godzilla just has to get rid of a lesser evil.
Well,
They are monsters that are actively trying to stop the destruction of that Godzilla's creating. So everybody else is the hero while Godzilla's the villain.
well, I mean, in the case of Godzilla versus Destroyer, like Godzilla wasn't actively trying to destroy the world before, just wasn't trying to defeat Destroyer just so he could destroy the world first. It's kind of like him destroying the world is kind of more of would be the result of him melting down, which is something that's beyond his control. Whereas if Destroyer had won, then Destroyer would have actively destroyed the world.
Oh, I
You know,
mean in a meta sense. I don't mean like in the actual movie. Like in a meta sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Not
I
in-
mean, only in the meta sense. I mean, maybe, but even like I mean, you look at the
Yeah.
text, it's kind of like it's a little more complicated than that.
It's different. Yeah, it's different. I understand that. Even still, like I would say I would like to see that. I think Godzilla is an excellent villain. He's like an excellent foil to both humanity and other monsters as well. Like usually you see, oh, Mechagodzilla, Space Godzilla, they're the foils to Godzilla. Well, what if we saw that from a different perspective? What if Godzilla was a foil to Ghidorah? What if he was a foil to Mothra? I think Godzilla would be an excellent villain, and I would want to see that again. We're not going to get into the
Well, I mean-
MonsterVerse, and we don't have to. Like we can get
Well, I
our
mean,
own
here's
thing
the
with the MonsterVerse.
Well,
Yeah.
technically, Mothra versus Godzilla kind of did that, where Godzilla was kind of a foil for Mothra. As well as saying that with King Kong versus Godzilla. I mean, we kind of get some of that in some of these movies. It's just that, yeah.
The execution.
Well, no, I'm not talking about Godzilla versus Kong. I was at least I mean, that one too, but I was specifically referring to the 60s version. Like King Kong was kind of more obviously the protagonist, at least between the two in that one.
I have the movie. I haven't given it a watch because I've been busy, but I need to give that movie a more critical eye. I feel like I've been quite unfair to that movie, Godzilla versus King Kong. So I should probably like give it a more critical eye than what I have given it in the past, because I felt like I was being very unfair.
Right.
But yeah,
Like
Monarch.
overall, yeah, Monarch.
Monarch.
What is your-
I mean, what else is left to say about this? Really, I mean, in the words of this show in the words of Ed Morton Joe, mediocre.
So, like, we literally talk about every character that matters. We skip some main characters, But the fact that we skip them and there's nothing that's missing just says everything there needs to be said about them.
I wasn't
We
crazy
spoke.
about them. I definitely would say I wasn't crazy about them constantly like giving Kentaro shit, even though like if it wasn't for him, they would have died back in episode 4. It was just like, guys, we were almost dead back there. Like you don't even start with me, guys.
Then
Um,
Tim was thrown into the trash by literally everyone in the show, even though he was the nicest person in it.
yeah, Tim was pretty cool.
Apex.
What about what do you guys
Yeah.
think about Kentaro?
Oh,
I
I like
actually
him.
mentioned him a little bit.
I think he was like the most fleshed out character, even more than Shaw. Like if you measure the amount of time that Kentaro had and like everything he went through compared to Shaw, Shaw went through way more shit. But I still feel like I know Kentaro way more than I know Shaw. That I know
I mean,
Shaw.
yeah, Ken.
I agree
Yeah,
completely. Yes.
Ken really felt like a third wheel between him, Kate, and May, pretty much. But even though he's
Kentaro
like
got cucked with his own girlfriend. That is more than just being a third wheel.
his
That is
own,
just
his half
downright
sister,
disrespectful.
his half
Kentaro
sister was
felt like
taking his girl. Oh my god!
Kentaro
I
felt like
know.
a real person. So that's all I can say. He felt like a real actual person, and no one else felt the same ever in the entire show. And to some degree,
Yeah.
no one felt like that in any movie, except maybe 2014 with Bryan Cranston.
I would want to
Yeah.
see more of Kentaro because he deserves so much better. Even the show kind of tweaks his personality a bit so that it can fit the mold that the show is trying to make for him. And I think that's very, very disingenuous. Well, not disingenuous. I think it's very, very scummy because Kentaro,
Yeah.
it don't the way he acts when May or Cora, I'm not gonna call her Cora. There's already way too many Coras. Um, talk about the most common name in fiction, Cora, for women. Are you serious? Anyway, we got May, who's been screwing everyone because she was a double agent for Apex, kinda, sorta. But it was for a good reason because she made a deal with the devil after she tried to out Apex on her own instead of calling the authorities like she should have been doing. She tried to take down Apex by herself. She got caught, and she was told work by the boss at the time. Well, not the boss, but you know who, the black lady, her, that one. She was like, work for me, do this thing for me, or else I will screw you over. And she was like, damn, I guess I got to do this now. She got blackmailed for no reason, basically. Like she got blackmailed when she didn't have to. She put herself in that position for being an idiot instead of calling the authorities, taking pictures, sending it to the authorities. If you wanted to be anonymous, you could send an anonymous tip. Those things exist. And then the way Kentaro reacts to the revelation at the desert, part of me believes that it's because he expects it, and another part of me is feels like he just doesn't care, which why did that ties back into like the breaking of their relationship, which why did it happen? What
Yeah.
caused them to drift apart? They just say Kentaro needs space. Space from what? What
Exactly.
caused it?
That's right. They didn't even say why they split up.
Yeah, if
Talk about,
Kentaro wanted a snow bunny instead, then sure, fine. At least that's some reason, but that's not provided by the show.
oh, maybe we'll get that answer in season 2.
Oh yeah, season 2 when it'll be fixed by the same writers that created the fire that is currently burning alive the plot.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, let's wait for
getting
the writers to put out the fire they started.
Yeah, it's like getting it would be like, yo, we're bringing J.J. Abrams back to fix the sequel trilogy. It's like he kind of fucked it up in the first place. And what are you guys gonna do? Oh, you're just gonna have him, you're just gonna make him fuck it up even more, anyways.
Oh, by
Guys,
the way,
I have a perfect idea. What if we introduce Darth Revan? Why? Because everybody loves it. How are we gonna do it? Good
hey guys, I
question.
have this mystery box
Anyway,
right here. Don't you want to know what's in the box? No? Oh shit. Okay, never mind.
It's like, oh, here you go. It's like, it's like, oh, what did that Ryan guy say? That Ray is a nobody. It's like, well, no. It's like, no, fuck that. No, he's wrong. That was not the answer to that mystery box. All right, I'll answer this mystery box. She's
Yeah,
she's a
no.
Ray
Palpatine.
nobody.
And by the way, I just wanted to say
Ray
something that
Palpatine Skywalker.
Yeah,
I just
that's
wanted to say something before that I forgot to say. Gareth Edwards basically, to me, gave us the best Star Wars film ever made with Rogue One. I think Rogue One is the peak of Star Wars because I do like, I appreciate something of the hero's journey, but I feel like Rogue One is just, Star Wars is in the name. Like I want to feel like this is a war movie, and it always felt too fantastical to feel that way. At least to me, with the first three, I feel like Rogue One did it better. Like I don't know if anyone else feels the same, but I love it. I
I don't know
cried.
if this
um
is a hot take or not because I haven't seen Rogue One. All I've seen are the first original trilogy and this prequel trilogy. I have not touched the sequels. I plan to watch Andor because I've heard it's really good. And on that subject, I want to know what you think about it because I've heard Andor's pretty good.
I
So
haven't seen Andor yet, but I've definitely heard really good thing. I've heard that it's really good. You probably should watch Rogue One first though, because it is worth because for one thing, Andor's in Rogue One. It's kind of his introductory film.
Uh,
and
makes
that's the
sense. Makes
thing.
sense.
Like, isn't Andor supposed to be the story that happens before Rogue One? It's
Yes,
happening?
yes, definitely.
Okay, so maybe also like in that case, it's like your own choice, right? Do you want to watch Rogue One or Andor first? I don't think that there's like a wrong answer. But the thing is there going to be an Andor season 2? Does anyone know that?
I think
I
there is
don't know.
actually.
Okay, so I
I
would
think it
do this.
might have. I think it was confirmed.
um Wait, because Disney is a piece of shit. Okay, they don't know how to write for shit, and it's very possible that even if season 1 was good, that season 2 could fuck it up. Just wait until season 2 comes out. Just look into it, like Google it. If there's no season 2, just watch season 1 because I also heard that it's amazing. If there is a season 2, wait for it to come and see if it's good, and if
Yeah.
not, just do watch Rogue One, because here's the thing. Rogue One is sold, because of the Disney hate, which I understand, but it's sold as the movie that's based completely on a plot hole. It's not that.
Uh,
First of all, to me personally, it was never a plot hole that the Star had like a weak point. To me, it was clear that the person that designed it did it on purpose or was retarded, and probably he did it on purpose. So, like that's another example of um, not wanting to think. Like it's not explicitly said in the text, so it must be a plot hole. No, like if it's this huge death machine, like, and it has like this stupid ass weakness that no one noticed, probably it's there on purpose. So don't think about it as a plot hole filler. It's a great
Well,
movie on its own.
even then, a small thermal exhaust port could have like a purpose. Like if someone were to catch it, to be like, oh yeah, that's for like kind of for something like that. It's an exhaust port. It's supposed to get exhaust out pretty much
Yeah.
to keep the thing from
all right.
malfunctioning.
So I just checked. There is a season 2 of Andor coming in April of
Oh,
this
Okay.
year.
that's soon. That's soon.
Wait,
All right.
Yep.
Wait for it then. Just take a look into it, see if it's good, because not
Yeah.
everything they do is shit, but a lot of it is. Like I heard that Skeleton Crew, which I don't even know what that is. I heard that it's really good. I'm not gonna watch it because The Mandalorian
I've heard
season
mixed
1 and
things
2 were
about it.
really good, but I heard season 3 is going downhill. So I hope season 2 of Andor is the last season, and I hope it's as good, if not better, than the first one. If they say that it
Oh,
is,
it
I
is.
will.
According to the direct, they apparently it is the last season. Season 2 of Android. It's the last one. I don't know how
Oh,
true this
okay.
is. I'm just reading it.
Oh, all right. I mean,
That's great.
granted, I mean, if it's gonna tie into, I mean, if it takes place before Rogue One, I mean, there's always so much time that you could just kind of tell story. I mean, there's like always so much like story. I guess you could tell without it feeling overstaying its welcome. I guess so. All right, I guess I'll wait and see how season 2 is received and whether or not it's worth the time. And yeah, maybe hopefully sooner than later I'll get around to watching Andor.
Yeah, if it's good, then that's amazing. That means that will be my Star Wars trilogy, like season 1 of Andor, season 2, and then Rogue One. I don't really need anything else from Star Wars after that.
Yeah.
But the reason why I was saying that is because Gareth Edwards, to me, he can do great stuff. And I feel like when the other guy said, like we needed a real director, I felt like that was very dismissive. Like, also, I think that Monsters was great as well from Gareth Edwards, his first film.
Yeah,
It's all about the
Seen
writer.
that one.
Directors are overrated, to be fair. Mostly because the bad directors fuck up good writers, like Wingard.
Oh
I'm pretty
yes,
sure
yes.
even if you gave Wingard a good MonsterVerse script, I think that he would have ruined it. I'm appreciative of what he did, but I think that we deserve better. The MonsterVerse with Wingard, it's what the MonsterVerse needed to survive, but it's not what it deserved.
Right.
I
Yeah.
would beg to differ. The way we've been praising Wingard's movies, I feel like we do deserve it in the negative sense. Like we deserve what we tolerate. We tolerated GVK. We tolerated GXK. We kind of deserve
But that's
the
a ring,
franchise to
like,
just go down in
just
flames.
remember that
This is what we get.
we were in COVID, like people were locked up. They just needed the fucking adrenaline. I think that's partly why. So here's the thing. Something that no one ever like. It's like everyone forgot about this. Is that GVK kind of saves cinemas, like your normal cinema that you have, like that's not like a franchise cinema. That's like a family or like an old time cinema. Those were
Dude,
really like falling off like flies after COVID.
yeah,
GVK
dude, my local theater was still closed by the time GVK was gonna come out, and obviously it was right before the movie was coming out. So I had to make a plan to like go like it was like, well, I know it's available on HBO Max, but the thing is like I if there is like a theater playing nearby, pretty much like even if it's just like some distance away, like I'll gladly make that trip. And I had to like go like an hour away from my hometown just to get to like further upstate from
Yeah.
where I live, just to
Wait,
see
hold on.
GBK in theaters.
But hold on. How come there were like good movies that were also successful then? Because Dune was coming out in 2021. We
What
got The
happened?
Free Guy, The Suicide Squad, No Way Home to an extent, but that was post pandemic because like the pandemic was kind of like, it was kind of
So
over
Well,
by then, or like
the pandemic was starting to weigh down. Was starting to wear down by the time Dune was coming out, so that's why it was successful.
So here's the thing, GVK is the movie that made people go to cinemas, and it really did save a lot of cinemas that were like on the brink of death. And I think that a lot of people don't realize that these small cinemas actually promote a lot of film culture, and without those, you're cut off from that. Like if you have this film festival in your city, it's probably not going to be able to pay for like the franchise cinema, so they always go to the smaller ones. If all the smaller cinemas are cut off because they died in COVID, then that's it. You don't have any film festivals. You maybe have it like in a museum. They're way smaller, reduced. The thing is, GVK made people get out of their homes. Tenet couldn't do it, also because the movie sucked. But you would think that at least the initial wave of people going to watch it that first weekend would be big, and it wasn't. People were afraid of going out. So they said that they took a lot out of GVK. If the novelization is something to go by, the main protagonist will have had this bravery arc, which honestly I think is really good. He was afraid of many things. He felt that he was a failure because his brother died and he wasn't able to do anything. He pushed himself like to release Kong when the boat was sinking. There were moments where I was like, "This is actually good writing," but the movie cuts all of that out and it doesn't execute on it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I
that's what
think
I
that
was. They did that. They said that in like the interview, and the way Alexander Skarsgård described Nathan Lynn's character arc sounds like he's talking about a completely different movie that we never got to see.
yeah,
And when I was
yeah,
doing research for the Godzilla versus Kong video, I found out that yeah, that's a character. That character arc is very similar to Shikishima's in a sense, without the Survivor's Guild. Well, actually, no,
yeah,
there is Survivor's Guild present. So
yes,
if
there is
GVK
something
was good,
wrong.
we would have seen that before -1 even got to do it.
Exactly. So, like, the thing is, the way they saw it is we need to give people nothing more than what they're craving. And so the decision was made to cut everything that wasn't explicitly directing leading the story to action. So the thing is, while we see it as something very bad, in retrospective, yeah, long term it was a bad decision. At the time, Toho was also bankrupt. GBK technically also saved Toho, and if not by that, we wouldn't have -1. The thing is, they made a sacrifice, it paid off, and now they're riding on that wave for as long as it lasts with the
Yeah,
stupidity and all of this like balls to the wall action. I think
Yeah.
that it was necessary at the time, and it did save
I
Toho. It gave us +1, and it did save the MonsterVerse. And if anything, if they ever reboot the MonsterVerse in the following years, thanks to GVK, the MonsterVerse is like really strong right now, so it might not affect them that negatively. I think that there's good sides to this, but I do wish
I
uh,
yeah.
that we had gotten something better. I think,
I
yeah,
I would say that
I
it's
would
kind of
say
at a
that
point
it
where
didn't have to be that way. And oh, sorry.
no, I get you. I mean, yeah, I think it is kind of thing where yeah, they're pretty much riding off of sort of like that momentum for now. I mean, but it is kind of those things where it can only go on for so long, and unless they pretty much are aware that like, hey, we can't just like rely on making movies like GVK and GXK where the writing is like kind of laughable, to and just rely on the spectacle just to get people to come see the theaters. Because even though it is working, how long will that last? No. But I
And
mean, for
even
the
then, like,
time,
did
I
the
mean, it's
movie
a thing.
really need to be bad?
No, it didn't need to be bad. It's just for the time. It's kind of like it is kind of like for the time. It was at least when GBK came out, which was while the pandemic was still happening. For the time, it was kind of the movie that people kind of like one of those things where people did need something, like something to kind of like just be like, okay, I need an excuse to just not to just kind of be able to go out and just be able to see
oh
something in
yeah,
a theater, and just kind of ease back into it. And if GBK, I mean, there were probably other movies that came out at the time that may have helped, but GBK definitely had. I mean, there's definitely better examples of movies that would have done that came out around the same time as GVK, like Nobody, that action movie with Bob Odenkirk. Yeah, I mean that one's a
Free
better
Guy.
example. No, that one came out in August. No, that came out in August.
that was later.
No,
Oh, it
sorry,
did.
that was later.
What about
But
the Suicide Squad one with James
no,
Gunn?
that was also August. That movie didn't do too well when it came out,
Yeah,
box office
Oh,
wise. No, I'm talking about around March, like early 2021, specifically. Which
GVK
is,
was
I mean, you got better examples that came out in theaters around around the time GVK was, but I mean, but GVK definitely had like a lot of attention put onto it, and that kind of, in terms of like just the marketing for it. I mean, the trailer alone was like that very
yeah.
first trailer alone got people hyped. It was like my God, now this looks like a movie that's gonna say "fuck you, COVID." Like you ain't
GVK
keeping
was
us
I
at the
was
house
hyped,
for
yeah.
this. There was a lot of
That's-
hype surrounding it. So it did something right. And whether or not the movie itself, was well executed in the writing side of things, I think like at the time people just kind of forgave that, or at least like they acknowledged it, but but they're just like, you know what, it was like a fun movie in the theaters because we got to see it. It had Godzilla versus Kong in the title, and it featured Godzilla versus Kong in just what happens. And we pretty much got it. It was like, it, you get what I mean?
when
Like
I
it's
first watched the movie, I get what you mean. Yeah, I get what you mean. But when I first watched the movie, like I watched it the day it came out with my family, and the more I watched it, the more I realized, damn, this plot is kind of bad, and I ended up being more disappointed than like before. Like movies at the time. Like I always loved movies, but they did. I wasn't really interested in a whole lot of things at the time, but GVK was like one of the few things I was looking forward to. Um, and then when it came out, like you can imagine my disappointment. It was actually one of the first few movies where I just got red pilled into it, fully acknowledging that the writing actually does matter in a movie. It was actually the
Yeah.
first movie that like led me to the path where I am now in terms of like media criticism. It's the
Yeah.
movie that kind of introduced. I kind of have to thank that movie for that. But at the same time, like even would it not be possible to say that we could have what the people would want at the time without any of the bad writing? Because I
No,
feel
I
like
get
it is
you.
possible to have both.
I'm not. I'm not. Here's the thing. I agree that the film definitely could have been better. That the movie easily could have been better written while still having that kind of impact. It's just it's just that people kind of gave it a pass at that time because it was like that bit of escapism from the COVID-19 bullshit that was going on. Whereas whereas GXK doesn't have that luxury because we're long past that now.
Basically, what I'm
Fair enough.
trying to say also is that they were the way that the producers saw it was that they were between the wall and the sword, and they really felt like we need to dumb it down. Like we need to make this escapism 3.5. Was it a good decision? I don't know. I don't think so. I think as everyone here has already said, we all think that the MonsterVerse has an expiry date because of it, but it did
Mm.
pay off. At the moment, it was probably the best decision. And
Yeah.
I
I
don't
would
know if
call it a
people.
double-edged sword, and I'm really happy that I didn't give it a pass. I was one of the people that actually didn't give it a pass and didn't forgive it when it first came out. Because without it, I wouldn't be here today.
Mhm. No,
Yeah, that's
I'm
fair.
not saying that that's wrong. I'm just saying that, like it was a decision that had to be made because of the circumstances. They took it and it did help. And honestly, I think that it did way more positive for the franchise as a whole because we ended up getting -1. And even outside the franchise, it did save a lot of cinemas. And a lot of those movies that came out later, like The Suicide Squad, like Free Guy, they probably would not have done as well if GVK hadn't taken people out of the cinemas sooner. So even with movies that came out after GVK, the reason why they did so well is because of GVK, I would say. I don't think that the film that year, the film world would have been half as successful or would have had half of a successful comeback without GVK.
I would agree with most of
So
that
would you
because
argue that I was gonna ask, like, would you say that, would you call it a necessary evil, Lau?
In a way, yes, yes, and yeah,
Yeah.
yes. Actually, now
Upon
that you say
retrospect,
it, that's way better. Yes.
yeah, upon retrospect, it's like, yeah, it seems that way.
I would
Hmm.
disagree. It would be like a necessary evil. I just think it was just like the right path to go down because I'm of the opinion that with how well GXK performed, GVK, if it wasn't like a victim of the circumstances it was, would have done as well with regards to how it was perceived and the box office. So I
Yeah.
think that the films themselves were the right direction to go in. Even if they could have used more opportunities to improve just the rough edges. But I think on their own, they're well written enough that they were successful blockbuster adventure movies that are
When
in
it came
their
out,
own
nobody
genre.
praised the writing, though, so I wouldn't say that the writing had anything to do with it. Nobody cared
Yeah,
about the writing enough to.
it really
The
is
right
mainly
Yeah.
because of the monsters. That's real, action
Exactly.
and will.
Well,
Yeah,
I would say it was
Yeah,
it
the
was
writing
well
has
written
nothing to do
monster
with it.
action. It wasn't written in a way that it was supposed to be
a good story.
in a
Like,
way
not-
that's like I wouldn't even say not a good story, but a good story that had a purpose and fulfilled a need that at the time was probably just what people needed. But also just that on its own, they are well written, like pulp adventure stories.
Maybe we could say then that it wasn't a well written story, but it was a well written experience. Like they knew how to structure the movie, to give you constant fighting and constant action, so you wouldn't have to think too much.
I would
In that,
somewhat agree with that.
yeah, maybe that's
Hmm.
more accurate.
I'm not gonna spoil what I have planned, but I have multiple ways where you could have both in such a way where you satisfy the need without having to sacrifice the plot at the altar of action. So
Yeah, yeah.
just wait till
That,
that video comes out. I was editing before I came here. I will continue to edit after I'm done, and just
All right.
then see.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess might as well just kind of wind everything down here because we pretty much, at this point, we're not even talking about Monarch Alarm anymore. We're kind of talking about monsters in general, I
is-
guess.
life right
Is
now.
Islam
I
good or
think we
not?
should rename the stream to Monarch Legacy of Monsters and the overall franchise discussion.
Well, I mean, true.
And coding, technically, and filmmaking as a whole.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Yeah.
important question
Chance,
right now. Is
Yes.
King of the Monsters good or not?
No,
King of the Monsters. Yes.
I mean, so here's
no.
the thing. I
We're
think
gonna
that
have to save that for the 8th, Vic. We have to save that discussion for the 8th. But to answer your question about whether or not hold on. To answer your question whether or not Monarch Lom is good, no, it's
No.
not. No, Lom is not good.
No,
I thought it was all right.
it is not.
it's
course you
maybe
I mean-
it's mediocre. It's mediocre at most. I feel.
Mediocre at the very, and that's being very generous. That's
Yeah.
being incredibly
There are
generous.
good elements in the story, but it's
There are.
overshadowed by all the crap. So
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
The impression of the
Monarch and
monster.
the Legacy of the NV. All right. Yeah, I could probably. Yeah, that's a good title, ZG. I might as well do that. Retitle it after the stream after it's done.
yeah, you don't want to sell people on like false advertisement or anything.
Right. Yeah. True. But anyways, yeah. I guess we'll just kind of call it, I suppose. Thanks for coming on, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome.
So any plugs here before we leave?
I have to go like right now. So 3 things. Number 1, I beat you. I got 300 subs. I beat you. No, but yeah, thank you everybody for the subs, extra subs. If I get more, then I will drop a little bit of a sneak peek into the Godzilla vs. Kong video if I can reach more. What that amount will be determined by the next Black Screen episode, which will not be live. It will be pre-recorded. And stay tuned for my Godzilla vs. Kong video. It's coming out somewhere around this year. I've already begun editing. I fixed my mic so that it sounds good. And this is a project that has begun ever since the movie came out. How long was that? Like almost 6 years. This whole project has been almost 6 years in the making. I have
Actually,
tried to
4
learn
years.
this movie like the back of my hand.
Yeah, well, Godzilla vs. Kong
Oh.
came out in 2021. We're in 2025, so 4 years, just about.
4 years?
4
Oh.
years, yeah. So
I
not
do
4
not
years
know
since
numbers.
Peak came out.
Vic, I will nail you to a cross when that video comes out. Anyway, so yeah. So yeah,
Macaroni,
stay
before
tuned
you
for that,
leave-
and also the debate. Oh, go ahead.
Before you leave, I just wanted to ask you something. Regarding something I'm writing, is it fine if I speak to you like outside the streams someday? Like if I message you and I will like talk about like stories we're making and creative stuff. Like I would like to have someone
I
to talk.
would love that.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, and yeah, a trailer for the debate is coming up. I've been struggling with editing it because I've been trying to find clips of people saying things about the movie that sound meaningful enough to include in a trailer, but that's been very difficult because it's hours upon hours upon hours of talking. So it might come a little bit later than anticipated, but I will try to make it before the stream because then what's the point of the trailer, right? But yeah,
right.
Thank you for having me, gentlemen. GVK is garbage, and I hope Adam Wingard never directs another MonsterVerse film again. Bye.
All right, take care, man.
The button is not working. Kick me.
Oh, there it goes. I was about to. I was ready to. Yeah. So yeah, CNMS was on. You can check out his stuff, his channel. Who else was on here? Yeah, Godzilla 2005 was on here. He has some stuff. You know, Rescue Madge. Who else?
Was here at some point.
Hmm?
Antonio was also here for a moment early on.
Oh yeah, Antonio. Yeah. Antonio Hoshi 0071. Antonio Sapalo. He's cool. Check out his stuff. Neat artwork. Anyone else here got plugs? Vic, hello.
I always say the same, which is I don't have anything. I don't have YouTube. I don't have anything. So I'm just going to recommend some things. Watch or read Chainsaw Man. I guess Chainsaw Man Part 1 is fucking awesome. And that's it. Like that's my recommendation for today. Now I've been here for 5.5 hours, so I'm going to be with my mom. So yeah. Good
All
night,
right.
bye.
All right. Good night.
Night. And then I guess the usual for me, Kaiju Not on YouTube, on Blue Sky and X. I am Vic Monsters or Vic's Monstrosities. Stay tuned for that. I actually just reached 300 subscribers not too long ago myself. So thanks for that, and everybody. I owe it all to everyone here on the streams as usual.
Awesome. And this has been your host, the Sea Monster. Obviously, I mean, if you're here, you pretty much know where to look. On my Twitter handle, KCI Sea Monster, for any updates and what have you. My Godzilla Final Wars video has been out for a few days now, so go and check it out if you've been anticipating for it. It's a bit of a long one, but it's figured you all would find it entertaining and worth the look-see. Yeah, I definitely meant to get that one out like sooner than intended, but oh well, it is what it is. Better late than never.
Mm-hmm.
As far as what I got next in the pipeline, as far as videos or streams, hosted by me, I guess yeah, at this point, it could be really anything at this right now. Aside from like a little announcement, like one little brief announcement vid for the upcoming Cottom debate round 2 on February 8th at Zimzilla 99 stream. I will be there for that, representing King of the Monsters. You know, representing the right side of history. But yeah, as far as like main videos or streams on my channel, topic streams, I guess it's with whatever. It's just like whatever comes first. I got some ideas, but just not sure which one to do first. Oh yeah, I mean well, I did mention that there was that Brutally Hands, the guy who did that one GXK video, did some MonsterVerse videos.
Yeah, I've been watching those. I might want to hop in with you guys whenever you talk about it.
Yeah, that's it's two-parter. It's gonna be not two-part stream, but it's a two-part video so it's gonna be 2 videos to stream. So that's probably gonna be fun. But yeah, as far as beyond that, even then, I'm not even sure if that one will be first. You know, maybe, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Again, we'll see what happens. But yeah, thanks for joining this stream, which is pretty much now number 30, Sea Monster Live number 30, discussing Monarch and the legacy of the MonsterVerse. I guess you may as well call it that. Yeah, I mean, did not expect this to be as long as it was, or for it to be kind of about a whole bunch of other topics beyond Monarch alum. It's just that, you know, I watched the show recently, binged through it, and it felt like it was worth doing a stream on. But
yeah, I was kind of surprised when I hopped in first, and then I saw it was like 4 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, crazy thing. But anyway, once again, thank you all for coming, and we'll catch you all next time.
Peace.
Bye.